What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, December 4th, 2025, and the Buck and I are not with you for the next 2 hours. Another load management day for the Buck. We've got a couple of great guests filling in for him today. For the first hour, we'll be chopping it up with the great Sean Redfern of the Horn Takes podcast. You've seen him, you've heard him a lot on this network over the years. He's kind enough to join us for hour number one. We'll have Joe Cook of Inside Texas for hour number two. Our man Lee Sterling of ParamountSports.com will give out his winners for conference championship weekend in college football towards the very end of the show. But we've got a lot to dive into in the world of Texas Longhorns sports and beyond. Sean, good morning, man. Thanks so much for doing this. How are you today?
I'm doing awesome, BK. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Bright and early. I know you're usually filling in on Chip and Zay from 2 to 4. You wake up, no problems, getting up at the crack of dawn this morning?
No, too easy, man. Too easy.
I love it. I love it. Well, a lot to dive into. We've got some sound from Steve Sarkisian's National Signing Day press conference. Obviously, the big news of yesterday, Coach Sark announcing that Texas will keep its upcoming non-conference games against Ohio State and Michigan on the schedule. There's obviously been a bunch of scuttlebutt about that since the college football playoff rankings came out on Tuesday, and it became apparent that the Longhorns aren't going to make it here in 2025. Some folks were wondering about the future of the non-conference slate for Texas, but Sark said yesterday the Buckeyes and Wolverines will be here these next 2 seasons. After that is anybody's guess. So we'll get to all of that. Of course, we'd appreciate y'all's feedback as well. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. And you can hit us up on the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats as well. Sean, before we get to Longhorn football, and I want to do this first because I kind of want to get it out of the way because it was not fun to watch and it's not going to be fun to talk about. But Texas basketball last night at Moody Center, my goodness, they got steamrolled by Virginia, 88-69, the final score. It wasn't really that close. I mean, Virginia led by double digits from the 11-minute mark of the first half through the end of the game. They were up by 19 at halftime. They pushed the lead to as many as 27 in the second half. I was at Moody Center last night, Sean. I wish I was anywhere else but the Moody Center last night. It's December, so it's hard to call a college basketball game in December a big one, but that felt kind of important for Sean Miller's squad last night, and let's be honest, they kind of no-showed.
Yeah, it looks like the first half was just really, really rough for them. Second half, all right, but yeah, I'm glad I don't have to be on with Zay today because I think Zay's going to take this a lot harder than anybody else probably. he was kind of hyped up yesterday afternoon when we were talking. Yeah, man, I don't know if you're a Texas fan, you can panic on it at this point. It's still really early in the season. Brand new coach, a bunch of new players playing. I mean, sometimes they're going to look really good, sometimes probably not. You got a few more weeks until conference play, and who knows, man? They could get some things turned around. They're clearly talented. I was commenting with Zay the other day that I've watched a few of the games this year, and they look like a completely different team to me. Much more offensively, much more offensive prowess it looks like on this team than we've had in a while. So, yeah, it is what it is. You never like to do that. You definitely don't like to do it at home. I think, the head coach was talking about those things as well. Kind of can't get embarrassed at home, but hey, it happened. If you're Texas, all you can do is move on from that. Try to get right by conference time.
Yeah, I kind of agreed with all of that about this offense looking good until I watched this team last night. Now, it's one game, right? Like, you don't make all of your season-long generalizations about a team with just one game, especially when college basketball, when you play more than 30 of them. But Texas, they just didn't look like they belonged on the same floor as Virginia. Yeah. And I know Virginia historically is a very good basketball program, but they're in a similar spot to Texas where they've got a first-year head coach. Now, I think Ryan Odom walked into a better situation replacing like a Hall of Famer in Tony Bennett than Sean Miller did replacing Rodney Terry, who, by the way, Sean, Rodney Terry was at the game last night.
Really?
Like sitting courtside, which who was that worse for? I mean, now I know why Texas lost, by the way. But is that like, have you ever seen a coach who had literally just gotten fired by his school, I don't know, 8-9 months ago, sitting courtside at a game?
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Right. Or is it like, was he invited? Like there are pictures of him talking to CDC before the game that started showing up online. And it's like, Rodney Terry obviously has money. We paid him a lot to leave. So he could have bought the ticket on his own and just, hey, I want to check out a basketball game. But I think the university still likes him. So there's reason to think that he could have asked somebody at the school for a ticket to check out a game. I was like, I didn't love seeing that. And then again, with Texas getting blown out, I wonder if Rodney Terry was like kind of smirking last night.
I'm sure he was. I'm sure he was. Those guys have egos, or they wouldn't be there pretty much. And, you know how it goes. You never like to see, I don't think you ever like to see something you've left just take off without you necessarily, no matter what it is. So I'm sure he was at least on the inside a little giddy at well, I don't know. I can't be unfair to him like that. I don't even know him, but I know I sure probably would have been.
Right. Yeah. I mean, look, Rodney Terry's like always been a Texas fan, and this university means a lot to him. So if he was ever asked publicly about his thoughts on Texas basketball, he would wish this program and Sean Miller nothing but the best. But you're right. I mean, all of these, we all have egos, but coaches, it's a whole nother level. And, I think these guys, like, they kind of root against their successors, especially after they get fired. So that was interesting to me. But yeah, I mean, the disappointing part, like Texas was favored in this game. Again, Virginia's historically a much better program than Texas. They were 6-1 coming in. Like they're a solid squad, but this was a game that a lot of people thought the Longhorns were going to win. And again, they didn't look like they belonged in the same gym. It looked like the varsity against the JV. And the big issue here, and big is probably too strong of a word, because again, the game happened on December 3rd. Selection Sunday is not till mid-March. But Sean, Texas has played 4 power conference games. Well, that's been a big football conversation, and we'll get to that in a moment. But the Longhorns are 1-3 in those games this year, right? They lost to Duke in the season opener. They lost to Arizona State and Maui. They lost the game last night. They did beat NC State. But the Longhorns, like with how good the SEC is, you would like to stack up as many quality wins on your resume as you can, so you don't have to rely on winning games in January and February in an incredibly deep conference. And Sean, Texas's only other big non-conference game is at UConn next Friday.
That's rough.
Yeah. So if you can't beat Virginia at home, I don't know how you beat a UConn squad that's won 2 of the last 3 national championships and just beat Kansas in Allen Fieldhouse earlier this week. So it felt like, that was kind of a nice resume boosting opportunity for Texas, and they totally pissed down their leg, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can get too amped up for things, like we've seen teams in the past, really good teams that go out and just for whatever reason can't get it done on a certain day. And I think a lot of that can be nerves and maybe some over prep. Like you think too much about it instead of just going and playing the game. So it looks like they shot pretty poorly.
Yeah, they did.
I don't know how much of that is mental or physical in basketball, but it certainly doesn't look good. And you mentioned the SEC, and I think that's the biggest problem for this Texas basketball team. Is that has easily become, if not the best, certainly one of the top 2 basketball conferences in college basketball. And it's tough. And there's a lot of really good teams, a lot of really good athletes, a lot of good coaches. So it is no longer easy to go win SEC basketball games, no matter where you're going.
Yeah. We kind of thought that'd be the one sport where we got a reprieve making the move to the SEC. And
it got good all of a sudden, didn't it?
Yeah, literally the Longhorns' first year in the league. The SEC gets more teams in the tournament than any league in the history of the sport. So, right now, the Big 12 is probably off to a better start than the SEC, but it's still loaded. And again, I mean, it's not going to be easy by any stretch when you get to conference play. So stacking up some non-con wins would have been nice. And yeah, I think Zay is about to just light a blowtorch to this Texas basketball team. And I know how passionate he is about this squad. And he is very let down. We're all pretty let down. That was a total dud by Texas. So again, plenty of time for them to right the ship, but not fun to watch at all. That place, Sean, it was almost empty at the under 12 timeout in the second half.
Wow.
Like, it wasn't a total sellout there. It wasn't the biggest crowd I've ever seen at Moody Center, but it was a pretty solid crowd for the start of the game. It's the SEC ACC Challenge, after all. Who's going to miss that? But literally, you knew that game was over. You could have left at halftime. Now, Red Panda did do the halftime show, which Bucky is the biggest Red Panda hater in the world. So I'm going to save the footage that I took of Red Panda for tomorrow's show when he's back.
There you go.
I honestly think that's why he took the day off. He didn't want to hear me just blab about Red Panda and sing her praises for 2 hours this morning. But once she did her thing at halftime, it was like, there is no reason to watch this game. You could go do something else.
When did Rodney Terry roll out?
I don't know. Sark was there too last night, sitting courtside. They showed him on the Jumbotron. He got a nice ovation. They showed him right after the highlights of the A&M win, so that definitely helped his cause. Sure. But I did see Sark, and I'm not calling Sark out for this. He was far from alone. I didn't stay to the final whistle last night, too. The 6 a.m. alarm hits pretty early. But Sark left at the under 8 timeout. And when Sark had left, I still saw Rodney Terry there. I checked both of those guys before I rolled to see if they were still there. Steve Sarkisian was gone. Rodney Terry was still there, which makes me think that he was very happy with the result. He wanted to watch all of that in person. So there you go. There's some Texas hoops. The Longhorns back Monday against Southern. By the way, Texas women's basketball, the number 2 team in the country, they play North Carolina at Moody Center tonight, part of the women's SEC ACC Challenge. So centextickets.com if you're looking to watch that game. Much better chance of a Texas win watching the women these days.
Yeah, they look good.
Man, they do. Yeah, number 2 in the country right now after beating number 3 and last week's number 2. So they look very good. All right, so there's your Longhorn basketball talk. By the way, as Bucky always says, good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those who fight for us each and every day. Thank you very much for what you do for us and our country. Thank you for your service and sacrifice, and thanks to your families out there as well for everything. Please be safe out there. All right, Sean, so let's talk some Longhorn football, and let's dive into Steve Sarkisian's press conference. We'll start with what I thought was the biggest noteworthy thing that Sark said yesterday. It's a bit of a long cut, but here's Steve Sarkisian at his National Signing Day presser talking about Texas's future non-conference schedule, more specifically the upcoming games against Ohio State and Michigan.
First of all, we're going to honor Ohio State and Michigan. We went there, we went to Ann Arbor, we went to Columbus. We're going to honor those return trips. So for the next 2 years, we know what our non-conference schedule is going to look like, and that's the right thing to do. We made the commitment to play them. Now we'll honor that commitment for them to come play us here. I think anything beyond that is up for discussion. We need to, in CDC and I have already had that discussion, we need to take a good hard look at what our non-conference schedule looks like beyond the next 2 years. Because you got to remember, so much of the non-conference scheduling was when we were in the Big 12, and these schedules were made when we were in the Big 12. Well, there's a little bit of a different shift now that we're in the Southeastern Conference, and another shift now that we're going to 9 conference games. And so we've got to be mindful of one, putting our players in the best position to have success and to have growth. 2, we got to be mindful of how the committee is going to evaluate to put the best teams into the college football playoff. Now, the goal is to go win the Southeastern Conference every year. And when you do that, you don't have to worry about what the record looked like. And you probably have a good record if you're in that game and winning it. But I also need to look at what the committee has shown me over the last 2 years since we've expanded to 12 games. They care about your record. And so we've got to be mindful of that as we go, and we'll see what that looks like. Again, we're going to honor Ohio State and Michigan, and we're excited to play those games. They're going to be great environments in DKR. I know our players are looking forward to it. Our coaches are looking forward to those games. It should be highly competitive ball games with great teams, great players, great coaches. But beyond that is where we got to have some real discussions of what our non-conference schedule looks like after that.
Sean, I'll throw it to you first. I know you and Zay were talking about this a little bit yesterday afternoon. I mean, every Longhorn fan has talked about this throughout the course of the week because of the playoff snub. But your thoughts on the decision to keep Ohio State and Michigan on the schedule these next 2 years?
Yeah, I mean, I think just from a logistical perspective, it was probably almost impossible to get those 2 games off the schedule, even if they really, really wanted to get those 2 games off the schedule. I'm kind of curious, not to question anybody's integrity or anything like that, but had we played those games at home, I wonder if Sark's so willing to play those return trips up in Ann Arbor and over in Columbus. I think that's got to factor into everything you do today with what we're seeing right now out of the committee. As a fan, I love the games. I've been talking about that since it became pretty apparent to me that Texas was probably going to be on the outside looking in, which to me was really right after that Georgia game. I just didn't feel like they could get back in it. I've been kind of having a different discussion with a lot of Texas fans, the opposite end of the discussion, which is I love these games. I loved being able to go to Alabama. I love being able to go to Ann Arbor, love being able to go up to Columbus this year. Those are good trips, fun games, neat environments, just something you don't get to see all the time as a Texas Longhorn fan. So I'd hate for the fans to be able to, or to have to lose those types of things. I think the other side, and I tweeted it out this morning, and I was just sitting there thinking about it, man, take away those big time games in September and Darrell K. Royal and replace them with, some scabs. It's hot as hell at Darrell K. Royal in September. Like, what are we going to, you show up to watch the Longhorns, sure. But there's a certain amount of pain you're willing to endure over that to see a big time matchup. And it was great to have Alabama here. It was great to have Ohio State back in 2006. So those are the types of games that as a diehard, like old school college football fan, I really love. And I hate to see them go. The other side of it, though, clearly is the business aspect of it, the get into the playoff aspect of it, which I understand all of the arguments that go along with that too. And I think, Sark and CDC have to sit down and decide what they think is really the best path forward for the Texas Longhorn football program. If the committee's going to say, we don't really care that you played twice as many top 10 teams as anybody else, you lost an extra one than a few of them, and you're not getting in, then from a business perspective, I think you kind of have to make that decision. Their hands a little forced. Again, I'm always going to go back to win the ones you're supposed to, but it is a really tough league, and you add another game to that from the 8th to the 9th game. And if you keep playing those types of games, you're playing 10 games out of 12 every year, where the potential to lose just because you slip up a little bit is really, really high, that other conference teams don't have to deal with as much.
Yeah, that's the truth right there, right? Texas has 9 SEC games next year. They've got a trip to Baton Rouge, a trip to College Station, a trip to Knoxville, a trip to Columbia, Missouri. Obviously, the Oklahoma game is still on the schedule. You've got Ole Miss at home. You got to play Florida again. Like, you could lose. Texas could be really, really good in 2026, Sean. And I think they
lose a lot
will
of games.
Yeah, and they could lose 2 of those games, and then they could lose to Ohio State again. And then, oh my God, we're in the exact same position next year that we're in right now. That's my fear. So, look, the good news for Texas is Greg Sankey is going to go to bat for Texas. Like, he has now seen 4 9-3 teams in his conference miss out on the playoff in the last 2 years in favor of a worse team in a worse conference. It's just the reality. And this year, he's going to watch 10-2 Vanderbilt not make the college football playoff in favor of a worse team in a worse conference. Now, Texas should be ahead of Vanderbilt. We agree with that. But like that feels insane to me. And Greg Sankey feels even stronger about it than I do. So the hope is, and Sean, we know the playoff is going to expand somehow this offseason, whether it's 14, whether it's 16. Feels like 16 is more likely, considering the higher number is always what happens. Like, the hope is they reevaluate the way they evaluate teams. But, man, I think Texas is really going to want, and it's not just Texas. I think pretty much everybody in the SEC and the Big Ten are going to want some assurances that, hey, you know how on your selection criteria you say that strength of schedule is the number one thing and head-to-head's number two? Yeah, that's great, but we're going to actually need you to honor that instead of just writing that down on a sheet of paper that we can all see online. Like, Sean, I think Texas needs some assurances that that's going to happen to feel comfortable playing these games.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's the problem. The other interesting thing about the committee is it rolls over every couple of years, I'm pretty sure. So you're getting different people in and out of there. Mm-hmm. And when you have subjective rules like that, subjective criteria like that, people are going to look at those things differently. And so I think that's also a future danger that you know, some of these schools and some of these conferences have to kind of look at. Yeah, we may get some assurance over the next 2 years that this is how they're going to do it. But you get a different type of person in that room, and the leadership always steps up, right? It doesn't matter how many leaders you have in a room. Someone's going to step up to lead that group. If it's the wrong person for the right criteria, it doesn't work right. And so yeah, it's a whole mess. I don't understand, honestly, why we don't just sort of shit can all this idea that you got to bring somebody in from every conference and you know, it has to be equitable. Like, figure out a way to determine the best 12 teams, period.
Yeah.
And the best 12 teams that fit that criteria go to the playoff. If you're not in that, sorry, you didn't fit the criteria.
Yeah, you know, Steve Sarkisian gave some thoughts on that, and I can't remember if it's in this cut we're about to play, but he's like, hey, 5 conference champions, they should be in. Like, Sark agrees with that. But he's like, the other 7 teams that are there, it should be the best 7 teams left that get selected. And obviously he feels like Texas is one of those 7 teams. We feel like Texas is one of those 7 teams. We're all normally wearing a lot of burnt orange. You're doing your job this morning, Sean. I'm not. I'm wearing a bunch of blue because that's how I'm feeling. Here's an interesting one, because I think a lot of people heard Sark say that yesterday, and they're like, that's a CDC decision. Right? Like, Chris Del Conte, he knows how much money his school can make from Ohio State and Michigan at home, right? Like, you're going to make a lot more playing those teams versus Sam Houston 2 more years in a row. So he realizes that, and that's why the games are staying on the schedule. Steve Sarkisian was kind of asked if he agrees. Like, are they aligned in terms of playing these big non-conference games? Here was Sark's response to that.
I think we're very aligned. I love the big brand games too. Nobody likes them more than me. I love coaching in those games. I love getting our teams ready for those games. Like, I'm all for it. Like, I love playing those games. I don't like the repercussions of playing those games if I don't get rewarded for playing those games. And I think CDC's in line with that too. So we're very aligned. But ultimately, we have a responsibility at the University of Texas to make sure that we're putting our teams, he's got a lot of other teams, I have our team, in the best position to go win championships, because that's why we got hired, was to go compete for championships. And so, again, it's not about shying away from playing anybody. I just also know we play in the toughest conference in the country. We already have the number 1 strength of schedule in the country. And I think if you took Ohio State off our schedule, we still might have toughest strength of schedule in the CFP. So the reality of it is we got to be mindful of, hey, are we just doing it because, hey, we'll go play anybody, or are we being strategic in our approach to playing non-conference games as we move forward, like I said, beyond the next 2 years? But I think we're aligned on that. We would love to play everybody, but we also need to be mindful and smart with the decisions we make.
So that's it right there, Sean. And I think most Texas fans agree. Like, most Longhorn fans would like to watch Texas, Ohio State, Texas, Michigan, Texas, Notre Dame, et cetera, but nobody wants to get left out of the playoff because of it, right? So that's why a lot of people have changed their tune, and it's like, no, I don't want these games anymore because it's going to screw my favorite team and cost them a chance to win a national championship at the end of the year. So there's Steve Sarkisian saying, no, we're aligned. We both want these games played, but hey, we need some support to make sure that the risk doesn't completely outweigh the reward here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna have teams in our own conference that aren't playing these types of tough games, and they're gonna do that simply because they're already playing 9 tough games throughout the year. 9 out of 12 games are tough, 75% of them, right? So if everybody else is gonna do that, you kind of have to follow suit, or you do put yourself at somewhat of a disadvantage. I'm not sure if we look at this year just in a bubble, how much Texas is getting punished, so to speak, for that Ohio State loss. I kind of have the opposite thought. I feel like if anything, them taking the show on the road in week 1 with a brand new quarterback, 8 new starters, figuring out a way to keep that game close and getting back in it late, I think that actually helps Texas a little bit. If you remember earlier in the season, we fell completely out of the top 25. We were able to crawl back in that. And part of that was because they beat some teams, right? They beat some teams they should have, beat, right? But they were good teams. But I think part of that too was like, oh, okay. But they also did this. So I don't know how much we're getting quote unquote punished by the committee. I think the problem is when you go to 12, you open yourself up to 3 lost teams and 2 lost teams bickering over who those bubble teams are. And the problem with that for this committee is they almost exclusively are lumping teams together by the amount of losses they have and then rating them against each other. And I think on the surface, that kind of makes sense. Like if you're a kindergartner, but if you really look at the game of college football, there's a massive disparity between the schedule that Texas has played this year and the schedule that several of the top 10 teams in the college football playoff rankings have played this year.
Dude, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, we, the selection committee, and Gen Pop is treating this like every conference and every schedule is the exact same. So they're looking at wins and losses, and it's like, all right, well, that team went 9-3 and that team went 10-2. 10-2 must be better. They must be more deserving of a spot than the 9-3 team because they've got 10 wins and the other team has 9. And that's just like, that's not how it works. But you're right. I mean, the bickering, look, this year it's our turn. Last year was Alabama. Next year it's going to be somebody else. It doesn't matter if you go to 16. It doesn't matter if you go to 24. It doesn't matter if you go to 68, like college basketball. Well, Bucky and I were talking about it yesterday, Sean. Teams bitch and moan every year when they get left out of March Madness, and there are 68 teams who get in. Yeah. So someone's going to always complain, and this year it's our turn. But yeah, I mean, when the number one criteria for the committee, in their own words, is strength of schedule, it's annoying. And someone on the Coda text line says, just make it to the SEC CFP, elitist attitude. Geez, man. I don't know what that means. Oh, he's saying just make it the SEC CFP. He wants this to only be SEC teams in the playoffs, or whoever it is. I don't think that's going to happen. But look, there's been talks about the SEC and the Big Ten maybe branching off and doing their own thing. So we'll see. But yeah, I mean, it's frustrating. And Sark said it, and we talked about it yesterday, Sean. Texas played the 8th toughest strength of schedule in the regular season in college football. Of every team in the top 10 in terms of strength of schedule, the Longhorns had the best record. The team that had the second best record was LSU. They went 7-5. They fired their coach. Everybody else in the top 10 had a losing record this year. Yeah. So, again, we are literally just looking at it all in a vacuum. And, they won 9 games. Everybody else won 10 games. 10 games has to be in. And I just, we're crying.
They got to figure out a way to find the balance between it, especially when you're looking at one loss difference. A 9-3 team, a 10-2 team. Yeah, one of them looks better on paper without anything else around it. But you also have to weigh who you're playing. And again, for Texas, it's not even close. The closest teams in the college football playoff ranking top 10 that have played, ranked teams in that top 10, Georgia and Alabama. They've got 2 each. They're 1-1 against those teams. Texas got 4, and they're 2-2 against those teams. They've got 5 in the top 15.
Right. Yeah. 4 that are still in the top 10, but 5 that were top 10 teams at the time that you played them.
Yep. And bubble teams still. I mean, Vandy probably not much of a bubble team, but they're right there with Texas on the bubble.
Yeah. So that's where we're at. Look, I don't think it's the smart decision to keep these games on the schedule. I'm not surprised by it at all. And there are plenty of reasons. If you agree with the decision to keep them on the schedule, there are plenty of reasons to agree with them. Like you said, I mean, if you're a season ticket holder, Sean, you go to a lot of these games, like you invest a lot of hard-earned money into your season tickets. You want to watch these games. And in the case of 2026, when people have already paid for their season tickets for next season, they have done that with the assumption that they're going to get to see Texas play Ohio State in early September. And look, fans like watching those games on TV. It's not like you have to only be a season ticket holder to enjoy watching those games. 16 million people watched Texas play Ohio State this year. I don't think 16 million watched Texas play San Jose State this year.
I wouldn't think so.
Those games are a lot bigger. And look, maybe you subscribe to the age-old battle cry. The pride and winning tradition of the University of Texas will not be entrusted to the weak nor the timid. Hey, we're in Texas. We're not weak. We don't back down from competition. And it would be a tough look if Texas back. Remember, Sean, at the beginning of the year when the Longhorns refused Ohio State's ridiculous request to move the week one game? Yeah, from Saturday, big noon kickoff to Sunday night. And it's like the game's only at noon because of your conference and your TV network. And everyone's like, man, Texas is so soft. They won't play Ohio State on a Sunday night. Imagine what the discourse would have been if Texas pulled out of that game altogether. So all of those things, I think, go into consideration. And again, if you agree with that decision, that's fine. But with what the committee has taught us through 2 years of this expanded playoff, you are increasing your risk. You are living very dangerously by deciding to keep these 2 games. Of course, you could beat Ohio State and Michigan, and that'd be great. At some point, you're probably going to have to beat the Buckeyes if you want to win a national championship, which we all do. But, you know, Purdue and Rutgers and Oklahoma State and Syracuse, those guys don't have Julian Say, Bo Jackson, and Jeremiah Smith coming back next year. Ohio State does, Sean.
Yeah. It's it certainly is a double-edged sword. And, you know, I don't think anybody has the answer. And I think that's kind of what the problem is. I mean, we could take those teams off the schedule and play that tough 9-game SEC schedule and end up 9-3 next year with a win. And so it's probably about everything seemed to me in life so far has been like, it's usually the truth is in the middle, right? There's a balance everywhere. We got to find that right balance. I don't think you want to completely pull those types of tough games off the schedule just simply because, but I also think, you know, from the team perspective, the program perspective, they've got to be a little more prepared to go into every single weekend and play to their best level. Yep. And that's something that we just didn't see, especially earlier this year for the Texas Long. You know, I don't know if a lot of people know it. I haven't seen it tweeted, but I was looking at it yesterday. Texas started the season 3-2 with a loss on the road to the eventual #1 defending national champions. They had a bad loss to Florida, granted, but then they ripped off a 6-1 record down the stretch and played a lot of top 10 teams. And you know, really, I wonder how much that Georgia fourth quarter kind of haunts them in all this as well. You know, if they keep that game 14-10 through 4 quarters, is the committee looking at Texas a little differently? I don't know. None of us know really. Maybe not. Maybe markedly, but not enough to matter. So there's just a whole lot of different scenarios, variables that go into all this, I think. And I don't know that you can strike a balance necessarily in the long term, because I think every season's kind of its own little battle, its own little set of variables, right? So, you know, I think ultimately for Texas, it's just continue to get better and be more prepared when you do go play those types of games. Because you're, like you said, you're going to have to beat those types of teams if you want to win a national championship.
For sure. Yeah, at some point. I mean, Ohio State and Georgia, to me, they're the 2 best teams in America right now. They've been the class of the sport for the last 5 years. Like, you don't have Georgia on your schedule next year, which is good news. But look, you might see him in Atlanta if you make it there.
Exactly.
You see him in a playoff if you make it there. At some point, you're going to have to get over that hump anyways. But yeah, look, I feel like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth because I'm making generalizations and then I'm saying we shouldn't make generalizations because the playoff literally changes every year and it's going to change again next year. So maybe, look, Texas could be 9-3 next year and it's not going to matter. Like if it's a 16-team playoff, they'll find themselves into the playoff. So maybe they could be in this exact same situation, but because of inevitable expansion, they will be fine. The committee has the convenient excuses of, well, you lost to 4-8 Florida and you got blown out by Georgia. Sean, I think if Texas had lost to, God forbid, OU instead of Florida, and they lost to Georgia by 3 on a game-winning field goal instead of 25, the Longhorns would still be out. We don't know that. That's an alternate universe that we do not live in. But
right.
I just feel like the fact that they have 3 L's and nobody else in contention does, that's the thing that is keeping the Longhorns on the outside looking did. All right. We'll take your thoughts. Good conversation this morning. We'll get back into this. We've got some National Signing Day to talk about as well. Sean Redfern of the Horn Takes podcast filling in for the Buck for hour 1. We'll have Joe Cook of Inside Texas in for hour number 2. Before we dive back in, let's get to a couple of sponsor shout-outs. We will start with a word from our great friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, indeed. Love the Covert family. CovertBeeCave.com for more info. Shout out to them. Also a shout out to our friends at Humbug Holiday Lighting. They are a full service professional lighting company that specializes in everything from custom design to installation to maintenance to takedown to storage. They handle everything so you can enjoy a stress-free holiday season. Don't be getting up on the ladders trying to hook up those Christmas lights yourself. They're not going to look as good, and you might hurt yourself. It's not worth the risk. Call the pros at Humbug Holiday Lighting. We've already had a couple of listeners text in saying that they've fallen off of ladders so far this year. We don't want that to happen. You don't want that to happen. Let the pros at Humbug give you all of the magic without any of the hassle. It's 100% turnkey. Again, custom designs for your home or business. They do everything from installation to takedown and storage at the end of the year. So you don't have to worry about putting everything back up in the attic when the season is over. And right now they are offering 20% off. If you go to humbuglights.com and use code TSU20, you'll get 20% off. Or you can give them a call at 833-4HUMBUG or shoot that code to a text as well, or in a text as well, to 512-222-1820. It's Humbug Holiday Lighting. And some love to our friends at Sue Patrick. I saw our guy Jay in the chat this morning for the best selection of Texas Longhorn gear you can find. Head over to Sue Patrick on 5222 Burnett Road. You can also shop online. It's a little crazy this time of year. Maybe you don't want to deal with all the traffic and all the hoopla at the stores. Sue Patrick has free shipping on online orders over $59. They will get you what you need quickly. The best selection of Longhorn gear in the city, plus tons of great holiday gifts and trinkets and stocking stuffers. SuePatrick.com. They've got those jelly cats as well. And also some love to McCall Custom Homes. I'm rocking a McCall lid this morning. If you want to renovate a kitchen, remodel a bathroom, maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our great buddy Mike and his team at McCall Custom Homes. Locally owned and operated. It's a father-son team with more than 40 years of experience, so they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly, truly special. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They've been to Bucky's place. They've been to Rodney's place. We trust our places to McCall. You should too. McCall Custom Homes, atx.com for free estimate information, or you can reach out to Mike directly, 512-633-9580. All right, Sean. Let's talk a little National Signing Day here for a moment. We can get back into the college football playoff discussion and obviously the Longhorns' decision to keep Ohio State and Michigan on the schedule. But I'll turn it to you first. I mean, Texas signing 23 players yesterday, currently the 8th ranked class in the country. Important to remember that it's not just one signing day. The early signing period continues through tomorrow, so we could get some fireworks down the stretch. But would love to get just your overall 30,000-foot view of Texas's class of 2026.
Yeah, I think it's a good class. It's not as good as the classes have been the last couple of years. Obviously, we had a number 1 class, I believe, last year, a couple in the top 5 for sure over the course of the last few years. So you look at it from that perspective, maybe a little underwhelming. We did lose a couple guys yesterday. Officially, I think the kid from North Carolina has been talking about flipping over to North Carolina for a while now. And then obviously the big defensive tackle from Mississippi, Auburn gets their hooks in on him and probably offered him a pretty good chunk of change, as well as an opportunity to play early, which he might not have gotten here at Texas. I think I was talking with Zay yesterday, and there's a couple of position groups that are pretty easy to negatively recruit against Texas with. And I think defensive tackle, wide receivers are a couple of those position groups, just simply because Sark has heavily utilized the portal over the last couple of years to bring guys in to fill roles on teams out of those two position groups. So, should anybody be panicking? I think absolutely not. Diabell, obviously a very good player. He's probably going to battle it out with KJ Lacey after Arch Manning leaves to see who kind of picks up the reins as Texas quarterback. Jermaine Bishop's a really interesting player that's been absolutely killing it in the Texas high school football playoffs. You got Tyler Atkinson out of Georgia, who's seems like he's I obviously don't know the kid, but seems like he's got a little bit of dog in him. He's throwing up Texas Longhorn billboards in Georgia on signing day and all that stuff. So you got to love to see that. And then there's, the kid that I'm really intrigued about is 16-year-old Richard Wesley, the defensive end guy out of California, man. He had a really good fall, or not really good fall, but a really good camp season this offseason. Just looked really good. And the kid's 16.
Yeah.
So I think, you talk about a kid with just a really, really high ceiling. He's a 4-star in this class, but he reclassed. He would have certainly been a 5-star next year if he would have stayed in his class. So yeah, I think it's a pretty good class. I like that they got a couple of big running backs. That kid out of Georgetown, interesting player. I think I went and watched some film on him after that buzz started heating up a little bit. And he's a big kid. He's pretty fast. He's an 11-1, 11-2 guy in the 100, which isn't elite speed, but 11-1, 11-2 is moving pretty well, especially when you're 6'2", 215.
Sure.
But the thing I really liked about him is the way he runs through contact. It just doesn't seem to fade him. Like he doesn't lose balance. His body doesn't move. He just keeps going. And that's something that Texas hasn't had. Really going. Bijan Robinson really wasn't that guy. Roschon was kind of that guy. He could run through contact and keep moving. So we really haven't had one of those since Roschon. And it'll be exciting to see if he can come in and maybe find a role on this team from the running back position. So I like the big backs. I think the only negative thing I would look at, just based off of how this year went for Texas, the offensive line recruiting doesn't seem super great to me this class. There's a couple of guys that are fairly highly rated, I think, but they're also project type guys. I think they're a little underweight for Division I college football, which is, they'll be able to add weight, but can they add weight and remain quick, agile on their feet, all those types of things? Are they going to be able to move at a higher weight like that? So yeah, but overall, pretty decent class. I was talking to Zay. I think, we've been trained to really focus in on recruiting classes because that's the way you used to get players. There's this whole other avenue of approach now that we're all kind of getting used to, and coaches are going to utilize more and more. And Sark talked about that, and I'm sure you'll play some audio about that as well at some point this morning. But Sark talked about that yesterday, having some position groups that we're going to have to go find some bodies out of the portal. And so,
yeah, it's well said. I mean, that's a good overview on kind of everything that happened. And, I'm not going to sit here and argue that an 8th ranked class is better than a number 1 class, but I do like a lot of the pieces that Texas brought in. And I do think there are some future stars in this class that Texas just signed yesterday. And you talked about some of those guys right there. I do think there are a couple of players who are going to be good enough to fight for playing time in their first years on the 40 acres. So there's a lot to like from the class. I think probably the biggest disappointment is, the lines of scrimmage, like you said, Sean. I mean, we all know how bad the Texas offensive line was this year. The Longhorns only brought in 3 offensive linemen. And of the 23 guys that they signed, 22 of them will be early enrollees. The one who's not is Nicholas Robertson, one of those offensive linemen. So you don't want to rely on true freshman offensive linemen anyways, but you didn't recruit enough there, or at least as much as you would have liked there. And one of the guys who you did sign isn't going to be here for the spring. So he's going to be behind the 8 ball, and you can basically pin him as a red shirt for his freshman season. So I would have liked a little bit more there, but Bucky and I talked about this yesterday, man. There's not unlimited monies in the world. you would love to bring in the number one recruiting class every year and the number one transfer portal class every year, but you can't do that. Texas has more money than most, but everybody else has some money too. So I do think the Longhorns, I hope I'm right on this. This is wishful thinking at this point. We'll have to see it put into practice, but I do think that the Longhorns saved some of their resources, money, to spend on players from the portal versus last year where it was clear that they went more heavy out of high school. I think they realized, Sean, and I think you have to realize you got one more year of Arch Manning. Like there's no doubt Arch Manning's good now, right? We've put all that debate to bed. Oh, he's the first flop in college football history. Oh, he's a total bum. If his last name was Smith, he'd be a coal miner somewhere. I think all that shit is done. So now you know you've got something special at quarterback. You've got to make sure you are taking advantage of this window. And I think that's what the Longhorns offseason strategy is going to be. And I agree with it.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're looking at this team going into 2026, it's time to strike while the iron's hot because you're starting all over with quarterback again, presumably. Steve Sarkisian likes to go get really highly rated quarterbacks out of high school. He likes to develop them for a couple years. And what he ultimately wants to do, I think, and probably every coach wants to do, but he's been able to do it at other places, is sort of just keep stacking that good quarterback talent, developing it, and then it's ready to play pretty immediately, beside the fact that it just doesn't have a ton of experience. It was a slow start for Arch, and man, we could probably do a full day of show about that. Just the whole backlash on Arch, the build up and the backlash. But it is very apparent that Arch Manning can guide this Texas team where it needs to go. He just needs a little help around him. I think that means offensive line, obviously, running back. Probably, to me, I was really surprised they didn't at least flirt with the portal last offseason for running backs, even though I know they had a really good staple of talent coming back. 2 of them were hurt. 2 of them were unknowns for the most part. It's just really, I think they thought they had what they needed, and it just turned out that they didn't. And probably the guys that were injured, probably not, as far along as they really would have wanted them to be. CJ Baxter started the season and all of that, but you could tell it's not the same kid that was playing the year before he got injured. So, those things take time sometimes. And so I was, the sad part is they probably could have got that Hardy kid out of Louisiana with no problem. And I just think that maybe Sark just really almost didn't attempt to do it. And I'm not saying that negatively. I'm just saying they thought they had what they had and they were good to go.
100%. Like they thought, okay, hey, we've got the only returning 1,000-yard rusher in the SEC with Trey Wisner. So we feel like we've got a number one. And CJ Baxter and Christian Clark coming off of their injuries, those guys will be fine and ready to go. And hey, Jarrett Gibson going into year 2. I know we haven't talked about him for a while because he transferred midway through the season, but that's what they thought. And they were wrong. And look, I thought, like, I was wrong too. I thought Texas was going to be just fine at the running back spot this year. And I was wrong. No one's as mad as me as they are at Sark for missing out on that one. But yeah, you can't, Sean, I hope and pray. And I have enough faith in Steve Sarkisian where I don't think this is going to happen. But I hope and pray they don't look at that A&M game where they ran it for over 200 yards as a team against the Aggies and say, you know what, we're good. We just couldn't quite figure things out for the first 11 games, but like, look at what we did against a top 3 team.
Yeah.
Like, we got it. These guys are good enough. I hope and pray that doesn't happen because outside of offensive line, Sean, for me, running back is the number 2 need for Texas out of the portal.
Yeah, 100%. That's the way I would rank it as well. And it's interesting, about Steve Sarkisian in the running game. It's been something I've talked about on my show for like the last 3 years. Really, they'll have these games where they do well, and Sark always points to the stats and says, well, look at the stats. We rushed as a team for over 200 yards, which is outstanding, right? But it's about consistency, and it's about, to me, having an identity. And I just don't feel like we've had an identity whatsoever since Sark became the head coach at Texas in the running game. And I think, everybody likes to throw the ball around. Everybody likes to see big passes and great catches and great throws and all those things. But, man, if you can really tap into the running game, you make all those things that much more possible on a consistent basis, and you really kind of grind teams down. And I think that's really what we did in the third quarter against Texas A&M that just really got them off their heels was Texas came out and just ran it down their throat. and they couldn't do anything to stop it. So I'm with you. I hope he does a couple things in the offseason. Not only brings in some different personnel for offensive line and running back to compete, but also kind of sits down with his offensive staff and says, what type of running team are we going to be going forward at this program?
Yeah, it's a great question. And look, this was the worst running offense the University of Texas has had since the 1940s. And it was the worst rushing offense Steve Sarkisian has ever had as either a head coach or an offensive coordinator. He's a guy who typically likes to hang his hat on a strong run game. And, you know, it's interesting. You talk about the identity. Sark has been here for 5 years now. Sean, the yards per carry for the Longhorns have gone down in every year since Sark has been the coach. So it helps when you have Bijan Robinson in year one, obviously. But still, like the yards per carry and the percentage of run plays that Texas has called, which you understand why those two things coincide, right? You're not going to run it more if you're not running it as well. But those have both gone down gradually throughout the first half decade of Sark's tenure. So look, they spent and got a 4 to 5 star running back out of Florida with Derek Cooper. They signed Jet Walker, the guy you talked about from Georgetown at the end of the cycle. They flipped him, but that's obviously not enough. If you want to get back to that being your identity, you have to go bring in somebody who can do what Ahmad Hardy did at Missouri. Because if you have a 1-2 punch with a guy like that and Trey Wisner, assuming he comes back, you feel really, really good about that. What you had this year, you can't just hope and pray that it's going to be good enough next year.
Right.
Yeah, so we'll see. Here's a little bit of Sark sound talking about his team's transfer portal strategy. I think everyone's kind of curious to hear from the head coach. Hey, like, what are you going to do? How are you going to evaluate your roster? Where are you going to attack the most? Here was Sark at his National Signing Day press conference yesterday.
We have that kind of exit meetings with the players. We have personnel meetings with the staff. And then you start to look at your roster and you look at where your depth is at certain positions. And it's one thing to have depth in numbers. It's another to have depth in class age, right? Are there seniors? Are there juniors? Are there true freshmen? And what that looks like. And then where are your needs, right? Where are your needs on your roster? And then how are we going to attack those needs, right? And then what we try to do, we try to kind of put it in, it's an urgent need, it's a great need to have, or it's a luxury, right? And so when you do that, the urgent needs, that's where a lot of our attention goes to. And then, hey, this would be, if this guy's a really good player and we have a pretty good need here, let's go attack that. Or this is just a luxury. And a luxury is maybe a kid wants to come home who was a fantastic player out of high school and got homesick, but how can we say no to him? That's kind of more of the luxury. And so we try to rank it in that way to go along with our roster and our sheer numbers of what it looks like. And so we've done that. We have a pretty good feel, but that always evolves too, let's say you go into this thing thinking, hey, we're going to take 2 O-linemen or 3 O-linemen, but there's a fourth one that how do you say no to them? You're probably going to take them, and again, that falls back into what maybe went from urgent can still become a luxury too.
So there you go. There's Sark kind of laying out Texas's plan there. They're going to have exit interviews with the current players. Look, some guys won't be back next year. I'm not just talking about the seniors or guys going to the NFL. They're going to be guys who decide to transfer to go somewhere else, which will open up a few more roster spots for Texas. But yeah, that urgent need category, Sean, like offensive line is the most urgent of the urgent needs. And man, I think if you're Texas, like, you got to do what you did on the offensive line that you did with the defensive line last year. Because you think about it, Texas brought in 5 D linemen from the portal. Sean, like, Texas didn't get a lot from Travis Shaw. We didn't get a lot from Levon Johnson. So 2 of those guys were kind of non-factors. Now Johnson will be back, so maybe Texas can get good ROI at some point down the road. But you can't just bring in 2 or 3 and just like, oh yeah, we've got 2 or 3 starters right there. I think you got to bring in 4 or 5 and hope you've got 2 or 3 starters from that bunch. What say you?
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think that's the battle. And we've talked about everybody's been talking about college football for the last few years with NIL, transfer portal, just how different it is for these coaches to manage all of that. And that's the part of the trade that these guys got to become expert in. The ones that will be successful and have an opportunity to build those types of dynasties like Nick Saban was able to build, like Kirby Smart, I think more or less has got built today. They're definitely the face of college football, the standard of college football right now, and they have been for the last few years. To get to that, you got to figure out how to navigate all of those things, and you got to be able to keep it within a certain amount of numbers. And right now the SEC is not giving them a lot of help with that. They're still at 85 man rosters instead of or 85 scholarships instead of the 120 or whatever they've proposed, and other schools are going to. So yeah, but yes, you have to go get some offensive linemen, and it's got to be a number of guys that can come in and compete and let the cream rise to the top. And hopefully even then you got to get past injuries and all those types of things that everybody does. But you're right. It's not as simple as saying, hey, I've got 3 spots I really need to fill. Let me go get three guys. No, you need to go probably get 5 guys, because 2 of them aren't going to pan out, or one of them might get hurt. You just never know. So 100%, they need to hit the portal hard for offensive linemen, like they did for wide receiver and certainly defensive line last year.
Yeah, and I think the good news for Texas is they've got both tackle positions figured out. Now, that's assuming Trevor Gooseby comes back. He's got a decision to make, right? He is draft eligible. He didn't have a perfectly consistent season, but he played really well against Texas A&M. He would get drafted if he went pro. I think if he came back, he'd have his chance to play his way into the first round in 2027. But assuming Trevor Gooseby does decide to run it back for one more year, he's a rock at left tackle. Brandon Baker got so much better as the year went along at right tackle. Tackles cost a lot more in the portal than interior guys do. So you can kind of stack up more on the guards and centers. But you're losing DJ Campbell. You're losing Cole Hudson. I don't know about Connor Robertson. He walked on senior night, but he could come back if he wanted to. I don't know if Texas fans feel great about Connor Robertson being a starter next year anyways. So that, to me, Sean, you could say offensive line, and if they brought in a tackle, I'm not going to complain very much. But the interior of the offensive line, it's not just depth there. You're looking for instant impact guys up front.
Yeah, absolutely. That seems to have been where the problem has been for the last few years with Texas, is interior offensive linemen. And so I think if you can go find a top tier center to anchor that whole thing, I think that's a great, because the center's got to play both ways on the offensive line. He's got to engage both sets of defensive tackles. I mean, there's just a lot that a center can do for you in the middle. And again, guards are certainly important, but that center position really important. And so I think finding a top tier guy there, and maybe they have one. I really liked Cruz out of high school. We haven't heard a peep out of him whatsoever since being at Texas. Is he a guy that's starting to come on or can come on? I don't know. But they got to find a guy in the middle for sure, and then put a couple of good guards around him. And then I think if you can, do that, you come back in 2026 and you got an offensive line that can probably go compete with anybody.
Yeah, good point by Jorge too. Andre Kojo, like another tackle,
Yeah.
He got a little depth, but I don't know if any Texas fan should be relying on players coming off of serious knee injuries with what we
Right.
saw from C.J. Baxter and Derek Williams. Every case is different, obviously. Sean, this was fun, man. Thanks so much for filling in for hour one. Before we let you go, I would love to give you the chance to promote your podcast and everything that you have going on.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate it. Check me out on Twitter. Check me out over at YouTube at Horn Takes. We'll do a lot of baseball stuff starting in January. We'll have Occupy Left Field. We'll have some guys from Orange Bloods. Zach Sim will be over there with us talking Texas baseball. So we'll do that. Yeah. And check us out here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Obviously, man, I've filled in a few times. I love it. Have a great time with you guys. So check us out. Follow us. Subscribe. All that good stuff. And, man, hook them. That's all I got, man.
Should have you on the full-time payroll at this point with how much you've been filling in for us. Good seeing you, dude. Thanks for doing this, and I'm sure you and I will chop it up again soon, brother.
Absolutely. Thanks, BK. Y'all have a good morning.
All right, there goes Sean Redfern. And I see Joe Cook in the waiting room before we bring Joe from Inside Texas on the show. A couple of quick sponsor shout-outs, including some love to our friends at Relax the Back. You always hear Bucky talking about his Relax the Back chair. I sit in one every morning as well. I love this thing. If you've got back pain or if you're just trying to avoid future back pain, go to Relax the Back. They've got great office chairs, massage chairs, mattresses, massage tools, just seating pads, anything you need to just make your life a little bit more comfortable, whether you work at home, whether you drive around a bunch. You want to make sure that back is taken care of. Relax the Back does that. Some great holiday deals going on right now. 2 Austin area locations, one up north by the Container Store in that Gateway Shopping Center, one down south in the Hill Country Galleria. It is Relax the Back. Some love to them. Also, some love to Altstadt Beer. I know my guy Joe Cooks had some Altstadt beer in his day. It's the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Whatever you have going on this holiday season, you got a Cowboys game tonight. Some great football going on throughout the course of the weekend. Your football watching, your holiday season, everything is made a lot more enjoyable when you have a great beer by your side. That is Altstadt Beer. They have a bunch of different brews. Check out their Schwartz beer, a dark beer only in season right now. The cold weather means it's dark beer season. Go get you some wherever you buy your beer or at your favorite bars or restaurants around town. It is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets. Speaking of that cold weather, Woods Comfort Systems. If you have HVAC problems, if you just want to make sure your heater is ready to go for these winter months, our friends at Woods Comfort Systems have been around Central Texas for 70 years. They know what they're doing. Tons of fly-by-night HVAC companies out there. That's not Woods. They've been around forever. They also do plumbing as well. So any HVAC plumbing needs that you have, reach out, woodscomfortsystems.com or 512-842-5066. And a shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics. All of our merch, our koozies, our hats, our shirts, our signs, all made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo. You can reach out to him directly. If you have a business that needs merch, if you've got a big holiday party and you want to have some koozies or some cups or hats or whatever, reach out to Adam, 512-300-9641. All right, joining us now, one of my favorites, one of the best in the business, a fellow Texas Longhorn graduate of the class of 2016, the great Joe Cook from Inside Texas and InsideTexas.com. Also the former host of the 1-0 podcast, which I claim to this day is still the greatest Texas Longhorns podcast of all time. Good to see you, my man. How are you this morning?
We're good. This is signing day always shows up and it's like, there's about 40 hours of work in a 24-hour period, but always fun, and it got a lot of good storylines from yesterday, good and bad, but it's kind of like that's a good point to be like, okay, that's done. Now let's go to this part of the season. And let's go to this part of the season. So always an interesting little marker there at this on the calendar.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, appreciate you giving us a few minutes this morning. I know you guys at IT are all over the place right now, but we'll start there with National Signing Day. I guess I'll open it up to you, Joe. Your biggest takeaways, whether it's good, whether it's bad. I know the signing period's still going on, so maybe there's some more news that could drop today or tomorrow for Texas. And Steve Sarkisian and Brandon Harris kind of hinted that more good news could be coming down the pike, but would love to get your sort of recap on day one.
Yeah, you look at this class, and there's a lot of really good skill position players, but they signed, one real premier offensive lineman in a class of 3, and then they only signed one true defensive tackle. We'll see where Jamarian Carlton's body takes him, but this was a class that really just did not have numbers in the trenches. And James Johnson's great defensive lineman. John Turntine's great offensive lineman. Caden Scherer, Nicholas Robertson, those are guys you add in your class, but there's not a ton of big time or just numbers, at least at those trench positions. And that's going to inform where they go in the portal. So you're probably going to be looking for defensive linemen again. You're probably, and maybe not guys to go and start right away because they brought in so many over these last 2 portal cycles, but just guys to backfill in that class to get the numbers right. Offensive linemen, I mean, we already heard Sark say that they're going to be looking in the portal for offensive linemen. You feel good about the tackles, like I think Sean was saying, but you got to figure out what's going on the interior because you lose Hudson, Campbell, and you might lose Robertson, and you still need to find guys to maybe play a little bit better than what you got from them this year. So National Signing Day is always an interesting way to put it, just because it's almost like National Roster Day. It's like, okay, you figure out who is actually joining the roster, like almost 100% sure, because guys can portal on their first week of campus. And then it's like, okay, what else do we have to do? Where else is there that they need to address? And kudos to Sark for being pretty forthright about it, just saying, hey, offensive line, maybe some linebacker, maybe a running back. I'm sure there's more to it than that because, it's only December 3rd or December 4th now, and guys may say, you know what, I'm going to a different place, going to the NFL. But I mean, at this juncture, we know that the trenches are going to be where Texas looks to continue to address things.
Yeah, I do wonder if they'll add another defensive lineman or two, considering they brought in 5 last year. Now, a couple of those guys are out of eligibility, so it's not like you'll have all 5 of them next season. But those guys generally run up a high price. And with everything the Longhorns need on the offensive line, you got to couple that with the defensive line. That could make things pretty pricey. What about at wide receiver, Joe? Is Texas, I'm fascinated to see what type of attrition we get in that wide receiver room, because I think everybody could come back, right? You don't have any seniors who actually played in that room, but you brought in the #1 receiver recruiting class in 2025. You've got your core 4, if you will, with Wingo and Moore and Mosley and Livingston. Those guys are all slated to come back. Sark only puts 3 of them on the field at the same time most plays. So who do you think could leave? And Texas has obviously had success with guys like A.D. Mitchell and Matthew Golden and Isaiah Bond in the portal. What do you think happens in that wide receiver room?
At this point, you almost just say, kind of like what I always say, like there's always going to be some churn. Like the fact that they didn't lose maybe one single offensive lineman from last year in the portal, and okay, you got 17 guys now, but that didn't help. Right. And they keep numbers light at wide receiver, and they keep the rotation tight at wide receiver. They maybe get a 4th guy in every so often, and that happened to be Dalen McCutcheon this year. You saw a little bit of Khalil Lockett, I think, late in one of those games. You just have to kind of figure out and understand that there's always going to be some churn on the roster. And honestly, if you're a guy who is, in your 2nd or 3rd year and not getting snaps, guys don't wait till their redshirt senior year to be like, all right, now's my chance. They want to go get playing time. And so honestly, you can normally find out who's maybe on their way out just by practical looking at snap count and year of eligibility and see what combination of the two has things. But they also have to make sure that they get everybody back at an agreeable price for all parties next year. That's going to be something you heard Sark talk about with exit interviews. Well, I'm sure that's going to be part of it for a lot of these guys, and you'll get the one fund involved, and you'll get I guess local businesses involved. Everybody's got to come back at the right price. And sometimes Texas has been fantastic over the past couple of years of making sure that, they really don't lose anybody they want to keep. They've been great at retention. You got to continue to be great at retention. And who knows what happens at this point with, somebody could throw something out that just dwarfs what Texas thinks is reasonable. Could happen. So we'll see what happens there. But you just always have to assume there's going to be some churn at the bottom of the roster. And if there's a 3rd or 4th year guy who's maybe at the tail end of the depth chart, they'll probably bring in a 1st or 2nd year guy to be at the tail end of the depth chart and hope he rises up over the course of his career, or if not, start the process all over again.
Yeah, I wonder how patient some of those guys are going to be, right? I mean, this is an entire roster conversation, and sort of what you said at the end there, Joe, is accurate. Okay, if guys are upperclassmen at this point and they're still not seeing the field, the writing's kind of on the wall that if they want to play, they'll go somewhere else. But I wonder about those freshmen from last year.
Right.
I mean, and I wonder, I'm almost amazed, Joe. Texas still brought in Jermaine Bishop. And they brought in a few receivers in this class this year. Maybe they're in the mix for Chris Henry. I saw Eric write a good piece about that yesterday, which obviously would be huge. He's the #1 receiver in the class of 2026. I think it's so easy to negatively recruit Texas at wide receiver because we just don't play freshman receivers here. And it's are some of those guys, the Khalil Lockett's, the Jamie French's, the Dale McCutcheons of the world, are they going to look and see that, well, shoot, those guys in front of me might all be coming back. Do I want to wait another year? Do I want to go somewhere where I'm guaranteed to play right away?
Yeah, that's the balance that they have to figure out. And, I don't blame wondering. I don't blame you if you're wondering about that because, I think you saw probably in y'all's comments here, and we would get them on our comments all the time. How come? I mean, it's kind of a grass is greener thing. It's how come Dallas Wilson's doing this? Well, Dallas Wilson's a pretty damn special player, and also that wide receiver depth chart looked a lot different. Like, and then over the course of the season, like Wingo, Livingston, and Mosley and Moore became pretty darn good players for what Texas needed. To where you're going to take two of those guys off the field at one time to satiate some freshman snap desires. Yeah, I think Sark would be better served by maybe getting more guys on the field just to say, like, hey, I play more than 4, but he doesn't want to. So I think that you'll probably see one of those guys from that 2025 class find the capability to get on the field and make a little bit more of an impact, just because, you heard Sark kind of talk about the dead money thing. Like, you're going to pay all these wide receivers this much to be backups to good players. I think you'll probably start to see them maybe rotate in a little bit more next year. And I think, as far as I remember, every one of them but Dalen McCutcheon redshirted. So, and it's not like you're not signing these top 40 players to get them for their redshirt senior year. But still, that helps you understand like where things are on a roster cycle perspective. And it gives them another opportunity to develop. I know wide receivers want to play right away, but okay, sometimes you got some guys who have been in the program for at least 2 years ahead of you, or in college football for 2 years. Well, those guys kind of understand what it takes, not just from a catching the football perspective, but from everything else.
Yeah, it's so funny to me, Joe. We went from Mensa Man, who overly rotated his receivers, right? Like, we're in the fourth quarter of a tie game against Oklahoma State, and Colin Johnson, who is Texas's number 1, is like on the sideline. You're like, what are we doing here? Yeah. We went from that to a coach who like won't rotate his receivers at all. Like, right. It's just a total 180. So I guess I got accustomed to seeing some of that rotation, and then it didn't happen. Joe, I've said it before. I think Sark has trust issues, man. Like, you can't sit here and tell me that all of these defensive freshmen that get the play, including a guy like Grayson Littleton, who literally started day 1 his true freshman year, they're all so much better than all of the offensive freshmen that Texas brought in. It's like, what's the difference? It just feels like the defensive coach trusts his guys a little bit more than the offensive coach trusts his.
And I see there's a comment from Jeff Aiken, just like, go by Dallas Wilson. And the way I've been looking at this the whole time, it's like, Florida's just not going to let that guy go.
Right.
Like, it's not just like, thank you, and then you do that. Like
Florida's got money too. We're not acting like they're UCF or like FAU or something here.
It's like, go get Cam Coleman again. Like, Alex Golesh is not going to walk into that locker room and be like, you know what? If he leaves, it's okay. Like, he's going to be like, can you go re-sign number 8 like in the next 10 minutes? Like, that. I understand like that tampering does exist and back channeling and all that stuff, but like you can't just buy what's the right way to put this? Those guys want those schools where they are currently at, want to keep those guys as much as you want them. There we go.
Sure. So, yeah, 100%. And again, Florida and Auburn, those two schools you're trying to poach those guys from, have money. Like, of course, I would love those guys to be Longhorns next year, but you only have a finite amount of dollars that you could spend, and all other schools in this league have money that they could spend too. And look, that's why Texas lost a couple of commits yesterday. That's why Rodney Cleveland flips to North Carolina. That's why Corey Wells flips to Auburn. Those schools offered more money, and they felt like those guys were worth more out of their pool than what Texas felt like in their pool. That's as simple as that. So, yeah, it'd be really nice if Texas was the only team looking for portal help this offseason, but unfortunately, that is not the case at all. All right, any other signing day things, Joe? Maybe like a player that you think is underrated, that's not getting talked about enough, or a guy that has you really excited making his way to the 40?
For some reason, I think Richard Wesley, even though he's a 5-star, is kind of flying under the radar. Just because he's like that. He's a 2027 reclassification. He goes to Oregon, jumps in the pool, commits to Dan Lanning for 17 days, and commits to Texas. And, he's out in Los Angeles. You don't see him. He's in a different media sphere compared to Jermaine Bishop, who we see his highlights basically all the time. And like Sark was saying, he's only 16. He's 6'5", 6'4", 245. Like, that is someone who is already a high quality football player. And I was excited to see Texas on him when he was still in the junior class.
Yeah.
Now I see him in the senior class, and that's probably my favorite defensive commit or defensive signee now. I love Tyler Atkinson. I think Tyler Atkinson has day one athleticism. I'm not sure if he has day one like middle linebacker skills. And I think Richard Wesley's going to take some time too, but just what he has at that young age at 16 for Texas to go get him, and he might maybe fit into the position. I thought, I think Jamarian Carlton may end up being on the strong side, while Richard Wesley ends up on the weak side. And I'm excited to see, just as much as Sark was, to see what happens to him as his career goes on.
Yeah, let's play a little sound from Steve Sarkisian, what you're talking about, Joe. He was asked about Richard Wesley during his press conference yesterday, and he raved about him for a couple minutes.
Richard Wesley, this guy's 6'4", 245, and he's 16 years old. I'm fascinated by him. The fact that he's going to be here in a few weeks. His demeanor is not of a 16-year-old. This guy is very focused. He's very driven. He's very serious about football, his craft. He's got two wonderful parents who I've got a great relationship with that I think have done a tremendous job of guiding him throughout this process. I think he's going to guy that is going to really contribute to this team. How early, we'll see. But I would not be surprised if he contributes early on in his career. He's that high level of a player. He's a very versatile player. It's going to be interesting to watch his body grow and develop. He's 16 years old. How big can he get? How twitchy can he get? But we couldn't be more excited about Richard, and it's been a great process. This was, I think, in my opinion, this was the place he always wanted to come to, and I know he had an awkward kind of commitment there along the way, to say the least. But him to be back with us and feeling very good about him being back with us is something that we're definitely excited about.
Yeah, so there's Sark talking about Richard Wesley. Again, 6'5", 240 at 16, which is just insane to me. And the fact that this guy, he was a top 10 player in the class of 2027 before he reclassed. And some guys drop pretty far when they reclassify, and you understand why, right? They're skipping a grade. But Richard Wesley's still a top 30 player, I think, on the composite rankings right now in the country, Joe. So that just goes to show you what type of talent that Texas is getting. And yeah, it's pretty funny by Sark to bring up that jumping in the pool commitment that you referenced earlier.
He's not afraid to allude to stuff everybody knows about, and yeah. I'm sure I don't know what type of crossing of paths he's had with Dan Lanning, but it's also everybody saw that, so yeah. He'll have a little fun with it. And one thing I just to bring up, Sierra Canyon, it's where Bronny and Bryce went, and I think that's just a big. I can't remember if that's public or private. But I remember watching his tape and seeing they play modern day. They play the best, those really good California, Los Angeles, private and public schools. So he's going up against real competition and doing some great things on the defensive end spot.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he can do. And yeah, well, I assume he'll be 17 by the time he plays next year. But the type of impact a 17-year-old can make for a Texas team that's probably going to start the year in the top 5 again. I know that's going to scare a lot of people after what happened this year, but that's probably where Texas will be going into 2026. Yeah, excited to see Richard Wesley. And I'll be honest, Joe, once Wesley flipped to Texas, I thought this was going to be a recruitment we were going to have to sweat through the whistle. It's anytime somebody flips, I'm always well, if he flips once, he can flip again, right? Your girlfriend cheats on you once, she'll say it'll never happen again. In the back of your mind, you're always she might. So I was always thinking Richard Wesley was going to waver, but man, throughout this process, once he committed to Texas, it basically felt like he was locked in. So I don't think we're talking about a money merchant here, a guy who's going to be asking for more cash every single offseason to try to stay at Texas. I feel like this guy is pretty committed, and to watch him develop, we will see. Hopefully Alan Clark is still here to develop him as the edge coach, because we know how good of a job that guy did in his first year in Austin. That could be a pretty special defensive lineman. And obviously you got Colin Simmons for one more year, but you're trying to make sure that when he goes pro, there's not some crazy drop off there. Richard Wesley could be the guy to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to what he's able to do, and he's not going to be. He also still is not going to be asked to do stuff right away. Like that is maybe the healthiest room on the roster, just because you have Colin Simmons for another year. You have Lance Jackson, who got more than his feet wet. He was in the pool, and then you've got Brad Spence for another year, Zena Umeozulu, Colton Vossick's going to be back. Like that's just a very healthy room. Smith Arogbo had a couple nice flashes when he got on the field against some of the lesser opponents. So a lot of fun toys for Lau and Clark to work with there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, so there's some National Signing Day thoughts, some transfer portal thoughts as well. Joe, definitely want to get your thoughts on Texas's decision to keep Ohio State and Michigan on the non-conference schedule the next couple of years. Real quick, a shout out to the Hecht Law Firm. My guy, Ryan Hurricane Hecht, the best personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. Guy who's been a friend of mine for more than a decade. A guy who's been fighting for justice and big results here in Central Texas for more than a decade. He's a proud Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. And he's not filming weird commercials where he's standing on cars. He's not hosting podcasts with little girls in cheerleading outfits. That's weird. We got to see if that guy's on a list somewhere. Hurricane Hecht is in the courtroom. He's fighting to get you every dollar that you deserve. That's what you want. If you get hurt in a car wreck, if you get hurt on the job, you don't want some jabroni on TV who's going to pawn you off onto some law student. You want the actual guy on the name of the firm in the courtroom fighting to get you every dollar that you deserve. That's Hurricane Hecht. Look, the hope is you don't need him, but if something ever comes up, 512-938-8929. Maybe a good idea to have his phone number in your contact list ready to roll. HechtLawFirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com. All right, Joe. So we played the sound earlier. I won't play it again. I know you heard it. I think you were there yesterday. But Steve Sarkisian confirming that the Longhorns are not going to scrap the Ohio State game in 2026, the Michigan game in 2027. Obviously, there's been so much conversation by every Longhorn fan all over the world about whether or not it's a good idea to keep those games on the schedule, considering what has happened to Texas this season with the college football playoff. Your thoughts on CDC and Steve Sarkisian's decisions to continue to play those games?
I was not surprised that he said the other end of the home and home is going to happen. I think also it might kind of have to happen because I think that those games with Ohio State and Michigan, which are in a league associated with Fox for their primary game of the week, I think that was probably a little bit of a bargaining chip when Texas left the Big 12 a year early. And, I think even if there wasn't any TV money involved on this one, it's like, we go to your place, we're going to bring you back to ours. But Sark I don't think he said the words Notre Dame, at least in this context, but he basically said like that Notre Dame one may be getting canceled at some point. And I was kind of making this point on our channel yesterday where it goes, I love these games. Like I love, going to the big house and having teams that you just don't cross paths with come to your place and just going and seeing that. And the endless circle of, is it Ohio State or is it Florida or is it a SEC or Big Ten, or you didn't win in overtime or you didn't win in regulation on the road. It's like, well, we beat 3 top 10 teams. It's like, it gets crazy.
Yeah.
But like, I want to see those games. They don't have to happen every year. And Sark made the good point. Like remember they scheduled Ohio State, Michigan, Florida, Georgia, Notre Dame, Alabama, I guess even USC counts to an extent because they were in the Big 12 and they knew like, well, we just saw Baylor and TCU get left out. Well, we're not going to do that again. And so we're going to play these big games. So Texas was number 3 in that 2023 college football playoff and not really in the Florida State conversation because they had beat Bama. Bama was a team that had to politic and rely on Jordan Travis's injured ankle. Now you're in the SEC. Now you got 9 conference games against SEC teams, and there's got to be a winner and a loser every Saturday, but they're all good. They all have good players. I get not wanting to put yourself through that gauntlet every year. Now, that doesn't mean and I think one of the things that gets lost in the conversation is like, Well, just cancel that game and go play Rice. You still have to play a power conference team.
Right.
So you could play Northwestern. And who knows, maybe Northwestern turns good. Well, okay. You can play teams that just like traditionally aren't powerhouses. Like Arizona State, I'm sure 10 years ago they thought would be good-ish whenever they're playing them in 2033. Well, what if Arizona State's like the back-to-back Big 12 champion? You can't see these things that far out. You can with Ohio State. They don't have drop-offs. Yeah. But like I think you have to have a balance. And Georgia has done a really good job over the course of like the past 4 or 5 years of having that balance. They have the SoCon beatdown. They have to play Georgia Tech every year. So that could just satisfy their requirement right there.
Sure.
But they'll go and they played Clemson a couple years ago, and then they'll take a break and just rely on the Georgia Tech game. And then they have a home with Notre Dame, and then they'll rely on the Georgia Tech game. I think even though Texas doesn't have an out-of-conference rivalry weekend opponent to just stay on the schedule, I think that you can have that balance and you go, you play a great helmet team and then you kind of take a year off a little bit, or you go and play Northwestern, or, 5 years ago we're saying go play Indiana. How bad would that have looked at this point?
It's a great point. Yeah. With some teams, you never know. But like you said, with Ohio State, with Alabama, with Georgia, with teams like that, you typically know that they're going to be really, really good. So something you got to worry about. Hey, why not replace OSU with OSU? We'll take Oklahoma State next year instead. Why don't we get them on the schedule instead of the Buckeyes? Yeah, it's fascinating. And the whole Notre Dame thing, Joe, like, I'm so back and forth on it because I know Steve Sarkisian is pissed that Notre Dame is in the playoff and he's not. He's looking at the teams they played. He's looking at the teams he played. He's looking at the fact that the Longhorns beat A&M by double digits and Notre Dame lost to A&M earlier this season. And he's like, why are they in? And why am I going to go help them out by playing them? But if every team has that mindset, Notre Dame's schedule is going to get easier. I think there are a lot of people who are like, I don't want to schedule Notre Dame because it's just going to help them out. But if everyone is like shying away from playing Notre Dame, they're going to make the freaking playoff every year.
And, I think that's partially Lincoln Riley's point, except it's Lincoln Riley going about it. So nobody really wants to listen to him because all they do is like, all you do is complain. I mean, Notre Dame and USC have played for 80 years or something like that. And Lincoln Riley is like, look, I know this means a lot to people. And I think he's backed off, but he was like, I know this means a lot to people, but if I have to play Michigan, Ohio State, or Oregon and Washington every year, and then I got to mix in, Indiana and maybe Michigan State, Wisconsin, it's like, why would I add Notre Dame to that list yearly?
Right.
And and USC is also another team that does not play FCS opponents. Like them and Texas are the ones that just don't do that.
Yeah, and USC, Texas has a better case than USC, but they're 9-3 right now. And if they had scheduled somebody else instead of Notre Dame, they'd be 10-2, and maybe they'd be in the playoff too.
Yeah, and it still always goes back to just win games. Right. But the sport, we're still catching up to the idea that instead of being in a 32-team league where you got a salary floor and a salary cap, you're in a 136-team league with various little divisions, and 9-3 and 10-2 don't always look the same. But it's so hard for people who have been watching the sport forever, who would basically dismiss your chances at a title if you had a second loss, to understand that a 9-3 team can be better than 10-2.
Right. Yeah. And the sport is constantly changing too. So it's like we think we know something about the playoff and about the committee and this, that, and the other. It's going to be totally different next year. It's impossible. 5 years ago, Joe, no one could have predicted college football looking the way it does right now. And it's going to be the same thing in the next 5 years. And we don't really have anybody running this thing. So it's like open season, not just with the portal and with NIL. It's open season with everything right now. And it's like, should we maybe get the Aflac duck in charge and make him the commissioner? So can we get somebody in charge here to look out for the best interest of the overall sport versus what's happening where everyone's just kind of pulling a giant rug in 50 different directions? I mean, it's just, you're right. I mean, I've made that same comp too. We got to stop treating this like everybody's on the same playing field. There are too many teams and there's too much variation between those teams. Like, everyone says college football is turning into the NFL, and it is in so many different ways. That's one thing that can't turn into the NFL, where you act like every team plays the same schedule every year and the parity is going to be what it is, because that's just not a thing, and it never has been in college football.
And I think I don't blame the committee for not wanting to let resume make up a 2-win difference, because that was what kept Alabama and South Carolina and Ole Miss out of the playoff last year. It's like, we played this, we played this, we played this. Well, SMU, I know the ACC isn't the same, but like, it's hard for me to think that Alabama's 9-3 should make up a 2-win difference for SMU that went 11-1 in their league and was a 58-yard field goal away from winning the ACC championship.
Yeah.
But this year, now we have a 1-win difference to make up. And it's like, okay, you know, how many spots can you make up for teams with a 1-win difference compared to, you know, these 10-2 teams? Like, what are we going to say about BYU, even though they've got a good strength of record? I think BYU is probably a little bit safe, but like Utah is not playing for their conference championship. They don't beat the best teams on their schedule. They're a really good team. But are we going to say that? And then I think Texas versus Utah would be a real fun game. And I don't like doing those, like, well, who would Vegas favor? But like, do we think that Texas 9-3 with a 6-2 SEC record is a little bit different than whatever Utah did in the Big 12?
Right.
That's a 1-game difference. How are you going to be able to make that up? So we've already seen they'll value the head-to-head version in order to, at least in some respects, to make up a game with Texas over Vanderbilt. I don't think it's going to get them into the field, though. And I think Sark's press conference yesterday kind of had that tone. Like, he knew why he had to go on those media blitzes on Monday and Tuesday. But, like, I think you could tell the fact that he said, like, yeah, we're not going to have the team all get together to watch the playoff show. Well, okay, that's because you don't want the camera to be on, like, a mopey face when that happens. You want to be pleasantly surprised, and then you'll figure it out from there.
Yeah, like, the only chance that Texas had was if they were ranked ahead of Miami, Utah, and Vanderbilt this week. Like, all of the other teams that aren't playing, that are like just on the outside looking in. And Texas is ahead of Vandy and Utah. About time. I have no idea why they weren't before last week, but whatever, maybe conversation for a different day. But like, if there is chaos, if somehow Alabama gets bumped, which I don't think they will, even if they do get blown out, I feel like the committee is going to protect them because they're playing in a conference championship game that other teams aren't playing in this week. Like, Miami's that team. So there would be, like, Joe, you guys on Inside Texas, us here on TSU, we'd be like, well, if Georgia wins by 35 and Tech beats BYU, then we've got a shot. But now it's Miami, the team that's saying that, because they're ahead of Texas. And I don't know what could happen to flip-flop those teams, considering neither team plays this weekend. And
then, what was the other thing I was going to bring up? I can't remember, but it's just it's so tough to get a grasp on it. And then I don't think we've really, at least Texas. Oh, I remember what I was going to bring up. If Duke wins the ACC championship and knocks the ACC out of the playoff, I mean, we all agreed to this system. You had to agree to it to get a 12-team playoff, but I don't think it'll sit very well with Texas fans to see the American champion and the Sun Belt champion potentially in the 12-team playoff while Texas is left at home.
Yeah, and it's not just Texas fans, right? Like Miami fans and Vandy fans and Utah fans, right? All of these other teams, hell, USC, Michigan, go down the list. They're going to be like, we would beat those teams by 3 touchdowns if we played them. And they're in and we're not. So maybe it's strategery by the committee to like, hey, well, let's get more teams here so we can make more money here. That's what we're all looking to do anyways. That's the only thing that matters in this sport is how much we can line our pockets. So if y'all are going to complain, here's the solution. Let's have more teams, Joe.
So I think I wanted to see what you thought of this. Did you hear? So Clark Lee's been tweeting and Sark was like, I'd love to be playing another game this weekend.
Yeah, I heard
that 13th data point. And I I completely understand why coaches are like, yeah, like I want to play another game. Give me another piece to add to my resume. Like I would do that right now. I think you got to earn that right. Like I know conference championship games are kind of under attack, but like, and the fact is that like having a convoluted top two and a convoluted 16 team league is going to make figuring out who actually has earned the right to play those games pretty tough. But I get the idea of like the play in and like having, these extra pieces to add to team's resume to help filter things and bolster resumes. Like what if Texas is 10-3 with another win over Vanderbilt, like just to use the two teams that are in on it? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But I also think you got to earn that right. And I think they got to find the right way to figure out who has earned that right in these big leagues. But just curious what you thought about like Clark Lee and Sark being like, yeah, let's play another game.
So I'm back and forth. Like I would love it because I love college football. I'm going to watch Texas play again in not the Citrus Bowl on New Year's Eve. But in terms of like, you get the right, like, let's do a little play-in thing. Like, nah, I don't. I'm not really in favor of that sort of concept. I don't want to all of a sudden add a college football cup here in a couple of years either. Let's not be copying everything the NBA does these days. I'm good on that.
I'm with you.
Look, I guess it would help Texas's chances this year, potentially. But, yeah, I mean, I get why Sark and Clark Lee are saying that. It's crazy, man. I never thought a 10-2 SEC team would miss the playoff. Yeah. And that's what Vanderbilt is. Now, Texas should be ahead of Vanderbilt because they beat them. But, like, I just never thought, even with the format, knowing what it was and the 5 conference champions and this, that, and the other, I was like, as soon as we got to 12, last year, it's like that anytime, if you just get to 10 wins in this conference, you are going to make the playoff 100 times out of 100. And here's Vanderbilt, like, damn, man, like we're not going to make it. So I get why they're pissed too. And it's Vandy. Texas, maybe Vandy's in this spot. They flipped Jared Curtis. Clark Lee's doing a great job. So maybe they're not one-year wonders, but obviously this is the best team they've had in forever there. Texas, it's like, we'll be right back here next year, probably. So we'll get over it at some point, maybe. But it's like for Vandy, God, they're going to have a Heisman finalist potentially, Joe. It's their best year in 100 years. And they're like, shit, this wasn't enough.
Yeah, it's and then Clark Lee and Sark will be doing more media blitzes and trying to figure out how to get it. It'll be a lot of talking after that happens. And then the thing is like, I think Texas fans will remember it for a while, but like, I think all the Alabama and Ole Miss stuff kind of was forgotten it's been forgotten pretty quickly. I feel like no one's still making the case. Like no one, you remember the only time I really remember somebody clamoring so hard after missing the postseason tournament was at Buzz Williams' 20-minute press conference. And I guess I only remember that just because, it was Texas A&M.
Right.
But like no one remembers the 69th team who didn't make it and thinks it's such an injustice, or the number 13 team who didn't make it. And it's like, it was really tainted by them. It all goes away.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. And Texas fans might remember it, but no one around the country is going to vouch for Texas. HBTD says, doesn't matter if y'all beat Vandy. Texas has an extra loss. That's why y'all are behind Vandy, and rightfully so. We're not behind Vandy, HBT. So sorry, the committee disagrees with you on that one there. Joe, Lee Sterling from Paramount Sports is going to join us here in a moment. I'm afraid to do this. Sean and I tried talking Texas basketball at the start of the show, and everyone got mad at us, but I'm going to ask you. I know you're locked in on Texas hoops. I was there last night. Were you there last night?
No, I wasn't. And I was so exhausted from signing day stuff. I think I barely made it to halftime.
Well, you made the right decision not going, and you made the right decision crashing out early. That was bad. And Sean Miller's a first-year coach, and I'm going to say it's his year. I'm going to say it all year. It's year one. You should never close the door on a coach in his first year, regardless of sport, regardless of where they're at. Said that for Sark and 5-7 in 2021. But Virginia's got a first-year head coach too. Now, Ryan Odom walked into a better situation replacing Tony Bennett than Sean Miller did here. But like in a game you're favored to get curb stomped on your home floor like that in what was a pretty big game in December, I didn't love seeing that one, Joe.
Yeah, I think the players Virginia had obviously were better, and they were hitting on all cylinders.
Yeah.
There was some game, at least in the first half, seeing that 20-point lead get extended. I'm like, ooh, you had a week off, and the plan you're using is getting sliced and diced. So I'm kind of with you. You know, first year you had. I'm not sure, or let me think about the right wording. Like when you're Sean Miller and you're like, well, Jordan Pope is here and Kendall Weaver is here and Tremont Mark is here. And there was one more, Nick Cody. Like you're going to take the layups. Like those are guys that the pull of Texas is already there for them because they're already Longhorns. You're going to use those guys, even though they're not perfect fits for what you have to do. You brought in Sim Wiltshire. It is still just kind of a hodgepodge of guys that you decided to pursue to keep, and then guys that you decided to go add. We'll see what happens going forward, just because he's going to have more from his class. A lot of those guys are leaving after this year just because of eligibility. He'll be able to get some more portal additions that look a lot like what he wants. But I think it's a year one roster, even with the help of the portal, and it's his first year too at a different place. And yeah, I think it doesn't reflect well that they lost to a 20-point, or they lost by 19, 20 points last night to someone in the same situation. But I also just think, the different paths of growth are varying for the whole country. And now Texas is probably gonna have to go 10-8, because they don't have very many signature non-conference wins unless they go grab one at UConn.
Yeah, that's a big if right there. I'll say this, and I'll let you go, Joe. Sean Miller's first year at Arizona, he was 16-15, missed the tournament. Second year, they won the Pac-10 at the time, and they were a very high seed in the NCAA tournament. So I'm not saying Texas is going to miss the dance this year, right? Like a lot of basketball left to be played. Maybe they go on the road to Hartford next week and beat UConn. They won't, but maybe they do. Then, hey, the whole narrative changes, but it's not everyone's going to do what Jim Schlossnagle did in their first year. That's very rare what Schloss did. So got to give the guy some time, I think. All right, Joe, before we let you go, man, promote Inside Texas. I think you guys still have the cyber sale going on, but everything that y'all have going on, how can folks find you?
Yeah, InsideTexas.com, Inside Texas on all the socials. Got our, join for $1 deal. So lots of stuff going on with that. And, the roster being attended, or the roster being tended to by Steve Sarkisian. So going to be a lot of great stuff over there on Inside Texas.
Love it. Well, thanks for doing this, man. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And you and I owe you a beer, so hopefully we get the chance to chop it up soon.
Some point. Thanks, BK.
All right, there he goes. Joe Cook, Inside Texas, InsideTexas.com. Follow him on Twitter at JosephCook89. Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com will join us here momentarily to give out some picks for the upcoming football weekend, including the Cowboys-Lions game tonight. Also, Texans-Chiefs, a couple of big ones for the two teams in the state of Texas who are riding high right now. So we'll get Lee's thoughts on those in a moment. Real quick, though, shout out to Audio Visual Consultations. If you're looking to upgrade your home TV setup, if you're watching the show, you see these two TVs behind me every morning. They're perfectly aligned. They look great. They work great. That's the work of Audio Visual Consultations. Y'all hear me talk about the 4 TV setup that I have in my living room. I am sitting on the couch all the time watching football, basketball, hockey, a little bit of everything, thanks to Audio Visual Consultations. If you want multiple screens on one wall like I have, if you just want the big 85-inch screen like the Bucks got, if you want that home theater room, if you want something for your outdoor space, it doesn't matter. AV Consultations has been hooking up Central Texans since 1988. They can do the same for you. All you have to do is give them a call at 512-255-8678. Seriously, Tom McKay and his crew will bring everything to you. Shout out to the Dallas Stars, another win last night. I know Tom would want me to bring that up. 512-255-8678, or you can find them online at avconsultations.com. And some love to OLIPOP as well. Y'all see me drink OLIPOP on the show all of the time. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. tastes like soda because it is soda, but unlike the other soft drinks that you've been drinking in the past, OLIPOP has ingredients that support good digestive health. 9 grams of fiber. You got prebiotics, you got botanicals, things that support your gut. So you can enjoy the taste of the soda you're sipping on, but you can also feel good about what you're putting into your system. OLIPOP is everywhere. Pick it up at any grocery store, any convenience store, pretty much all over the world at this point. The next time you shop, make sure you shop OLIPOP. All right, one of our favorite segments each and every week. Oh, man, this guy is red hot. We always say he's like the hottest handicapper in the history of the known universe, but the run he's been on, not just in football, but also hockey and basketball as well, he is on another level right now. It's NBA Jam on fire stuff for our guy, Lee Sterling of ParamountSports.com. Lee, happy belated Thanksgiving, my man. How are you today?
I'm great. Had a great Thanksgiving. How was yours?
It was great, man. Good family time. A little hectic. Did the Thanksgiving lunch in Houston, Thanksgiving dinner in Austin bit. So,
you did both families, huh?
Did both families. Yeah, a lot of time in the car and a lot of time eating. So I was hurting for a few days after.
Okay. How does your girlfriend's family, the grandparents, still alive?
One of them is, but she was not there.
Okay.
So it was all just close family for them. And then you know how my parents handle it. We had 40 something people in their condo in Houston.
Yeah.
So
great times.
Yeah.
What's your favorite food and what's your favorite dessert for Thanksgiving?
I mean, I'm a turkey guy. Like if turkey's done right, I know that's the obvious answer, but if the turkey's done right, and my dad and I and my brother-in-law, we're making 6 birds every year, basically.
Okay.
So we're smoking some, frying some.
Gravy over it. Gravy.
Oh, yeah.
And what kind of? You have cranberry sauce?
I hate cranberry sauce, but it is there.
Okay. I love cranberry. I love the old gelled. Now
out of the can.
Yeah, I like gelled cranberry sauce, and we actually have someone who makes one with like nuts and all these things. That's incredible, also. So I now have finally converting to having both of them. But my favorite, I love turkey. I have turkey all year round. Yeah. I'll go out and have, they kid me. I'll never forget this. I went to Vegas one time with a group of friends for a convention, and I ordered open-faced turkey with mashed potatoes and gravy and cream, and they made fun of me. The friends that were with me made fun of me, but I love it. But my favorite is sweet potato pie.
There you go.
So my grandmother had a housekeeper who made sweet potato pie. Annabelle was her name. She was from Mississippi. We still have the recipe. We make it you got to come down here one time when your parents maybe move, they've had vacation homes in Florida. But when they move here, you got to have Annabelle's sweet potato pie with marshmallows on top, like candy. It is so good. And then, the desserts when my daughters are making the banana cream pie and the huckleberry pie. Can't beat that.
You can't beat it. No, I like the pumpkin pie. I think the most only on that day. It feels right to me, but I haven't met a pie that I haven't liked.
Only one I don't love is lemon meringue.
Okay, a little too tart for you.
So
that checks out. Well, all right. Well, we have some games to get into.
Yeah.
We got some college.
Wait. No. We can't just go there yet.
Okay. All right, hang on.
College rankings.
All right, let's start there. We can dunk on Bill a little bit as well and his Texas A&M Aggies. But, you know what? Would love to get your thoughts. Obviously, the college football playoff rankings came out a couple of days ago. We'll get the final ones on Sunday. Some things are going to change, but most of it, Lee, obviously feels set in stone. Yeah, would love to get your thoughts, maybe your rant on what the playoff committee did this year.
So, Hunter Yurachek. His statement after they revealed the rankings was a pile of crap. I mean, it was disgraceful. I haven't heard it yet. I'll probably have to watch it. I'm just guessing. His speech when he introduced Ryan Silverfield, probably his 5th or 6th choice. No way he was in the top 3. Right. When he introduced him, had to be as bad or worse. I'm gonna watch it. It was to say that Alabama impressed the committee and their great start, leading 17-0, and then fourth down call that won the game over such a tough Auburn 5-7 mediocre, bad team, bad SEC team, who was starting a quarterback for only the second time, and also a team that didn't have a head coach. That impressed them enough to move them up one spot. Bullshit. Crap. It was everything. And I'm being kind. I'm not using some words that begin with the F word. So it was just so bad that I wanted to take a baseball bat and slug my TV. But that's what they do. You and I, why did they move Alabama up one spot, Brad?
Protect them.
There you go. That's it. Bingo. Ding, 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 ding. Protect the SEC. The SEC and ESPN are in bed together. And that's what they did. If Alabama loses by double digits, they should be out this weekend. So they want to have a game that's decided in the last minute or two. I'm okay with them being in. I honestly think that Notre Dame and Miami deserve to be in. Last year, Miami did not deserve to be in. Their defense, they would have gotten routed. But this year, other than maybe playing at Oregon, Miami be a really tough out first round. I don't think anyone would want to play them.
Well, I like in your defense as a Canes fan, if Notre Dame's in, Miami has to be in.
Right,
right. That's the bigger issue to me. It's less about Bama and more about the fact that Miami and Notre Dame have the same record. Miami has a better strength of schedule than Notre Dame does, and they beat Notre Dame this year.
They didn't beat anyone.
Right. Yet they're in, and you're out.
It might have been a 3-point game against Notre Dame. We were the better team that day. If you watched the game, they came back to make it close. We were playing a lot of prevent defense in the fourth quarter. So let's be honest, when we beat 3 out of 4 teams by a larger margin than they did, I think both teams deserve to be in. I think Oklahoma's going to get knocked out first round. At the very most, they win 1 game. They have no shot of winning 2 games with that offense. That's sorry offense. Great defense, but sorry offense. So I'm mad. I'm really mad, and I just think that I'm going to make this prediction in 2 years. Within 2 years, I think we're going to go to 16 teams, which is good. 24 is way too many. Go to 16 teams where we're like 1 plays 16. That would be great. And I think we'll see teams like Tulane, Troy, those level teams have their own playoff. They should be like 1 AA. Have Division 1 AA, then the FCS, or put them together. I don't know what it is. I mean, no one wants to see Tulane, the winner of Tulane in North Texas. They're not winning in the first round. James Madison is a nice story, but if they get in over Duke or even Virginia gets in and they win the game, they're not winning. Yeah. So, ACC should have had a better game plan for if there was a tie. And they didn't, and that's how Duke got into the championship game. Should do it based on, where you are in the top 25.
Yeah, I wonder what happens, right? It's ever changing. We saw the playoff change 2 years ago to last year. We saw it change from last year to this year. We'll see it change from this year to next year. So it's just hard to figure out. And once you think you've got it down, they pull the rug out from under you and do something completely different. So
I hope Hunter Yurachek, I hope that he's in that box, and I hope they're flinging stuff that smells at the glass when he's sitting up there the next couple years. Ryan Silverfield, I think they're gonna get destroyed. You talk about bottom feeders, they're gonna be the bottom of the bottom.
I watched a couple of Arkansas shows, and we'll get to the picks in a second, but I watched a couple of Arkansas shows like the day they announced that hiring. Dude, you talk about a meltdown. Yeah. Like that was, new coach hires are supposed to excite you, right? Get everybody bought back in.
Something Neighbors. Was it Jim Neighbors? Who was he?
John Neighbors.
John Neighbors.
Good buddy.
He had a great show. Just with his hands clasped and his whole that Sunday when they announced it, he called it like it is. So I just finished doing a show in Fayetteville, and they're even saying Eric G, a good host there, said that Miami deserves to be in. And trust me, I don't think they're happy with the hire.
Right. No, they are not. They are definitely not. All right, Lee. Let's get to the games this weekend. Conference championship weekend.
Another game. Wait.
We got more?
Here we go. Sorry, Bill.
I haven't seen Bill in the comments this morning. I don't know if he has shown his face. Maybe his store's been closed all week long.
Did he expect me to wear even maroon if they won? Well, I probably would. They would have deserved it. But we know who the champions were on Saturday night.
Did I tell you I saw Bill at the game, or did he tell you?
I got a picture, you two together. Pretty good looking picture. Guys looking sharp.
It was great to see him. He was in his Aggie gear. I didn't see him after the game, though.
No.
Not that I would have been too mean to him, but, would have said maybe a little something to him. But
I feel bad for him. I feel bad for him. I mean, can you imagine being an A&M fan your whole life?
I know. No, I really can't.
Their stepbrothers, their stepchildren. It's like a level of class. Oh, there he is. Below that.
Vomit. We love you, Bill. We love you, Bill. And of course, go support Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers. We'll talk more about them in a moment, but they are your holiday headquarters for the perfect jewelry gift that you need. All right, let's start with the Big 12 title game, Lee. Texas Tech and BYU in Arlington. These two teams met a month ago. Texas Tech smoked them in Lubbock. They are double-digit favorites in the rematch. For BYU, if they win, they'll be in the playoff. And that's not good if you're a bubble team. Obviously, Texas Tech in a very good spot right now. Any chance the Cougars can reverse course and pull off the upset here, or do you think Tech rolls again?
So the first game was 29-7. And my thought watching the game, it should have been 40-0. Dominated the game.
Yeah.
But it was 1 week. Sometimes you come out and it's just not your day. So Brad, you ever go and try to pick up a girl when you were in college and you come with your best line and you just get shot down one after another?
100 times. Oh my God. Yes.
I had it happen a couple times to me too. It was not BYU's day. They just couldn't get anything going, and Tech was great. But different Saturday. Rematch games are tough for the winner because they gotta do it. And I think that you're able, BYU, to make some changes and adjust. BYU still won 11 games. I think they're a solid team here. People are saying, it's like a home game. Yeah, there'll be more fans for Texas Tech. I mean, not much to do. They hop in their pickup trucks, and head on down. What kind of hotels do you think they stay at? Brad?
Motel 6 and Super 8.
Yeah, there you go.
Or the back of those trucks.
Yeah, they just put a mattress back there or blow up mattress and sleep on that and put a cover on it. But I think BYU is going to make enough adjustments. I know how great Texas Tech's defense is, top 10 in almost every major statistical category. But I think also another factor here is Kalani Sitake coming back will be a huge boost to these kids. They don't have to worry about who their coach is going to be next year. I think they're going to be fired up. I think Tech wins the game here. I'll say 30-24, but BYU covers the double digits.
All right. The ACC championship, we were talking about this earlier. It's Virginia, it's Duke, and it's football, not basketball.
Right.
The Cavaliers only 3.5-point favorites, even though they're ranked, and even though a win gets them into the CFP more than likely. The ACC has been chaos all year. Do we get more of it on Saturday?
So they doubled up Duke. First game, 34-17. Dominated the line of scrimmage. They had over 500 total yards and held Duke to barely, 212 total yards. Total domination here. It's a low line and a low number of people attending the game. I think they're going to have trash bags on 30,000 seats. Both end zones, I think, are going to be trash bagged off from what I'm hearing, or at least they didn't sell tickets to. So it's embarrassing here. I do think, though, Virginia, their quarterback can do it all. Duke quarterback's good also, but their defense, they're bottom 10 in almost every major statistical category. And Cavs rank, actually, their defense 28th in sacks. So they're able to get enough pressure to at least stall a couple drives here. Give me Virginia here, 35-23.
All right, the SEC championship. Here we go again, Lee. It's Georgia, it's Alabama. Obviously, these teams also met in the regular season in Athens, and Alabama got a 3-point win. They meet in Atlanta, And I think Georgia was a 2.5-point favorite in the regular season.
Yep.
And they're a 2.5-point favorite right now. The Dogs have been playing better than the Tide as of late. Is this finally the time for Kirby Smart to get the Crimson Tide monkey off his back, if you will?
I think so. I think Alabama has not really impressed me over the last month. So Oklahoma went into Tuscaloosa and dominated. Auburn had their chance to win the game last week. I think Georgia last week, when they played Georgia Tech, very vanilla. Their whole game plan was win the game, not show anything, and come out without injuries. And I think they succeeded in all three levels. Game's in the Mercedes Dome. It'll be like a home game for Georgia. They'll have a lot more fans there. And think that this Alabama team not being able to run the ball is going to finally cost them here against Georgia. I think Georgia wins 34-20. Mm-hmm. Alabama loses by double digits. Let's see if the people on the college football selection committee do the right thing if Georgia wins big.
Do they have the stones to leave the Tide out for the second straight year? We'll see. Shout out to my mom's, by the way. Donation to you for wearing the burnt orange shirt today. Well done there, my friend. All right, to the NFL. Man, how about the two Texas teams? Texans have won 4 in a row. Cowboys have won 3 in a row. Both teams in prime time. We'll start with Sunday and then work our way back to tonight. Houston at Kansas City. I don't know what to make of the Chiefs at this point, Lee. Texans playing better ball as of late, but despite that, Kansas City is still a 3.5-point favorite against Houston. Did the Texans keep the win streak alive, or did the Chiefs save their season?
Chiefs are one of your teams, aren't they? Didn't you grow up? Yeah. I know you grew up there. So, I'm a little surprised they're not getting more production from their receivers. Get those guys the ball. Get them in space. Patrick Mahomes needs to get rid of the ball a little bit quicker here. I think the Texans' offensive line, they've been able to mask some of their problems. I think the Chiefs and Spagnuolo are going to be able to get some heat here on Stroud. And I like Kansas City here. I think there's a must-win game for both teams here, make the playoffs. But give me the Chiefs here at home, 27-20.
There we go. And then tonight, Cowboys-Lions. Again, Dallas playing their way at least back into the playoff conversation. Obviously, they got a lot of work to do to make it. Boy, Detroit, one of the favorites going into this season, they're falling on some hard times too. This kind of feels like a must-win game for both teams in Detroit tonight. Lions a 3-point home favorite. What do you say, Lee?
2 keys for Detroit. For them to win this game, they got to run the ball. Their 1-2 punch is really good. Gibbs and Montgomery run the football more, use their tight end. Obviously, they're without their best receiver tonight, St. Brown. But they got to play more zone coverage. You can't keep letting those cornerbacks get exposed. So play more zone coverage. Obviously, you're facing CeeDee Lamb, facing Pickens, who is red hot here. Big game. But I think the difference here is, I think even though I've been riding Dallas, what's great about gambling, you can ride a team for a couple weeks and then go against them. Must-win game. Both these two teams also. So that's what makes both of these two NFL games so much fun. So I think the Lions at home probably the right side here. I like them here, 30-26.
All right, and then last but not least, Lee, the game of the week. By the way, shout out to you on the turkey shootout. Incredibly successful once again.
I got both my daughters are upset. They're calling me a turncoat, and they want the rules changed. They said that you can't add ice cream.
Oh, to the pie? Yeah. You're right. That's unfair.
Yeah.
Unfair.
So we relented next year. I mean, they got around the rules, like Duke did. They got around the rules. My son-in-law and my youngest daughter's boyfriend. So give them credit. I love vanilla bean ice cream, and I had to be honest, it tasted incredible. I think my oldest daughter, Sydney, she had like graham crack. She tried a new recipe. So to me, I love that rich banana flavor of banana cream pie. You like banana cream pie?
I do.
Okay. So it had like a couple other things she was mixing in there, and she had like an Oreo kind of crust and everything. She got a little too fancy, and it was good. She needs to go back to her original recipe. So
I love it. I love it. Well, your game of the week this week, the AC Championship. It's a play-in game, North Texas and Tulane. If folks want to get that pick and all of your picks for the upcoming football weekend, how do they find you?
Yep. So they want to get that game for free. Whoever wins is getting in. I think I've got the right side of North Texas and Tulane. Call 800-400-9741. First 5 callers, I'll give it to them for free. 800-400-9741. North Texas and Tulane. We're on a roll. Call it Double Down December. The games slow down a little bit, and I like it because I'm able to watch of the 7-8 games that are taking place on Saturday. Watch 3 or 4 games and really go back over what I like and don't like in each team, and be able to see the matchups better. So I don't have to watch 50 or 60 college games. So somehow, because of that, we've been able to have better records and go on runs, big time runs in December. Double Down December. Every game this weekend, championship week. The first and second rounds, college football playoffs. You're going to get the bowl games all the way through the end of December. NFL for this month, we are on a 37-17 and run last 11 weeks in the NFL. Oh. So everything in December, college football in the NFL, normally $497. They use coupon code SAVE100, just $397 at ParamountSports.com. Also, a bunch of other free videos. We can't go over every game. So you want to see some other games, college football and the NFL, go to ParamountSports.com, watch those videos, and just feel bad for Bill. I mean, he got punished. I mean, their game plan. I mean, I thought that they were going to come up with something, a couple, maybe hurry up offense, couple trick plays, nothing. And then they get punished. They moved them down to 7. Yeah. So if it started today, would they play Notre Dame in the first round?
They would. Yep. In Aggieland.
Yeah, that'd be a fun game to watch, but not good for A&M. A&M might have to face, because of that loss, Notre Dame in a rematch, and maybe Georgia at Georgia in the second round. That would be really, really tough. And then also, would Alabama play Oklahoma? Then
as of
rematch
today.
there too.
Mm-hmm.
So
a lot of rematches as of right now. So
got to find a way to get my Miami Hurricanes in there and do the right thing.
Both of us are trying. Both of us at our schools are trying, but we'll need a miracle. All right, Lee, you're the man. Right. Thanks as always, my friend. Enjoy the football, and we'll chop it up next week.
Sounds good. See you, Bill.
Right, there you go. Lee Sterling, ParamountSports.com, brought to you by Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers, Austin's oldest family-owned and operated business of any kind. And our guy Bill Cohen is down bad after the Aggies lost. So go cheer him up. Go help him out a little bit. But you don't just go to Joe Cohen and Son to help out Bill. You go to buy the perfect gift for that perfect somebody in your life. He would love the opportunity to help you this holiday season. You don't need to know anything about jewelry, diamonds, gold, pearls, watches. You just have to know Bill and his great team at Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers. They are the experts. They have gifts for every single budget. You also get hooked up with an extra TSU discount if you mention this show. You also free returns and exchanges. Guys, you cannot go wrong. Take care of the special woman or special someone in your life. The Cohens have been doing this since 1883. That's the year the Buck graduated high school. They're the best. JoeCohenJewelers.com, or go see them downtown, 6th and Congress. Our great friends at Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers. Well, man, we cut into a lot of chaos theory. Hello, boys. Sorry
it's
about
all
that.
right, man. We got to double down, baby. We got to double down. When it's December, we double. I was wondering what the slogan was, what the punchline was, and we found it.
I got to win some money. I'm telling you, my little office league money thing, that dude right there has me on top.
What is he? 37 and what?
37 and 17.
He's lying.
It's all documented. ParamountSports.com. That's the beauty of Lee versus all these other jabronis who give out picks. Like, Lee actually puts all of his picks online, and you could see exactly how he's doing. So
that percentage is outrageous, dude.
I know. It's real deal stuff in the NFL. So
my nipples are hard.
Some years it happens. Some years it happens.
Yeah, you know what? If you tuned in to October and November, you don't even need really to double down. You're playing on house money with double down December because this guy's been money all the year long. So
yeah. My people are like, "How'd you get so good this year?" I'm like, I did a lot of studying.
Yeah,
a lot of studying.
Lee.
I've got a guy. I got a
shirt guy. Huh?
Yeah.
Got a shirt guy. What's up, man? How you doing?
Good. Before I part ways, today is National Cookie Day. I'm curious y'all's favorite type of cookie?
Chocolate chip, no question. No question. Yeah.
I'm going to change it up, though. I'm going to go with chocolate chip with pan-coated discs. Do you know what I'm talking about if I say pan-coated? That's a military term.
Oh.
Rodney should know. He's been in the MREs for a while now.
Oh, did we eat those? Is that
no?
what we had?
I don't think we had them. So it's actually chocolate chip and M&M cookies. Pan-coated discs are the M&Ms. That's what they call. Yeah.
I've never heard that phrase, but
Neither have I. I only heard it in the military. It's because the military just has to think of something very basic and very descriptive, very forward. Oh, we'll break it down Barney style. So
yeah,
Barney style means like little kid style too, by the way.
Those peanut butter cookies are good. Like a good peanut
Get
butter.
into the peanut butter cookies though.
Yeah.
Like
need 'em
peanut, it's
soft.
just like it's too meh for me. I gotta have something spiced, right?
Do you like do y'all prefer, Wags? I'll go to you first on this one. You prefer like the soft cookie, or do you want like the good little crunch when you bite down?
You know, I like a flaccid cookie.
Yeah.
I do. I like it. I like it melting in my mouth.
Yeah.
Just the chocolate just oozing out of it. Yeah. I could go with a soft cookie. I like the doughy stuff. Yeah.
Good cream pie. Yeah.
Maybe maybe kind of a little hard. Rodney's into the cream pies, I guess. What did I just hear?
I do like those little. Do those count as cookies? I bought some Little Debbie.
I don't think cream pies count as cookies.
They call them cookies though. It's like on the box it says oatmeal cookies, oatmeal cream cookies. But I got to have soft because I've got gaps back here. I got missing teeth, and I got some crooked teeth. So I need it soft. You know, nice easy bite. Nice easy bite, like a McRib. Boys, another McRib last night.
No way.
I'm
Another
worried about
McRib
you. I've
last
actually
night.
called your doctor. I've called your doctor.
How many have you had since they brought him back?
4,
5
now.
Oh my God! Hey,
and I'm
that's
going on
awesome.
the road. I'm going on the road again
Oh,
this
boy.
weekend. I leave when this is done, so we'll see where that total is.
I don't remember Willie talking about McRibs in that song, but you've turned On the Road Again into an anthem for McRibs, I suppose.
No shit.
Oh my God!
Thoughts on yesterday? I mean, I heard you talk to Joe and heard you talking to Sean, but thoughts on yesterday, just on I guess the 5-star nation, right? I guess we can be called that. But are you a little concerned that we didn't kind of, I guess, bone up in trench warfare?
I don't love it, but I think Texas was saving some funding for the transfer portal.
Yeah.
And look, obviously recruiting is the lifeblood of a program, so you never ignore it. And Texas brought in a top 10 class, so they didn't ignore it. But I think everything Texas does this offseason should be about winning next season. You got one more year of Arch Manning.
Right.
You saw how good that guy got as this year progressed, and he did it with a horrible offensive line and no run game. So it's all about making sure your defense is consistently good next year, despite some big losses that you're going to have, but more so let's protect this quarterback. Let's get a friendly run game going. Everything Texas does should be about next year. And I think the lack of National Signing Day fireworks, Wags, means that we're going to get something in January when the transfer portal opens up. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what I like about this system to where I really think where if you have an immediate need, which obviously offensive line, go get yourself another running back that you can do that. You don't have to invest in the what if of a kid coming out of high school. So that's where I like this. As much as I bitch about the portal, I do like that part about it.
Yeah, you like it when it helps your team. You don't want it helping anybody else.
Right.
I want it all for us. Let every portal player come to Texas. Screw.
That's right.
Oh,
That's
y'all.
exactly right. That's exactly right.
How about this? I'll leave y'all with this. CB. He's also had 5 or 6 McRibs.
That is not good, guys.
It's on
not
CB.
Good. Like you guys get
It's
on me
on.
about the sodas. I've actually been down. I've gotten. Look, hey, check it out, dude. I'm down to 1 Red Bull a day, 1 coffee a day, and I've been putting these waters down my palate. No, I guess gullet palate.
And the funny thing
it's
is,
hard to drink now, man. I used to chug it in the Marine Corps, but it's just hard to drink.
And the funny thing is, so it's like when I got back from Houston, so I weigh myself after every time that I'm on the road or whatever, and I'm like, man, I felt fat. I mean, I felt bloated. I felt whatever. Somehow I lost 6 pounds over the weekend. So I've probably got health problems.
Oh,
there's probably something.
I thought that was like a positive thing that you lost weight, but now you're like, oh shit, I lost weight.
Yeah, I couldn't have lost weight with all those McRibs.
Yeah, my wife says that all. I keep losing weight, but I feel bloated. Well, you don't look bloated. If you're bloated in all the best spots.
You got to take papaya. You take papaya, it gets it bloated out of you. Papaya.
Boys, I'll leave y'all with this. As Socrates once said, as time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
That is not Socrates. That is not Socrates.
You sure about that? All right, I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'll be listening.
That's Jill. That's Jill from Jardians. That is not. I know the script. I was gonna go down and be in Brazil for the cast of Jardians, but it cost me. I had to pay for my own ticket. I was gonna get seriously. I did castingnetworks.com.
Are you serious?
Yeah, and I got a callback for a Jardians fucking commercial. Right?
Oh my god!
But I had to go. It wasn't like
were you supposed to be like the person taking it, or
it was a dancer in the background, right? If I was going to be a main script guy, I probably would have got flown down there. But yeah, they said if you want to be in the commercial, you got to fly down to Rio de Janeiro. Like, motherfucker, I'm not flying down there just to get nothing. Get the hell out of what? So I might get I might get something on my resume as a background dancer in a fucking Jardians commercial. Get the hell out of here.
Dude. So do they pay like your flight down there?
No. I just said it. I had to pay for my own airfare, my own travel.
Yeah, that's like I used to get offered all kinds of like broadcasts, like car racing stuff, and they're like, if you can come to wherever, but you have to get yourself here. What's the win of that? You know, that we'll pay you $500. Yeah, but I spent $1,500 to get there. You know, so yeah. No.
Confucius says, "Man who sticks his dick in peanut butter jar is a fucking nut."
Cookies are good. I mean,
we're on one today, boys. We're
cookies and pie. I'll tell you, pies keep showing up in my house right now. There's another one that was here the other day. I was saying I didn't like.
You still got leftover food? You still got leftover things?
I don't even know. Yeah, I don't even know.
That should be gone, dude. That should either be eaten or thrown out.
The other day, I think I told you guys that I'm not a pumpkin pie guy. A pumpkin pie showed up here mixed with something else in it. I've ate half the pie already with all these McRibs. Oh my God, bless America.
Maybe. Lee Castle Rock with a Dynamite Office reference here. If you don't know what Confucius is, make sure you watch The Office. All right. Or no, wait, that's not Confucius. That's Confutron. Sorry. My bad. Wrong reference there.
Wrong team favored.
Sorry, my apologies, Lee. My apologies. But that's definitely a Dynamite drop in. Where do you want to go first, partner? We had all things about last night.
What do you think about that basketball game, man? For a Virginia team that wasn't very good at shooting 3-pointers, I'm watching this game.
They're usually pretty good at shooting 3-pointers.
Well, they were 84th in the country coming in, and I'm like, okay, they sure look good last night.
They can put it up from the perimeter. They just hadn't been able to get it going for a couple of weeks because they had one of their dudes out right now, right? And Hall's kind of been a little bit off too. But I mean, last night, hell, they were 50% from the arc, man. It's hard to beat a team when they're that hot and that consistent. And then down low, this freshman sensation from Germany that they have over there, man. He was eating all night, and not just down low in the paint too. He was getting busy on the defensive end too, man. It's very hard to compete with a team, especially it could be a mediocre team, but when they're having a night where they're just coming out and shooting the lights out of the gym,
yeah.
It's going to be hard to keep up with that, right? Look, it was pretty decent, comparable basketball all throughout, except on the 3-point line. That to me, that's the tail of the tape in this game. Fouls are kind of similar. Rebounds are right on point. We still edged them by one there, but I mean, and usually it's more dominant in the paint for Vakatitis and company down low. It's just last night they found themselves in somewhat of a battle last night. Not somewhat of a battle, a pretty hellacious battle. And then the tail of the tape, of course, what I just said. Perimeter shooting, man, 50% from the arc, dude. Not just that, you put 12 of them in. You bury 12.
Yeah, Texas is 4 for 19. So that's not a good way to come at them right there. But again, this is a new team. This is a team that Miller has inherited. So you have to take that into consideration.
Well, he's also brought some guys over, right? He's brought some guys with him.
He did. So it and I think a lot of it was where you get the optimism after Maui to where it's like, okay, this really seems to be coming together. And when you're going to have this. And Miller was pretty upset after the game, to where he's talking about, we had a great crowd, but these are just kind of some of the bumps that you're going to have along the way right here coming into the program as a new coach.
I still don't think we're a 3-point shooting team yet. Like, we had better success in Maui for the tournament, but and we saw it last night, right? We went back to the 3-point lows last night, or Texas went back to the 3-point lows last night. You're gonna need more than just one guy that can knock it down, whether it's going to be Heidi, whether it's going to be Mark, or hell, Swain, and Pope can even get his shot too, right? You saw him able to rise up and get a jumper off the dribble last night. You got to find a way to kind of make it into your offense. I love the fact that you're getting over there and you're aggressive with your offense, and you're very direct with it, but you still got to find a way to carve out, double stack screens for people to get open if they can't get their own shot, and then find a way to get your shooter, at least a decent look, man, or your hopefully shooters a decent look. But right now it feels like the assassin is Heidi. It's just when he struggles, man, who else is going to come? Who else is going to provide? And Swain's fantastic, but I keep saying it, man. It's a lot of the Swiss Army knife between him and Mark, and you need players like an Evans from Duke, right? You need players that can just knock down the three at any time last night or any time. So
yeah, and the bad thing is
Hall from Virginia. Hall comes in shooting almost 50% from the perimeter, man. So you need a guy that can absolutely, when he's got a wide open look, it's going to be a knockdown shot. So
yeah, and when you fall behind like that, and you start to rely on trading baskets, trading buckets, I mean, you've already dug yourself that hole. And the defense just wasn't very good last night. I mean, Virginia was so good at getting back. I mean, these dudes are getting back so quick with wide open threes.
The difference between Virginia and what you were watching when Bennett was running the squad, like Virginia hardly ran that much, right? Like they would come down and they would get you into a half court set, and they would, kind of get you into foul trouble, get you into team foul trouble, and then just wear you down, right? And then take the shot clock down, until they got like with their best look, right? And then they would, or hell, they wouldn't even take it down to 10 seconds. If they found a good look under the basket, that's usually what they would go with, right? But now, man, they can get up, they can run. It looks like they've adapted to the ACC, or the new ACC. That's what you want to call it. This is going to be a team that's probably going to be there at the end of the year for sure.
Yep. And Rob's got it right here. I am always so much with sorry, man, I don't know what's going on with all.
No, you're good. It's turn of the season. It's the turn. You got that crud in the air, man.
Dude, I don't know.
You got to pick your nose. Do you need to pick it? Get it out. Blow it out if you got to get it.
I don't know, man. I can't breathe.
We're all family here. Don't you do snot rockets in front of your family? You say, excuse me, guys.
Of course I do, man. There was one time well, never mind. I'll tell you that off the thing.
It's all right. We're family. I don't know how we might be distant cousins, man.
We have a running joke, my wife and I, and we're one time in a very intimate situation. I said, "Oh, hold on, sorry, I got a booger loose." So that's kind of a joke around here, but like the expectations for men's basketball, it's like I don't have expectations for men's basketball. I mean,
strangely I do though, right? Like a lot of people,
make the tournament is kind of my expectation. Make the tournament, because that's realistic most of the time, right? And I'm not saying they're not going to. I mean, this is new.
I think it was realistic with Rick, Coach Barnes.
Expected with Rick. Yep. And
it's funny, man. You wish in one hand, you wish for greener grass, and then you look on it and it's just grass, right? That old adage or whatever. I would love to have Rick Barnes back in Texas.
Oh God, I know. And look at him now. I mean, that's the whole thing where this dude, that was a style that was. I mean, those were the best days. I mean, I think him and Tom Pinder.
Before while it's on the top of my mind, is Texas a desirable place to coach
for basketball?
Not just for basketball, like. I feel like I know the expectations with LSU are crazy. Like if you don't win within 4 years, you're out of here. But doesn't it feel like Texas runs people out of here if they don't get it immediate gratification or instant gratification?
I have to tell you, me personally, it would be because you're going to get paid a lot because those resources are there.
You'll probably get bought if you fail.
Yeah.
Right. Or if you fail to meet the expectations, which probably will happen. You'll probably fail to meet their expectations. You'll get a buyout.
Yeah, that's right.
But will that be the end of your but what's the gap? right? Like after that buyout, what's the gap until you get your next job? Like when will we see Rodney Terry in another position?
And the thing is, his next position, I would think that within a year he'll have another job. Right now,
What
I think
what was Charlie Strong's turnaround? When did Charlie Strong get to South Florida?
He was immediately a consultant somewhere. It was pretty soon thereafter, but not a head coach. He hasn't been a head, has he? I don't think he's been a head coach since then.
South Florida, right?
Oh, that's right. That's right. Herman, Herman became a head coach. Where I think with football is so hard because you get that job and you have these expectations that are lofty. And I think a lot of it is, again, not to the present day stuff. It's back to max time. It's back.
Well, I would say football's like you were mentioning before, right? Like football's a different.
Yeah, it's
standard,
its own.
right?
It's
Football's
its
a
own
different
island.
beast than basketball, right? Like you said, basketball's expectations are a little bit different, and rightfully so, right? I don't think that this is a blue blood basketball program. Okay, like as much as we want to sit here and bullshit and say that hey, it's Texas. Texas is a basketball school. It's not a blue blood. It's not a basketball blue blood.
Maybe for the women. I mean, maybe on the women's side.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe for the women.
Yeah, I mean, because and that's where look at that one. So when Gail Gestencourt came in, Coach G, when she came in to replace Coach G spot, when she came in to replace Jody Conrad, it's like here are these lofty expectations. Didn't meet them. They kept her around probably too long. And it set the program back a long way. I mean, it took a long way to get back from that. Karen Aston did a great job building it back up, but never to the point of like now with Dick Schaefer.
Well, she was also competing with Malky when Malky was at Baylor too at that point. So
that's exactly right. But I would think that being a head coach here, the hardest part is you have so many bosses. You have so many bosses. I mean, you have your administrative bosses, you have your chancellors, your university presidents, AD. Then you got all the donors.
Right. The donors would be, I think the donors would be the biggest or the most strenuous part, right? Like for me, like the AD, like CDC stays out of the way. Or from my it appears that CDC gives complete autonomy and hey, this is your show, this is your program, run it. If there's any bad implications, I'll step in and we got to get something, we got to right the ship. But for the most part, it looks like CDC says, this is your brand, go ahead and go. All right. Here's the guidelines we'd like to follow. Boom. What do you need? Right. That's usually what the guys or the message that I got from CDC.
Yeah, it is very much, it's your program, you do with it. And then I think he steps in if there's, when he needs to, that's a mark of a good boss. I don't think he micromanages everybody. He seems to be kind of on the backside there and called in when needed. But look, Wags, I talked to Texas high school football coaches to where it's like, yes, the AD is my boss, but I've got all of these people that I have to answer to. Yeah,
so most of them's donors, like you were mentioning. Like the donors would be the biggest portion, right? The people that are paying for your roster.
Oh yeah,
and wanting their return on their investment. Okay,
yeah, and that's where I think, like for example, with Shaka Smart, to where it's like he gets thrust into this, and it's like I don't think he was ready for this. I mean, and look at him. You have to.
Well, he was replacing Barnes. So, I mean,
Barnes. Yeah,
and your expectations are here. The floor is the tournament. Like, where are you going from the floor?
Right. Not an NIT. That is not good enough. That don't mean shit. But that dude gets out of here. He gets back to more in his comfort zone to where he's accustomed to being. And look at him. He's thriving again. And that's where, when folks said Shaka's not a great coach.
Well, I think Marquette's bigger than VCU.
Yeah. So he's more, and I think that's where, like Charlie Strong, I truly believe. I like Charlie Strong, even with that big finger. It's
like him because of the big finger.
I just like the big finger. If he gets back into something that's more in this just was so over his head. Same thing with Tom Herman. I think if he'd have fallen back into something like Houston, he would have succeeded. So this is a humbling place. Very humbling place.
Absolutely. If you are humbled and you need somebody to help you out with being getting unhumbled, hey, talk to our guy Ryan Hurricane Heck. The humbled Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. He's a proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans, and he dons that burnt orange and he wears it with pride. He's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom. If you're injured in a car accident or if you got any personal injury at all, you just give our guy Hurricane Hecht the call, right? 512-938-8929. Again, lottery numbers 512-938-8929. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, local families, and you. Fighter of the show, fighter for the people, friend of the show. He went to school with BK and he did a little pound around there. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let Hurricane Hecht blow the case wide open. Again, those lottery numbers, 512-938-8929, 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell them the crew from TSU sent you.
You want to talk about fighter of the people? One of the best fighters of the people that I have ever met is this.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street, hold the door for people behind us, tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics, but more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
Absolutely. avconsultations.com, 512-255-8678. Check them out today and watch those college football playoffs, the bowl games, NFL, Formula One, Abu Dhabi coming up on Saturday night. I guess it is Sunday morning. I don't know when, but a season finale coming up there, and you can check that all out. Speaking of holidays, Humbug Holiday Lighting. Mine have been up for about 3 weeks. Those folks came out. They've got me all hooked up. Custom holiday lighting design, professional installation, full season maintenance and support. The list goes on and on. Most importantly, off-season storage. I'm not sticking that stuff up in my attic to where it's not going to be no good next year. And I'm talking about commercial grade LED lights included and multiple design packages. Lots of different things that you can do depending on your space. They totally customize to your space. If you're in a 1-story, they'll hook you up a certain way, and there's different options there. If you're in a 2-story, mine, for example, the front of my property, as I mentioned, very high peaks. I've got oak trees out across the front and so forth. So they customize to my landscaping and everything that I have here. And they would love to do that for you. A full-service professional holiday lighting company specializing in that custom design, installation, maintenance, teardown, and storage, handling everything so customers enjoy a stunning, stress-free holiday display. They'll do that for you. Residential and commercial services available. Double R, I got a storefront. I want that all dressed up. No problem. They'll do that for you. You know what that means? That foot traffic, people walking by, they're going to see that design when Hubbug comes out, and it's like, man, I like that a lot. It's going to bring you some business. They're going to walk in. Check them out today online at humbuglights.com. You can also call them 833-4HUMBUG. Get a text in for that free FREE 99 consultation, 512-222-1820. You want to be styling like me, having a great holiday lights display? That's that one phone call or that text to make. Check them out online at humbuglights.com. All the magic without the hassle. It's Humbug Holiday Lighting. Tell them that TSU sent you. Also, let's set you up for that new or pre-owned car, truck, SUV. One place to go.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats a cover deal. Not now, not ever. Code text line blowing up this morning talking about this college football mess. And our man, Gorgeous Greg from Gorgeous Georgetown, says, Hermano double R, pinche frío afuera. Yes, it is very hot or very cold. It's cold. It is very, very cold right now. Cold and just soupy. It just feels wet. Feels moist. Moist.
You like saying moist, huh?
That's
What
moist.
the hell's going on? All right, there we go.
Moist is a good word, like the McRib. Moist.
It is not. It is not. Yeah, it was a little chilly last night. Went outside and watched the Capitals last night too. I was watching the basketball game outside on the patio last night. I had the hoodie on, right? But I also wanted to hear the surround sound. Wanted to check out the Caps playing the Sharks last night. Man, when the wise man Ovechkin and the young blood Leonard are on the same page, man, potting 2 apiece last night, 7-1, put up the extra point last night against San Jose. In San Jose, usually Caps struggle when they go out west when they have to skate on the road, but looking pretty good. We'll see how they can tie it together and keep it going as they continue to get back home. But yeah, really good night on the pond last night for the Capitals. But yeah, went outside. Put the hoodie on. It was a little frigid out there, but I got to, dude, call him right now. Audiovisual consultations, guys. It is Christmas. It's his favorite holiday, and cash is king. Remember that when you talk to Tom.
Had to watch me a little bit of NBA basketball last night. Watch the Spurs. The old man Harrison Barnes.
That's going down with your Spurs.
What about him? Oh yeah,
Giannis could be hypothetical blockbuster trade. They get Giannis there, right?
That conversation started in the offseason to where it's like, do you make a push to get Giannis in there?
I remember you saying something like that, but I didn't believe it had any legs or any weight to it.
Holy shit, that would be, man. I'd be good with that. Yeah.
Well, I didn't click on the actual story. What would the return be, though? I'm wondering, right? There's no way in hell they're giving up Wimpy. No way in hell. So you'd have to think a lot of the future. A lot of your draft picks are probably going to go. Do you get rid of Fox, De'Aaron Fox, and hopefully they try and make something. They're going to need somewhat of a little bit of a veteran presence, right? If they're getting rid of Giannis.
Yeah, I'll tell you with De'Aaron Fox, after watching that dude go for 31 last night, I'm like, you got to hold on to that dude. I mean, I would hope that they could build it with draft capital, but at the rate that you're going right now, well, and you've got, man, God, that was.
I thought I saw him walk off on his. Did he not walk off?
I think he walked off. Yeah,
I thought he walked off on his own though, right?
Yeah,
I think they were just being, and again, like, I didn't see that Rob. MRI today, so we will see the significance of the injury, but yeah, regardless of that,
get him anyway.
Right? Like, wouldn't now if being what his injury is, that would take a little bit on the return down, I would think, for San Antonio, or what they would have to give to Milwaukee there. But yeah, I think if there's a way to get Giannis into your locker room, don't you do that, right?
I think you have,
regardless if you have to get rid of, a draft pick for the next 2 years, hell, maybe even 3 years. You know what I mean? Like, could you be? I guess what I'm trying to weight the decision on, like, if you give 3 draft picks in a row, because who knows if those draft picks will even blossom or mature into something real, right?
Yeah.
But there is a significant chance that you could have an NBA championship in the next 3 years, right? Isn't that worth it?
Wags, I think you add that dude, you can have to where I'm saying maybe next year, that next year you start thinking, you add Giannis, it's like now. I mean, it is now that you can start that. And where I was going with that, the old man Harrison Barnes last night, that was the really cool part to see, where it's like kind of
Barnes would probably be a piece too that moves.
Yeah.
Right. They would need veteran presence. So Barnes would be out of there. Ike comes in with Castle. Castle would probably be gone.
Yeah. Maybe
it's Fox.
Johnson. Maybe Johnson. Maybe that's a guy that you can package up. And,
I think Johnson would stay. Maybe they'd pack. I feel like they'd want to keep Fox if they could, right?
Yeah.
And keep that trio together.
Yes, absolutely. You've got to keep that guy. But yeah, if that comes to pass, San Antonio's really setting a nice play because they're really good now. I mean, they're absolutely really good right now, and so we'll watch that situation. But
why is off court stuff more spicy than the actual play of the NBA?
I think
why do I get more amped up for shit that hypothetical stuff that could happen for the NBA than the actual play of the NBA?
I think because right now it's just so early.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Very
I think if we were in February, it would be like, because in February that's kind of when the shit gets real to me.
It's getting ready to turn. Christmas is when everybody starts tuning in. So
so I mean that's going to be
really the All-Star game. Right?
Yeah, because that's right around the time of Daytona. So it's the off the court stuff. So we'll see how that shakes out, man. So I'd be totally fine with that. I think that would be really
all
cool.
right, man. We got some Sark sound, man. Of course, National Signing Day yesterday. Big, we mentioned it. Most 5-star recruits on the day here, but I was kind of, I've been beating around the bush, or not beating around the bush with this, pretty direct with it. Where are we going with the trench warfare? Are we we made a splash? We got Atkins, fantastic. He's going to be a beast, right? Also, we pulled Johnson, able to take him from Georgia too. Like, we were going into Georgia's recruiting pool in their pipeline and taking some pretty defensive pretty good dudes on the defensive end, right? Also locking down, defensive backs that kind of, big size, 6'1", 285, or not 285, 6'1", 185 defensive back. Names eluding me, and also Jermaine Bishop too. So we had some really good talent that's coming in the locker room. I'm very, very reluctant to say, yay, great class, because we've been seeing this. And then also, what's the product that happened on the field when you didn't address the portal? And, now you don't have an offensive line that can block for your highly touted, number one Heisman candidate, Arch Manning, which we all know what happened to fruition, what came to fruition. So a little bit of a disappointment this year. As we turn our gaze to 2026, we do see some hope in bright stars, no pun intended, coming into the 40.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, great to bring those, because the difference is now where with this program, what they've been able to do for the most part is you bring these 5 stars in, 4 stars, 4.5 stars, whatever. You bring them in and you develop them and you get them ready to go. But I think where right now, especially with Arch Manning, Texas will have him another year. I would say the case is going to be. So I think
he's not going to the draft.
Oh, I hope I hope he hangs around for 2 years.
He's staying.
Yeah. But that's where, like I was saying, I do like now that you have the portal for the immediate fix, where for the offensive line and another running back. So I think, and it was a great thing by great point that BK made right there, to where you're saving that money to where it's like, here we are talking about college, high school kids. And it's like, got to save some money so you can go to the portal.
And it feels like this is the strat for NFL too, right? Like, usually people aren't sure, like Tampa Bay, if you can hit like a Tristan Wirfs, or if you're Detroit and you can hit like a Penei Sewell, if you can get those type of dudes right out of college, absolutely. Like that's a must. That's a top 5 pick, right? But usually I feel like NFL teams address needs through free agency.
Yeah.
Too, right? In terms of offensive line and trench warfare, right? We're starting to see the same trends now that NIL is basically, just wheeling and dealing of players here, just players moving back and forth in the transfer portal here. Now you're seeing, trench warfare start to be built up in the transfer portal there, or stockpiled, I guess, in the transfer portal there, or meeting your needs, right, in terms of getting them in the transfer portal instead of finding them freshly out of high school, right, where you got to kind of callus them and shape them up. Here's Sark on how they intend to embrace the strategy of the transfer.
We have that kind of exit meetings with the players. We have personnel meetings with the staff, and then you start to look at your roster and you look at where your depth is at certain positions. And it's one thing to have depth in numbers; it's another to have depth in class age, right? Are there seniors? Are there juniors? Are there true freshmen? And what that looks like. And then where are your needs, right? Where are your needs on your roster? And then how are we going to attack those needs, right? And then what we try to do, we try to kind of put it in, it's an urgent need, it's a great need to have, or it's a luxury, right? And so when you do that, the urgent needs, that's where a lot of our attention goes to. And then, hey, this would be, if this guy's a really good player and we have a pretty good need here, let's go attack that. Or this is just a luxury. And a luxury is maybe a kid wants to come home who was a fantastic player out of high school and got homesick, but how can we say no to him? That's kind of more of the luxury. And so we try to rank it in that way to go along with our roster and our sheer numbers of what it looks like. And so we've done that. We have a pretty good feel, but that always evolves too, and let's say you go into this thing thinking, hey, we're going to take 2 O-linemen or 3 O-linemen, but there's a fourth one that how do you say no to them? You're probably going to take them, and again, that falls back into what maybe went from urgent can still become a luxury too.
Okay, so it sounds like through a lot of that salad there, they are ranking based off of urgency and needs, of course, right? And I guess what I can deduce is that offensive linemen are now urgent, are slated as urgent, because he referenced offensive line as urgent, right?
Yep.
And then if he gets a fourth one or whatever, I guess we're going to have luxury with offensive line. So it appears that the transfer portal, I thought we were going to get a little bit more on strategy there from Coach, but I guess they will be going after trench warfare in the transfer portal, like BK and the rest of us do think there. If you're not making big splashes on National Signing Day and you're holding back, it is kind of obvious that that's where the money is being tied up, or I guess earmarked to, right?
Yeah, and that is the nice thing, to where at some of the like flash positions, I mean, you have that covered, and you have depth. You have some depth there. But I would personally think that if you can find a center, you got a couple of, I'm assuming Gooseby hopefully is back. I mean, I think your tackles, at least the way it looked towards the end of the year, and again, this is the last resume thing that we can look at. Towards the end of the year, your tackles seem pretty solid. Get yourself a good leader on the offensive line there at center, and kind of work on the guards. Some guys that can move around pretty quick, and go supplement that, and then build yourself that full offensive line. And it's just easier through the portal to where.
Well, I mean, you already got players that are shaped up and calloused up, right? And guys that already have experience. They still need coaching up still, but they've already gotten their initial, I guess, 2 years or maybe a year to where they don't have to go through all the bullshit and learn. Well, hell, they're still gonna have to learn new offenses and new calls.
Yeah. You get them in here, you teach them the offensive scheme, you teach them all of that, and then get them in the weight room.
For the most part, it's basically just a kind of adjusting to the speed, right? From high school to college, and I guess just the routine.
Yeah, and where the portal I think is so beneficial. And again, I can't believe that I'm sitting here saying that it's beneficial, because I bitch about it all the time. But the portal's plug and play. I mean, you bring these dudes in here,
right?
Hand them the playbook, and boom, let's go. I mean, look, like where he's talking about right there, kids wanting to come home, whatever the case is. Look at that secondary last year. I mean, you brought some kids home that wanted to play and shit. We're saying the secondary wasn't very good this year because of what we had last year, so it
sure, yeah. And I got you. It's you can say that we're a little spoiled, sure, a little spoiled.
So that'll be the next matter. But I mean, look, a great haul by Texas. I've seen them anywhere from 3 to 7 in the different rankings there of National Signing Day. So Diabell, you hang on, you got him, you got some good athletes, so that are going to be, I think, pivotal pieces here at some point.
Atkinson, Johnson, Wesley's a dude. I don't know if he's going to come in immediately and make plays right in his freshman year, but I think it's a dude that could be getting reps. I mean, I don't know if he'll get first string reps, but there's a chance where I think he can come in and spell for good portion of the series, right? Maybe he'll gain the trust because Sark's big on trust, right? Like that's the thing. Like if Sark trusts you, you'll probably get the starting position, but that's something that you got to be able to solidify right out of camp. And I'm not breaking news there. Here is Sarkisian on West.
Oh, we kind of got to a couple different run schemes that were effective. A couple of the runs were Richard Wesley. This guy's 6'4", 245, and he's 16 years old. I'm fascinated by him. The fact that he's going to be here in a few weeks. His demeanor is not of a 16-year-old. This guy is very focused. He's very driven. He's very serious about football, his craft. He's got two wonderful parents who I've got a great relationship with that I think have done a tremendous job of guiding him throughout this process. I think he's going to guy that is going to really contribute to this team. How early, we'll see. But I would not be surprised if he contributes early on in his career. He's that high level of a player. He's a very versatile player. It's going to be interesting to watch his body grow and develop. He's 16 years old. How big can he get? How twitchy can he get? But we couldn't be more excited about Richard, and it's been a great process. This was, I think, in my opinion, this was the place he always wanted to come to, and now he had an awkward kind of commitment there along the way, to say the least. But him to be back with us and feeling very good about him being back with us is something that we're definitely excited about.
So, and again, what Sark was talking about too, like growing into the body, right? Very young, and we'll see if they'll. It's very, very young here, and we'll see if he can absolutely grow into that man child that everybody thinks he can be into, or just the prototype that he can grow into here. Here's the thing, though. The way that's kind of different for this is it felt like they weren't procrastinating to go and get this, right? You go and you see a young man that is on the radar here, and it's kind of what Georgia's doing when Georgia goes into Texas or into other states and saying, oh, hey, there's a middle schooler out here that, sure, I mean, it's not going to be on your board in the next 2 years, but this is something that you're planning for, right? If this is the trend now to where Sark is starting to gaze his focus for, year 3, year 4, year 5, year 6, and stacking, like that's the move. That I guess that is starting to show you that the program's actually in complete or done out of rebuild mode, and we're actually starting to move in championship contention mode, right? It's starting to get that vibe of the Georgia setting again, right? Where you can kind of just get people into the NFL, and then all of a sudden, just boom, you got a succession plan right at your grasp for the next season.
That's where it's like when you look at, like, let's just say the class yesterday. I mean, when you look at this class, we'll have to look at 2028, 2029, 2030 to know if you hit or missed. I mean, you can rank them, coming out based on what they've done at this point, but you don't know until
I feel like the vibe, or am I just a prisoner of the moment?
What's that?
I said the vibe feels different to me, or am I just a prisoner of the moment?
No, it very much so. Very much so. It's to where you don't know the instant success, because you can get the instant success now with the portal. It's like we're saying, go fix these holes. These guys, you've got them in the chute back there ready to go, but then that's the hard part, because are they going to hang around? Because they can hit the portal too, because they want to play. But are they ready to play? Like we're saying about this dude, 16 years old. Can you imagine that? This dude
But that's what you had to. But that's the point that I'm trying to make. Like that's now the focus that you have to do. You have to get after it early, right? We hear Jay Guns talking about it from time to time, right? Or when I'm sharing time with Jay Guns, and when I'm sharing the mic with Jay Guns, he talks about going at and getting after him in middle school and shit. And that might be a waste of time, or you might be thinking you're wasting your time, but you're not. You're planting the seed. You're being the first initial influence.
Yeah. And that's so weird to me, the years of watching junior high football and broadcast or, PA at junior high football, to where it's like, that could be the next Jermaine Bishop out there. It's like, geez, it is so crazy where they look little, but it's all about the potential. Bishop is the curious one to me. What they call him, the Texas Travis, the Texas Travis.
He can make 3 guys miss in small ways, right? But he doesn't have the size.
Yeah.
Right. Like he could be an absolute dominant, could be a Tavon Austin, right? Where he's just carving it up in college level, and then he gets to the NFL, and people with size, and 6'1" corners are able to shut him down because they can keep up in stride, right? But this is a dude like Jordan says he's the best Texas high school player he's ever seen.
Yeah.
Right? And just an absolute freak athlete, dude. And just to be in a 1 yard radius of 4 people and make them all miss out of their shoes. That's the type of player that Texas needs. Texas does not have that. I mean, you could say that there's a few of them on Texas, or maybe one, right? Niblett's probably the guy that can make people miss with blazing speed or just the quick twitch. But dude, like besides Niblett, we look to Wingo as the top end speed guy, and I just don't think that's it, man. You get in a guy like Bishop in your locker room, game changer.
Yeah. And that's to me, that's where there's going to be a lot of focus on the staff to where what do you do with him? Is he going to play offense? Is he going to play defense? Is he going to be Travis Hunter? Are you going to try to play them both? I would hope not. A little different to play both in the SEC, maybe spot duty at cornerback, be a slot receiver. I mean, what are you going to do with this guy? How are you going to develop him? So
here's Sark on what you're going to do with Jermaine Bishop.
I think it starts in the recruiting process. And Jermaine, obviously, from a high school snapshot, has more than enough ability to play on either side of the ball. And the good thing for me is it's not totally foreign to me. When I was at the University of Washington, we signed a young man by the name of John Ross, who had the fastest 40 time ever at the combine, and Xavier Worthy broke it. And his true freshman year, he was primarily a wide receiver that we would play on third down at nickel when we were going to play man coverage. And he had the ability to do both. And obviously then he returned punts and kickoffs for us. When I got to USC, we recruited a young man by the name of Adoree Jackson. And Adoree started for us at corner as a true freshman, returned punts and kicks. And then I played him about, depending on the game, 5 to 10 plays a game on the offensive side of the ball. And so, but for both of those guys, one, I think John Ross wanted to kind of be a receiver, and that's what he ended up being in his career and getting drafted as a receiver. Adoree, at the end of the day, DB was his love, and that's what he wanted to do. But it grew into that. And I think the same's going to happen for Jermaine, and we're going to have to get a sense and a feel for him. He has the ability to do either. I'm not so consumed with is he better at one than the other, but somewhere there in his heart, which one is it going to be for him?
So what he just said right there, like I was under the initial impression that Sark might flirt with playing him on both sides of the ball, right? But I'm thinking that Sark maybe learned a little bit from Ross and from Jackson, right? And just kind of let him kind of fall into where he wants to go. Based off the end of that audio, what Sark said there, that's kind of the guy, or that's kind of the instinct that I'm thinking Sark's going to be at, right? Or where he's going to arrive at, right? What's the best position for you? And that's where we'll put you. If this is where you want to go, if you want to be a wide receiver, we'll help you craft into a wide receiver. But ultimately, at the end of the day, if defensive back is your strongest suit, that's where you're going to play. I don't think Sark's going to entertain with allowing him to be Travis Hunter, where he's playing on both sides of the ball as frequent of a rate that Travis Hunter played at, right? I just don't think there's any. Travis Hunter's a freakish athlete, right? Is Travis Hunter playing on the field right now?
No, right, exactly. And I think that's the thing with a kid like this. You bring him in, and the whole thing is get him acclimated to this game.
Correct.
You can be a great high school player, but man,
I don't care if he's going to be on the offensive side of it. I think he's going to play wide receiver, right? Because that's where the need is with that top end type of speed, or not even the top end type of speed, just the quickness and the athleticism, right? Sark talked about a lack of what or needs, like where he fits in best.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, he fits in best as a wide receiver.
Totally agree. And that's the thing. You bring this dude in, and we can say about bad SEC teams, Mississippi State, whoever. I'm sorry, a bad SEC team is a hell of a lot faster, stronger
than an ACC team. I'll tell you straight up.
And any team that Willis has played, Willis High School. I mean, you bring him in, you let him figure out which side is going to acclimate to him better. Let him grow, and because I think the whole thing is if you throw this dude in and you're like, you're going to play both ways, he's going to regress and not get better at either side because he's going to be getting punched in the mouth all the time by these guys. So you have to figure out, I love that aspect there to where let's figure out what works best. And then at some point, year 2, year 3, if he's around that long, okay, now you shift him over and get him in packages that are going to allow him to play on the other side of the ball. So
I mean, he'll be there for year 3, but I don't think this guy's staying all 4 years.
Well, that's the great thing about it, because if he doesn't, that means you've done something right, because he's like, I've done what I needed to do here.
Oh,
it's
for
time
sure.
to move on.
For sure.
It's
I
time
mean,
to
I
move
just
on.
think I think based off the clips that I've seen, and again, it's Texas football. We're talking about some of the cream of the crop in terms of high school football, right?
Yeah.
I think that this guy's going to be one hell of a playmaker in college, just because of the side, just because of how short he is. I think the speed's going to catch up to him when he gets to the pros, right? It usually does. I still think he'll be able to make plays, but he won't be able to run away from people like he's doing now, right? Or just making 4 people miss in a small area.
Yeah, well,
or hopefully he proves me wrong. I love eating crow. You guys know that.
Yep. Jordy says that he does everything for Willis except drive the bus.
Right.
So
Exactly.
Sounds like he's that good. Hey, right quick, Wags, McCall Custom Homes. Got to tell you about those folks. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. You're looking for that home renovation. You're looking for a new home. They've got an in-house designer. They can take care of all of that for you, the architectural, all of that stuff. They'll do that for you if you're looking to buy a new home. But if you're sitting on equity and you've got a property that you've been in, 5, 10, 15 years, and you're looking to upgrade, you want to make it look a little more modern, like we did at our place in our primary bathroom, I highly recommend a satisfied customer of McCall Custom Homes. 512-633-9580. Free estimates right now for Texas Sports Unfiltered listeners and viewers. Be sure and make that call or send that text, and that will go directly to Mike. You are not going to get somebody else calling you saying, hey, this is so-and-so. He'll come out, he'll take a look, put your idea together with his, boom, there you go. You decide to do whatever you want to do. It is fully your decision. For over 40 years, a father-son team been doing it in Central Texas with a great group of trades. I'm here to tell you that was where I was blown away so much with these folks. These trades would come out. They treated my home like it was their home, the ultimate respect that they had. They were on a first-name basis with my dogs by the time it was all said and done. That's how great they were. Check them out online at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. The gallery of projects are there. And again, free estimates right now during the holiday season, 512-633-9580. Make your home shine. Make your home shine and stun into 2026. We build value into your home. It is McCall Custom Homes.
Real quick before we get out of here, we have one more star to talk about here. Again, it was loaded with athletes coming into the 40 last night on signing day, or yesterday on signing day. Pretty scripted, right?
Yep.
Kind of went how we expected it to go. Diabell, the next quarterback sensation that's going to join the 40 here to take over the reins when Arch leaves. If this young man's ready, I think he's got a comp of Marcus Mariota. I'd like to hear what Sark thinks of him. Here is Sark on Diabell.
He is a natural passer of the football, and you watch him play. We've had him in camp. We've been around him in person. He's a natural passer. He has a great feel for the game. The other thing we really love about him is his competitive spirit. And, both of his parents were athletes. His mom was a collegiate soccer player. Obviously, his father, was a multi-year NBA player and great player in the NBA. And he got it from both his parents. He's a highly competitive young man. He's a football junkie. He's a sport junkie. He works out. He works his tail off. And so I just think his leadership, his personality, his ability, but probably most importantly, his competitive spirit are things that we're definitely very excited about.
Comes in at 6'2", so he can see over that line. Nice, healthy vision there, and also he's got the ability to escape too. He's very athletic. Comes from an athletic family. You just said NBA pro baller, and then a soccer player from mom as well. So, hey, look, man, he can get it done, and this is kind of the type of quarterback style that you need. I love what Quinn can offer, right? Natural passer, you get that same type of skill from Quinn, but you can also couple that with the legs of Arch, and looks like Arch is a little bit of a natural passer too. So these trends continue to keep up in the QB room. It looks like good things for Texas.
Sounds like the resume of somebody else that plays quarterback in Texas. So and that's where that's what will drive the Sark offense. A guy like that. That's the kind of guy that you need, and you develop those guys, because look at the improvement in Manning. I mean, that to me, that's one of the greatest things looking at it right now, to where so many people were poo-pooing on this guy, and give him a little time to learn this system and get acclimated to all of this. And arguably right now, he's playing like one of the best quarterbacks in the country. One of the best quarterbacks in the country right now, when he had been written off by a lot of people.
Well, I mean, I don't think anybody was fully writing Arch Manning off, right? I think you're able to see what somebody can do with 3 seconds, at least 3 seconds to throw the ball, right? And that's not an embellishment. There's times where Arch didn't even have 3 seconds, right? You got to allow your wide receivers to run the route and get open, at least make their break, right? And you do that to create separation. Not many people are going to just be able to stack right outside, a 5-yard route, and then get the defensive back right behind you, or just break off to the flat right there and be able to drive it home. We got to remember football 101 at times, people, and a lot of that's with the offensive line, which clearly not making a national signing day. We're going into the draft portal. We heard Sark talk about that. That's going to be a sense of urgency moving forward. But also, you couple that with a running game. Arch now looks like the Heisman Trophy candidate that everyone deemed him to be, right? You give him that, you give him a little bit of time and watch what he can do, man. We've seen him be able to throw the deep ball and put it on a platter. It looked like a lot of the intermediate throws was rushed a little bit, and everybody was starting to make, bullshit nonsense out of a throwing quirk or whatever. Come on, guys. His mechanics were just rushed because he didn't have any time. It's football 101. Let's not try and make a rocket science out of it.
If you got a big dude coming at you with snot pouring out of his nose, you're going to sidearm that son of a bitch too.
Right. Yeah.
Right. It's like, I'm about to get hit. Let me get this thing out of here any way that I can. And
I consider myself a pretty tough SOB, right? But I mean, I'm still going to short arm stuff and chicken wing stuff. And
I'm probably going to underthrow. Yeah, absolutely.
Biggie, what's up, brother? How are you, sir?
Wow.
Are you all right? I mean, tough night at the moon, man.
Long night. Didn't get back to the crib till about 1:15 last night.
Damn.
The hell happened to your boys, Wags?
You got to shoot. You got to be able to shoot, man. Or I'll tell you what are you asking if the Cavaliers are my boys? Because I'm a Terp guy. I'm a Terp guy, man. But I don't know what happened to these Cavaliers. These Cavaliers coming out, they're running. They're not a Tony Bennett. Virginia Cavaliers.
No. This is Ryan Odom's Virginia team. To be completely transparent, Wags, I was just setting up for an RT joke since RT was in the house and that looked like RT basketball last night. That is all I was saying.
That's what it was.
It
started doing that again.
Yep. I mean, well, still, you were able to battle in the rebound still, right? But you're starting to see what happens when you don't have a shooter. Okay,
well, let me ask you this, right? Because, I made the RT joke, and being serious here for a second, that's the most transparent, honest press conference I've been to basketball-wise in 2 years, because Sean Miller said this is a crossroads for our team, all right? He said that they got annihilated defensively. He didn't put it on the offense. When he was asked specifically, like, hey, offensively, what do you think happened? He said
mental breakdowns.
He didn't put on the offense. He's because Jordan Pope came in and said he felt that the defense was affecting their offense. And Sean said, respectfully, I disagree with Jordan. I think the defense just affected everything, and it wasn't about them not making open shots, that they just couldn't defend. You saw the game, Wags. They couldn't do anything without fouling. They gave up way too many open threes. Right? I mean, it just was.
You allowed them to shoot 50% from the arc. And
correct.
They buried 12 of them.
Correct.
They buried 12 of them.
Correct. So,
and a freshman ate your lunch. A German freshman ate your lunch. Grunlow.
I will not pronounce the name.
Ritter.
Yeah, John. I think it's Grunlow. I think it's Grunlow is how you.
Ate your wiener schnitzel.
Wiener schnitzel, schnitzel.
And the crazy thing is, their 22-year-old freshman Dice DeRitter didn't even go off.
He had a mediocre game.
Yeah, it was everyone else for Virginia. So yeah, this is going to be real interesting for Texas basketball, guys. Because listen, in 8 days, I got to go freeze my ass off in Hartford to go watch.
That's
right. And if they don't get this fixed quickly, they're going to face a number 5 UConn team that's going to run them out of XL Center.
Their best shooter didn't even go off last night.
Correct. So
Hall's shooting almost like 50% from the perimeter, and he didn't even go off last night. So
something super interesting. I know I've come in here and talked about Modest Vokatitis, the big 7-footer for Texas. I think you're seeing, and Sean talked about it, when you play at FAU last year, right? It's a big jump. And I'm not trying to overstate it.
You see the hunger there, right? Like, is he doing too much?
The hunger's there, but I think he gets in his head. Double R, I don't know if you saw any of the Maui Invitational, Wags. I'm sure you saw it. When he got frustrated against Arizona State, he gave up a bucket and swatted the ball out of the net. He's so intense, right? That he has to understand, okay, when he misses one shot, it can't snowball into 3.
Got to dial that shit back. Yep.
He's not a 3 for 9 from the free throw line guy. Like, he's a 70% free throw shooter.
Right.
To go 3 for 9, that's just being in your head, being frustrated, right?
Yeah, sports psychology, for sure.
It's like me on the golf course. That's what that's like.
So that's definitely something to keep an eye on. Because listen, it's the SEC, right? Like, things are only going to get tougher from here. We talk about
posse points. You got to have posse points, right, Hunter? Posse points.
Yep, absolutely. All right, guys, I'm going to jump out. Wags, tomorrow. Good luck, dude. I'll check in with you.
Yeah, thanks.
I'll be on with Stu tomorrow. So you guys check in.
Are you covering the app too tomorrow?
Oh,
I'm going to need that, right?
I'll only have one computer. I'll talk to BK. Okay, I'll talk to BK. Right. We'll get that figured out. All right, guys. Y'all take care.
So, Wags, let me ask you this, man. As Jordan probably be in here momentarily. I'm sure he's taking care of some things in the back end. Are you a big signing day guy? I know we talked about it a little bit yesterday. For me, it's just kind of whatever.
I am. Like, I do kind of like to see some of the young talent coming in, especially when they're I'm not going to lie. Like, I get wowed over. I get, eye candy when I see the 5 stars coming in, but ultimately I was disappointed. Yeah, it's great to have, sure, we brought in the most 5 stars, right? Yeah. But to what Sark's point with the transfer board, and I guess maybe you guys might go over some of the sound. We have the sound in there. But what Sark was alluding to with the transfer portal strategy is you now have to address needs like senses of urgency, right? How much urgency did we address yesterday? And he mentioned luxury a lot in his address or his strategy too, right? It felt like we got a lot of luxury yesterday.
I'm going to give you my opinion, Wags, and this is purely opinion. I've had a chance to talk over with Jordan or Hank, our recruiting guys, but I think in terms of offensive line, I'm not going to talk about defensive line for a second, because I think while they will address defensive line in the portal, as Steve said, I think offensive line clears the most pressing need.
Right.
Wags, I don't think they're swinging for 3-4 offensive linemen, 3-4 veteran guys who are on their 3rd stop and, haven't worked out at previous schools. I think they're going to swing for a ready-made starter.
They have to.
And that is why, you probably can't get that in this first wave.
100%, because you can't waste Arch anymore. Like, you have to get the most out of Arch. Like Arch, Arch can't have another season like this. It just can't. Like, I still think Arch is going to go to the NFL, but like, you want to have the best offensive line protecting him, and also you want to have a line that you're able to balance with a running attack, right? Like, that's just football 101. You allow Arch to kind of get there and eat off of some play action, and now you open up the game with his wheels. It's a Heisman campaign. Anybody can see that.
No, for sure. So that's why I think, for Texas fans who are wondering, why didn't we see a, portal edition in this class? I think just be a little bit patient, right? There still are teams that are playing with some of the coaching, changes, coaching searches, et cetera, right? You're going to see guys shift and go different places. I think Texas is going to swing, let's call it 2, right? I mean, you got to get the money together, right, to make your pitch for a guard, right? Left guard. I'm talking about a starter.
Got to get a center. Got to get a center too.
Yeah, I think you either swing for a center or a right guard, because DJ Campbell's going to be gone as well, right? I'm talking about two guys who can step in and play immediately. I don't want to name any names because, again, this is just speculation on my part. I haven't talked over with Jordan or Hank, but I think that's the play. The play is, hey, we'll recruit offensive linemen and develop them, but when we are going to swing, it's not going to be for, and now Jordan's here, right? So, Jordan, I want to run this by you real quick. I know you just hopped on. Sorry for putting you on the spot. Wags was talking about, Sark's comments yesterday saying that they want to address offensive line and defensive line in the portal. And I was saying I hadn't talked this over with you, so I'm just hypothesizing on the air. But I think in terms of offensive line, I don't see Texas swinging for, a couple of guys who are third, fourth year guys who maybe bounced around a little bit and didn't play, right? We're going to give them a shot. I think Texas swings for two guys that they can start immediately on the offensive line, and that's going to take some time. Do you see any validity in that?
Yeah, I mean, DJ Campbell's gone. Cole Hudson's gone. They clearly don't trust any of those guys. Connor Stroh is not on the team next year. I don't know why anyone would expect Nato Umezulu to be on the team. So
God, that's a whole restructure.
Yeah. So I mean, I've said it going back to like October. They have to get two guards, and it has to be guys who can either start right away or compete to start right away with whatever's left.
I think you need.
They have to be that. And with Gooseby, expected back more than he's expected to leave. We'll see. But I mean, if he leaves, they have to go get a left tackle starter. Nick Brooks is not a left tackle. I've said that from the jump since he committed. This is a right tackle or jumbo guard. And they tried him at jumbo guard, but he's 18 years old playing 24-year-olds at Florida. It was never going to work. And you didn't work him in at guard at all up until the week of that game too. It was never going to work versus Florida. But I think they have to get an offensive tackle. If Gooseby leaves, they have to get two. If he comes back, they have to get one. Because if Gooseby goes down, knock on wood, that doesn't happen. But let's say he comes back and gets an injured. Who's going in at left tackle? John Turrentine will not be ready as in year one. Andre Kojo has only ever played right tackle and in 3 years hasn't played because he was 16 when he enrolled and was a long-term developmental project. And he missed one of the 3 years too with injury. So who's the left tackle? Nick Brooks probably still can't play it in year two. So regardless, if Gooseby comes back, because Brandon Baker will be back, I think Texas would be really smart to go get an offensive tackle who's in year two or year three that can sit or provide depth for a year, and then he's the starter at left tackle the next year, or at least can compete to start. Because if you set it up that way and get someone who has multiple years left, it's going to be cheaper than having to go get a true left tackle starter after next season. And, it's all about saving money and saving the budget. And then at center, I don't think Daniel Cruz will be back, but with Connor Robertson, he has one more year left.
I thought he was gone. I thought he was gone.
He's one more year. He's in his fourth year. He redshirted year one. So he can come back next year. But, even then, good buddies with Arch. He's been there for 4 years. Can you upgrade over him in the portal? Yeah, you can. There's a reason he wasn't starting until this late in the year when injuries happened and when they decided, the most experienced O-line group, probably the best O-line group, So we'll see. And Nate Kibble, it was very strange. We heard so many good things about him in fall camp and in spring ball. Hey, he's DJ's number 2. He might be the first guard off the bench. Hasn't played at all this year. Didn't play at all last year. So, I don't know what the expectation is in Nate Kibble. And the only reason he ended up at Texas was because he was going to A&M and they filled up. And Texas, who hadn't had him on campus in over a year and a half, called him because they needed guards. And he came, officially visited that weekend, committed on the visit. But Texas had not really talked to him in about a year and had not had him on campus in over a year. That was a very last-minute ad, even though it was in the summer. So, I mean, they need a lot on the O-line. I think they're going to lose a lot on the O-line. And I'm very curious to see how it plays out because they have not had a high enough hit rate on the 2023 through 2024 O-line class. It has been stinkers. So, yeah.
One more stinger real quick before I get out of here. David Keith Williams addresses the lack of the lack of perimeter defense last night. Yeah, it just felt like also people weren't closing out, or it wasn't just to close out. People didn't give a shit to even try to close out last night to take out the three. That's why you saw so many open looks last night.
Real quick, I'll also add to this. And listen, I'm not a basketball X's and O's guy, but there are some basic fundamentals that you can identify. Texas played a fair amount of drop coverage last night, and when a team's hitting threes like that, you can't. So I mean that, and Sean basically said it without saying it. He didn't want to flat out say like, hey, this didn't work or that didn't work. He still have to go back and look at the film. But yeah, when the team's hitting threes like that, you can't play drop coverage.
All right, boys. Have a great conversation, man. Y'all be good.
All right, we'll see you. How much Texas basketball do you want to talk? Because I tuned in right after half. I'm like, let's see, is it close? And I was like, oh, oof, yeah, and turned it off.
Jordan, I'll be quick. I'll just do like 5-6 minutes here, right? Because for those who like Jordan really were tuning in, and listen, let's call a spade, right? Texas basketball fans at this point, they're tuning into Duke, they're tuning into Virginia, and maybe I guess that Maui Invitational game started super late, so you probably ain't watching that, right? Like those are the games you're tuning in to see, like, hey, what does this team have? And if those are the only two games you've tuned into, you're not feeling great about Texas, right? Quick rundown of last night's game. They lost 88-69. I'll help Jordan out here because he did a shit ton of talking yesterday. So give the brother some rest for that voice.
Oh, good.
They lost 88-69 last night. It was a game that, quite frankly, was never really close. I mean, Virginia shot the lights out pretty early in the first half. As I mentioned, a lot of drop coverage played by Texas. Virginia's a really veteran team. For those who don't know, they've recruited heavily European. So they have a 22-year-old freshman, a 22-year-old freshman, all guys who can shoot the basketball. I think the biggest things, 3 things coming out of that game, I'll give you 2. Well, we'll do 4. 2 concerns. I'll try to find 2 positives. Modest Bocatitis, like I was talking about in crosstalk with Wags and Double R. He looked so promising in the early part of the year, right? Not just against those cupcakes, right? Against those teams that don't have radio broadcasts or look like they're probably gambling on games. I mean that literally with New Orleans last year that had 4 guys pop for gambling. He looked good against reasonable competition, but last night against Virginia, that's what he's going to see nightly in the SEC. Okay, so he can't be in his head where he's getting only 7 points, 4 boards, going 3 of 9 from the line and 2 of 7 from the field. That's a bit concerning. Lacina Traore. Lacina still grabbed his 6 rebounds, but his first point came with like 5 minutes left in the game. What was Texas's biggest issue last year? Bigs who got dominated down low, right? I still feel better about the bigs on this team because at least they're not Caden Shedrick. They don't just get bumped off the block immediately, right? But it doesn't make any difference if you just get, kind of at the end of the night, you get dominated there, right? Sean Miller was super transparent saying that, hey, this is a crossroads for his team. He was disappointed how they played defensively, but also felt like, all right, we're going to have to teach them what we expect defensively. And if they can't do it, then they won't play. You saw a lot of substitutions last night. Sean basically like searching for anyone who was willing to play defense at the way that he was looking for it. I guess if I was to try to find a positive, Jordan Pope really looks like it's working out at point guard, right? I mean, he had 10 points, in terms of passing, he's finding guys, they weren't hitting some open looks, but at least that looks like for right now, 9 games into the year that point guard situation is going to work out. But as I said, Jordan, before you hopped on, they got 9 days left to get this thing fixed because, it was my intent to go to Hartford in the middle of the freaking winter. So, I'm already questioning that, but it was my intent to go to Hartford in 8 days to watch them take on number 5 UConn. If they can't get this fixed, they'll get run out of XL Center in a heartbeat. Like that game will not look like the Duke game in terms of playing close for the first half. So yeah, that's kind of, definitely a disappointing night at the Mood for fans, like Jordan who are tuning in for the first time. Jordan, a lot of fans were hitting the exits, brother. The second half, like 2-3 minutes in the second half. Oh wait, they're still hitting threes? Okay. Yeah. It's a Wednesday night in Austin. It's time to, go crash and either go to work or find something else to do in the evening. And last thing, your boy Rodney Terry was there. So maybe, just maybe, that was the explanation for the game.
Yeah, the ghost of Rodney Terry looming over the Texas basketball offense. How late did Sark stay? Because I caught them showing him on the broadcast. There's no way he sat through the whole thing, right?
Nah, Sark and Vic both dipped at like the 9-minute mark. They stayed longer than I expected. They dipped like the 9-minute mark of the second half.
Man, it's kind of the amount of times I've gone to a high school game, and Texas isn't the only school that does this. A lot of schools do this. They have a coach there. He's there like 30 minutes before the game, watches the tail end of warm-ups, finds a bench to sit on, sits on his phone, doesn't want to talk to anybody. The game starts like this, and then leaves like halfway through the second quarter. And it's like, y'all are recruiting this kid and like want him, or else you wouldn't be here. The kid's low on the board. They don't get visits for their games. Why are y'all leaving before halftime? It's not like you're going to go stop at another game in the area. Like, what is the purpose of this? So I don't know. Just thought it was interesting. I'm sure it's mandatory for Sark and them to stay past a certain point because it is not in high school.
Yeah.
But one question or a few questions I have.
Yeah.
I think I asked this earlier in the hoop season, but who's the guy? Is it Jordan Pope? Like, they have a timeout on the baseline, 14 seconds, and they're down one. Who's shooting it? Because last year it was Trey Johnson, whether that was supposed to happen or not, he was going to shoot it. This year, is there a clear-cut number one guy on the team, a leader? Because Pope is supposed to be the scorer, but is he that guy?
Jordan, that's another issue. And Sean's come out and said it. He said from night to night, it could be a different guy who's kind of carrying the load scoring. He wanted it to be Tremont Mark. After the second game, the reason Jordan Pope was moved to point guard, right, was to take Tremont Mark off ball and make him be the guy. Tremont had a horrendous night last night. And not that he shot like poorly, he just didn't shoot at all. He had like 4 shots, right? To answer your question right now, I think it's Dalen Swain. It's either Dalen Swain or Jordan Pope. But Dalen Swain is not a shooter. You know, he's a guy's a slasher. Pope is the quote unquote the shooter, but he's 6'1". That's being generous. So yeah, that's an issue too. They don't have a clear-cut guy.
Yeah, and you brought up Coach Miller, you know, rotating a lot of guys in, just trying to find someone with, you know, quite frankly, someone who gave a fuck and was playing defense, right? So last night I'm on Twitter and I see Ole Miss dealt with a similar problem. Now they won their game apparently, but
I know what you're
Chris
saying.
Beard it was him at the podium with or him at the press conference table with one of his Ole Miss players, and the Ole Miss player got asked a question like, you know, something on the effort level because they clearly did not show enough effort that night. And Chris Beard cut off his player when he was talking and was like, no, it's on me as a coach. I got to find guys who are going to show effort. That's why I rotated a bunch of guys, and we're going to play the guys that care and that are showing effort. So this is a problem in college basketball. Why is this happening? Because, you know, I know like Texas wasn't playing the University of New Orleans type schools as much as they are. Like 10 years ago they weren't. And I know the schools like Duke and others like that are in the same boat. But now that you're paying these guys millions of dollars, some of them are making 7 figures, even at Texas. Like, what is the not the correlation, but how concerned are you long term? Because they're kind of, I feel like the players are probably looking at it as load management. Like, I'm playing University of New Orleans. Why the fuck am I getting back on defense? You know, like, it ain't Duke. And do you think that's kind of what it is? Because it seems like effort level and just the lack of emphasis is a problem right now in non-conference basketball.
Yeah, hear me out. And yeah, CB, I just saw your comment. It was Jordan Pope who, super quick, Jordan Pope actually asked Texas SID Scott McConnell for like 30 seconds to apologize for the performance before he left the podium. So that's who that was. You know what? You raised an interesting point. I think it's twofold. One, I'm going to use Kendall Weaver as the example, right? And he's an exception because I think Kendall's just mentality is so wired to just like go all out. Because I think he knows deep down he's limited offensively, but I can just give effort, right?
Yeah.
There are only so many guys in college basketball that are Kendall Weavers nowadays who aren't 5-star recruits, right? Who end up 5-star recruits who end up playing at this level, right? Because if you're playing in the SEC, the Big 12, the Big East, whatever, you're probably a 5-star or 4-star recruit, right? Because of that, and, you know, I'm going to sound like old man rant here, but like you talk about the AAU of basketball, of prep basketball, right? ain't a lot of focus on defense. It's a lot of focus on getting your buckets and getting your numbers, right? So if you end up at this level, you kind of come into it with an offensive mindset. And defense is, I don't want to say it's secondary, Jordan, but it's like, okay, I got to do enough so that like I don't look like a turnstile. I think that's part of it. The other aspect I think doesn't get talked about is when with the portal in the way you kind of hodgepodge these rosters together, guys are trying to find their roles like in 2 months, 3 months, as opposed to back in the day, right? When you knew, all right, I'm going to be a third-year player and this is going to be my role, right? Like this dude is going to be the scorer. This dude is the rebounder. This guy's the hybrid. Here are my roles, right? These dudes all are trying to figure out what their roles. And I'll use Jordan Pope again as the example. Like last year, Jordan, believe it or not, tries on defense. He's just not a good defender. I mean, he's better this year than he is last year. But remember, he's not a dude who was recruited to Oregon State to be the scorer. And then he got here last year and they're like, hey, all right, we need to put all these guys around Trey because we have Trey Johnson for 1 year. And now you flip his role and it's like, all right, you started the year off the bench as being that like scorer off the bench, right? We're going to put Kendall Weaver starting lineup. Oh, wait, that ain't working. We're going to put you in the starting lineup as the one guard. But he's just not a natural defender. So you have all these guys trying to figure out their roles. I think Swain, that was disappointing because Swain can defend, right? Kendall Weaver gave effort. But outside of that, Jordan, yeah, I think part of it is just all these guys coming together. And when they've been told from the time they were 10 years old to the time they're 18, like, yo, go get buckets, right? And then you go from school to school to school. And now it's like, oh, we need you to play D. That's like, that's like a foreign language to them. So,
hey, my NIL deal's 1.2 for this year. You want defense? That's 1.4.
Right. Exactly.
But I don't know. It is interesting because I mean, I used to be a really big college basketball fan, and the portal roster turnover, roster churning has just made it a lot less easy to be a fan. There's so many new players on Texas team each year. I know too, there was a coaching transition as well, but yeah, so you never covered Texas under Chris Beard, right? Only RT and Sean Miller.
Correct.
I know I've kind of asked you this like every week, but just how refreshing is it to have someone actually answer questions without already having their answer decided in their head while you ask the question?
Jordan, we were, you know what? Let me speak for myself. I'm not going to out any people who were covering the game last night because they might not want this said publicly. I was wondering what the press conference was going to sound like because, and listen, man, RT is a good guy, right? I know I come on here and I crack RT jokes. He's a good guy. But it was frustrating when, and I've said this about Arch Manning too, when they've decided what the answer, they're not listening to the question. They've decided what they're going to answer before 2 words into the question. They've decided what they're going to say and what direction they're going to take this in, right? So I was wondering like, all right, what are we going to hear from Sean Miller? Because Sean has been very transparent or he's been different than RT in wins, right? So I want to hear what he's going to be like in a loss. And for a dude to come out and say, hey, we're at a crossroads in our season. We got, completely demolished defensively. The thing that I'd always heard about Rodney Terry is that his guys love him because he'll never throw them under the bus, right? And I think there has to be a fine line between we'll never throw guys under the bus and not even acknowledging like things that are very obvious out there on the court. It can't always be, we just got to get our butts down and defend. Like, no, like that guy didn't defend, right? Or, this is the amount of times I heard Jordan last year, we're a work in progress. Dog, you're 28 games into the season. What are you talking about work in progress? You ain't got much season left, right? So, yeah, that was challenging. Nathan, can you throw up Nathan's comment real quick, or can I? I don't know if I can.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. You said Miller had a whole podcast at Xavier. I'll tell this story super quick. Last year, heading into the NCAA tournament, Jordan, I actually hopped on the podcast. This dude, shout out to Paul Fritchner. Paul's a great dude. He co-hosted hosted the podcast with Sean Miller. And he has me on the pod, Jordan, and we're previewing the Texas Xavier game. And in Paul's last question, and obviously he did not do this episode with Sean, right? It was just a little segment that they were going to splice into the show with Sean. And he told me ahead of time, he's like, yo, I host the show with Sean. I'm like, all right, cool. So he asked me the final question. Is it true, any truth that Rodney Terry's coaching for his job? And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. There could be a Will Wade. They could go for a Sean Miller. And my dog Paul's face was like, because it was live. So he couldn't cut it out. And I was like, damn, dog, my bad. You told me you coached the whole show.
You were like, absolutely, he's coaching for his job. It is funny, though. I'm sure this has been said 100 times by other Texas people, but is RT Charlie Strong? Like you talked about, he's never going to throw his players under the bus. The players love him. He's a great guy. Everyone wants him to do so well, but he just can't win ball games.
Jordan, Rodney Terry was a 500 coach before he got the job, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's clear as day. I covered Conference USA when Rodney Terry was at UTEP. UTEP were getting frustrated with Rodney Terry. For those who don't know, I'm sure most people do know, they have a basketball history, right? The movie Glory Road and whatnot, that's based off of UTEP, right? Texas Western, the first, all-black team to beat a team. So that's based off of UTEP, right? So, like, they care about basketball there. They were frustrated with RT. So I don't think I'm being out of bounds when I say, again, really good dude, but he was a average head coach at best.
Yeah. CB Arch, I don't know if you learned that from Quinn. He's a Manning. He probably was media trained by like 14 years old.
No, CB, Quinn was one level, but Quinn was over the scrutiny, right? Not from media, and I'm not putting on fans, but we all know it was a lot of, there was a measure of the fan base was frustrated with Quinn. Arch learned this from being a Manning, bro. Like, trust me, no one had to. And the thing that's most frustrating about it is that Arch Manning has a personality. Like, we saw it last year when he wasn't the guy. But no one has to tell Arch Manning to keep your answers short. Like, you'll be there on Mondays and you'll hear going into, I want to say it was going to Georgia game. You heard some of the staffers say, hey, remember, keep your answers short. Arch like, I got it. Don't worry. No one had to teach Arch Manning how to keep his answers short.
Yeah. Arch he clearly doesn't want to talk to media after games, but he ain't walking in there like that's how Quinn used to look around.
Yeah.
I remember after the Arkansas game, I was in the Arkansas game in Fayetteville last year.
Yeah.
I was in the back of the press conference room. I wasn't asking any questions. I just wanted to see what Sark was going to say instead of having to wait for it to be on Longhorn Network or read what, people transcribed. And I'm in like the way back, like leaning against the wall, and it's a small room. And Quinn like cracked open the door and put like his head in and like looked around and was like, and closed the door and came back in like 2 minutes later and just stood in the corner. And I'm like, yeah, he knows what's coming because he was not very good that game. They could not defeat a 3-high safety look. But I don't know. I think Arch has handled it well. We're going to get into some recruiting signing day talk unless you want to wrap up or have anything else from Texas basketball. Okay. There's a comment earlier I wanted to hit on.
Hey, Jordan, I'm going to step over 2 seconds just to help Hank out with something. So I'll be back.
Yeah, no worries. David Keith Williams said, hoping and expecting that Trevor Gooseby does return in 2026. Jaden Chapman did temporarily replace Gooseby this season. Good point. And I'd say there's optimism Gooseby returns. Not full expectation, but there's optimism. I'd probably lean towards him returning than leaving for the draft. But with Jaden Chapman, like, if he's the first tackle off the bench, are you going to be all right? He's going to be in year 4 next year. He's not played at all in 3 years, and he's been hurt. And he's been passed over by guys younger than him. It's the final year of Arch Manning. You have to maximize it. And I know, like, yeah, you probably could spend money, or you could better spend money elsewhere than the number 3 offensive tackle, than the left tackle or right tackle backup. But, that shit's going to matter. Injuries can happen. And Arch Manning, your ceiling with him is completely different than it is with KJ Lacey in year 2, Diabell in year 1, or, whatever version of Matthew Caldwell they potentially go after in the portal this year. They have to figure that out. And if I'm Texas, there's no way in hell Jaden Chapman is offensive tackle number 3, with all due respect to him. Like there have to be some tough conversations in the O-line room, not really financially, but like, hey, is this guy good enough to play here? How much better has he gotten the 3 years he's been here? Because he hasn't played. Is he developing? And if he isn't developing, Stark then has to ask himself, who is that on? Kyle Flood. And, you know, there's some guys that aren't going to develop. They aren't going to get better, whether I'm coaching them or Flood's coaching them or Bill Bedenbaugh's coaching them. But you have to make the decision to cut those guys when you realize that. And it sucks. These are human beings at the end of the day. A lot of them want to be at Texas. Their families want them to be there. The people around them want them to be there. But it is a business. These coaches' jobs are on the line. Everyone's jobs are on the line. And when you're getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars, the margin for error is a lot smaller. So, yeah, if I'm Texas, no way in hell is Jaden Chapman backup offensive tackle next year. It has to be a portal player. And hopefully someone that can start in 2027. So, yeah. Hey, real quick, we had some breaking news when we were talking Texas basketball.
Yeah.
Per Matt Zenitz, former Florida head coach, Sunbelt Billy Napier, has emerged as a person of interest for the James Madison head coaching job. This means he's going to get the head coaching job. It's like a 99% hit rate. Whenever Zenitz or anyone says they're targeting or emerges as a favorite, that guy's going to get the job 90% of the time. Kind of interesting. Thought Billy Napier could get something better. But, I mean, I don't know. JMU ain't a bad gig, you know?
Jordan, real quick, yeah, I'm with you. I thought Billy could have gotten something better. JMU is not a bad gig. I guess maybe he's thinking, and not saying it's low stress, right? Because again, they care about football there. They've been good going back to the FCS days. But I think it's low stress compared to what he could have walked into. And it's like, I know how to cook at the Sunbelt level. Like I can make that happen. So yeah, that's interesting fit.
I wonder if he can get any of those Florida players to go to JMU.
Remember, JMU's like, I mean, it's not Florida money, but they've invested in their program, like in terms of NIL. So they can get at some guys.
Yeah, I mean, Summerall is going to kick some of those dudes out. It happens everywhere.
Right.
And they're getting kicked out of Florida. They might be JMU level. I mean, or really good for JMU. Who knows? But Antoine has a question. Says, where does Texas get the height, weight measurements for incoming recruits? They vary from websites. Yeah. So I can kind of speak to this, why they vary from websites. 24/7 uses verified measurements if we have them. If we don't, we kind of go off what the kid lists himself at. But verified measurements come from Under Armour camps, the National Combine. And, you know, our scouting guys, they're well respected. They talk to a lot of personnel scouting guys around the country. They can make calls, hit up someone at Texas. Hey, what is this kid's measurements from the visit? Which is what's next. Anytime a kid visits a school, at any time, they do height, weight, hand if they're offensive line, quarterbacks, receivers, wingspan. I think I already said arm length. Like they measure everything there. And it's because some of these kids are visiting as freshmen. They want to track it. And also they want to track, did he lose weight? Did he magically get an inch taller? So the measurements Texas uses are their own. I think they cook the books a little. Like Jermaine Bishop ain't 6 foot.
Right.
He ain't 6 foot. And like Jermaine Carlton is 6'4.5". I struggle to believe he grew an inch in the last year because that 6'4.5" is from like March. So I think the books are a little cooked. Now, like Nick Robertson is 6'3", I think 320 on our site because that's from Under Armour in March. And they listed him at, I think, like 6'4" and 350 or 335 or something. Like, did Nick Robertson put on weight? Yeah, potentially, but 15 pounds in the season? I mean, I don't know. I take it with a grain of salt, their measurements, because they're probably going to look different when they're actually on the official team website in January. And whenever we get a roster for spring ball, they're going to look different then too, because they're going to be putting on weight and or cutting weight. Some guys obviously need to cut it. So the measurements Texas has on the paper that everyone tweeted out at the signing day conference, that comes from Texas's own, measurements and getting them on visits. And Well, I do think some of them are cooked, like Jermaine's height. I'd say they're fairly accurate. Antoine said with the signees and Hill plus Manny basically gone, it's like 91 guys on next year's roster, still expecting a massive amount of turnover. Yeah, I mean, you have to get down to 85, and then for every guy you want to add, you have to cut someone. It's pretty easy to figure out which guys are gone and which, guys, I guess, are getting forced out. Because they got to make room. Again, final year of Archer, you have to maximize it. So, yeah. Damn, only team to lose the ACC SEC challenge last night. Not good. That is
it's a good one, TV.
Sorry, I'm catching up on these comments.
No, you good?
He's had a rough morning. Jesus Christ.
Just let me know if you need me to jump in for a second, Jordan.
Like he's barking at someone getting in their car. It's ridiculous. But so Zion Robinson to Stanford. I said it yesterday. I don't know where the hell those reports came from. Hank and I both got texts. Texas was in it, and we reached out to people at Texas, and they told us immediately, no, we're not recruiting this kid. So I don't know where that came from, but Miami and Stanford both made a push to flip him from Michigan. I haven't seen this, but I guess he did flip and sign with Stanford. Academics are always a big thing for him. And it's interesting. TCU was never in it. The kid is at Mansfield, and his dad is literally the head track and field coach at TCU and ran track at TCU in college. So I thought that was interesting. Ohio State, at one point looked like they were maybe going to get him. He was born in Columbus, grew up there because his dad was coaching track at Ohio State before he went to TCU. But with Zion, I mean, that's a really good get for Stanford. He's probably a year away from being a year away, but he's like 6'4", 190, and has hit like 10.5 in the 100-meter. You take that 10 times out of 10. CBS, Chris Henry Jr., I'm just going to hit on him and some other guys that are still unsigned because a lot of people saw it. Brandon Harris, Steve Sarkisian said we might not be done yet. A lot of people have asked, who are they getting? And I'm like, well, they kind of pulled that out of their ass. Like, it's signing day. They're going to keep vibes high. Yes, they have irons in the fire, but it's not a certainty they're going to get anyone. Could they have reworded what they said better? Oh, yeah. But like they're gonna, keep the vibes high. It's signing day. Okay, regarding Chris Henry, committed to Ohio State, was going to sign with Ohio State yesterday, and then Brian Hartline took the USF job. Brian Hartline, Ohio State's receivers coach. He's been there since 2017 and put out like a first rounder every year receiver. I mean, it's Ohio State receivers. But with Henry, ended up not signing. He went through at Mater Dei with his signing ceremony with Ohio State stuff, but he did not actually sign anything. Has not sent his paperwork in. So with Chris Henry, Oregon's making a big push. Texas is making one. USC tried to make one, but they're pretty much out of it. And believe it or not, West Virginia, I don't know why they're not getting reported more. West Virginia is trying to get in this thing. His father, obviously the late NFL receiver, Chris Henry, went to West V. And the Mountaineers were actually the first staff that offered Junior when he was like a 7th grader. But I mean, hey, West Virginia, they got like 2 or 3 signing day flips yesterday, and it was purely from dropping the bag. I mean, none of those kids had even visited Morgantown before. So what are their chances with Chris Henry? Who knows? Regarding Texas, I think he's going to Oregon. Texas has had him on campus before, but it was like at least 1 to 2 years ago. And the relationships with Oregon are just so much greater than they are with Texas. And even Ohio State, like I think the chances of him sticking with Ohio State might even be higher than him ending up at Texas. And if you're Texas to win this recruitment, it's because you're paying a shit ton of money, like over $1.5 million for his freshman year type of money, because he was getting 7 figures from Ohio State. And I'm sure that number's only gone up to try to keep him. Oregon can match whatever. Texas will probably try to match whatever. But I think for Texas to get him, there's going to be – like they're going to have to pay above market value because that's the tax from not really ever being in the recruitment or having relationships with them. And I still think he's going to Oregon. So we'll see. Another notable Oregon Duck, Jalen Lott, the Texas legacy, track star, football star, still has not signed with Oregon. Very, very interesting. So around noon, Panther Creek held their signing day ceremony, and he participated in it. But they have not posted his stuff. Donovan Webb, who is a Texas Tech safety signee at Lott's school, his letter of intent, Texas Tech posted at like 8 in the morning, and then he did the ceremony after. But Lott, Oregon still hasn't posted it. So someone in our company reached out to someone at Oregon. They were told, just minor contractual stuff, easing, the rev share agreement. It's getting edited and worked on. No worries. We have no worries. He's going to sign soon. That was yesterday afternoon. You don't wait till signing day to work on some minor agreements on a rev share agreement. There's shit going on. And the Lott camp, meanwhile, has gone 0 dark 30 and is not responding to anyone. So we're watching Jalen Lott. I think there is a chance if Oregon goes to if Chris Henry goes to Oregon, Lott could look around more at Texas, potentially end up at Texas. I mean, regardless of what Henry does, I think Lott is a possibility for Texas. But think about it. He's the top-ranked receiver in their class. They obviously have guys like DeCorian Moore. Gatlin Bear's coming back off his mission. A lot of people forgot about him, but we'll remember him this fall. But, hey, it's a diva position. It's receiver. These kids want to be the man. Is he going to be the man at Oregon or Texas no matter what? No, because there's other big names in those receiver rooms, but he's pretty much the man in the receiver class at Texas. And he is at Oregon right now. Is that still the case with Chris Henry Jr.? I don't know. So, it's very interesting. And Tom Loy just had a VIP story update. Let's see what Tom Loy has to say about Chris Henry. This is what he said. Henry is not sure what his plans are. He told 24/7 Sports Wednesday, as we relayed on our signing day show. That remains the case Thursday. Wednesday afternoon, he said that he would make a decision on Thursday. Things wrap up Thursday. Stay tuned. There's a lot of uncertainty. Sources around several schools told 24/7 Sports. Ohio State knows that offensive coordinator and receivers coach Brian Hartline leaving to USF shook up Henry's recruitment. Henry, from what we're told, did not see this coming and was caught off guard. Ohio State is still making a strong push to finish this recruitment. The Buckeyes love Henry and are not bowing out just because things got tough at the end. The staff, led by Coach Ryan Day, continue to work the phones while also preparing for the Big Ten championship game. I do believe there is some frustration from Ohio State's side with how all this is playing out, but they will continue to dig in. Late Wednesday, 24/7 Sports reported that USC was no longer involved with Henry. Could that be misdirection? Sure. However, that does not appear to be the case. The Trojans were interested but decided to focus on their 2026 class and turn their attention to the transfer portal in the 2027 class. There's also been chatter about Texas getting involved. However, we were told late Wednesday that the Longhorns were not in play and had also decided to focus elsewhere. Interesting. Oh, here we go. West Virginia. One school that is trying to make a run. West Virginia. The Mountaineers have a special place in Henry's heart. It's where his late father, Chris Henry, starred in college before heading to the NFL. However, even sources around this recruitment believe that they will likely come up short, barring a pleasant surprise for them. Loy's best estimation. I expect Henry to end up at Oregon. Multiple sources agree. While it's not a done deal, there's enough chatter from connected sources to make me think that he'll pick the Ducks. For months, sources around Henry and those in Eugene, Oregon made it clear that the Ducks were more involved than most realized. Despite Henry saying that he was locked in and had shut down his recruitment to Ohio State, he can make a late flip to Oregon, sources behind the scenes indicated. As it stands, there's optimism on the Ducks' side about that happening. However, until Henry makes a final decision, we're in wait-and-see mode with multiple schools still pushing to get this done. Yeah, Oregon. I'll wait till he signs. I heard something very interesting about Texas and his agent last night. Potentially using Texas as leverage. So we will see. It does make sense that they're reported to be out of it by late Wednesday. which then means they are clearly all in on Jalen Lott. Chris Henry, most likely to end up at Oregon. How does that affect Jalen Lott? We'll see. Again, I very much do not think it is a rev share, snafu that has to get worked out. And I mean, hey, it's 10:53 a.m. on Thursday. He has until, I believe, midnight tomorrow night to sign. So we'll see how crazy this gets. Panther Creek already got knocked out of the playoffs by this show's Alvarado, right? How about that? And he'll have some time to make a decision. Other guys we're tracking that are not signed. Richard Anderson, I'm told he's getting $1.8 million from LSU. People think that's crazy. It's worth it. That dude's different. Number 1 D lineman in the class, Big Rich. Although he told reporters at his signing day ceremony he had signed and had sent it in, LSU has not posted his letter of intent. LSU has not posted Lamar Brown's letter of intent either. Now, I think Lamar Brown, there's no way he doesn't end up at LSU and they're just holding them hostage for more money. Don't blame him. I do the same thing. Richard Anderson, maybe there's something there. I expect him at LSU, but, I mean, Texas is going to continue calling them until LSU posts them. Who else? Trenton Henderson, another LSU commit, an edge rusher. Miami, Florida State are making a big run at him. Texas is talking to him, but they don't think they're going to get him. And he signs tomorrow, but that's always been the plan, so it's not too big of an update. But yeah, gonna hit back on these comments. David Keith Williams said, I personally think what will make this class great is the high volume of 3-star recruits that could be developed into future difference makers at Texas. What is your view? Yeah, I mean, I think this is a better 3-star group than what it's been in years past. Now, I felt more confident in saying that when we hadn't bumped Kosi Okpala from a 3-star to like the number 58 overall prospect. But there's still a lot of value there. Jet Walker, Caden Schur, Miami Riley, Charlie Gillick, not the biggest fan of, but I mean, those guys aren't making that much money and they're not eating into the cap really at all year one. Now, they won't play it all year one either outside of special teams, but there's value there. Like the low end and 3-star part of your class has never been more important than it is now. Because, hey, if one of them hits, they're at Texas because they wanted to be there, badly to begin with. And Texas is probably the best offer. But let's say, how do I phrase this the right way? Like Miami Riley, right? He was committed to Houston. Texas offers him. He decommits, ends up at Texas, right? With him, Texas is all the leverage. Like Vanderbilt and Houston wanted him very badly, probably more than Texas did, and I assume we're offering more money than Texas did. But he wanted to be at Texas. They had the leverage. Now, I don't know what his deal was, and if I did, I wouldn't say it on air. But like, let's say it's $50K. In year one, he plays in 3 games, special teams primarily. Year 2, he's like safety number 2 or 3 in special teams. In year 3, he's starting at safety. You probably have a starting safety for about $100K then, because Texas has always had the leverage there in his recruitment. And yes, if he gets an agent that can, hey, I'm going to be a starter at Texas this year, but they're only paying me $100K. Can you see if other schools will get this? That agent will get more than $100K. And then it's up to Texas whenever the agent comes back with those offers, if they're going to match or call him on a bluff or put it in the ballpark. And then it's up to Miami with what he would do in that situation. But most of the time you keep the player and he starts at year 3 and he's getting underpaid because you had the leverage from the recruitment still. So the value on 3 stars can be tremendous if you hit on them. And if you miss on them, like, oh, well, you're paying them $50K. Like, they have a lot of money to work with. But roster construction and all that, I'm with you, David Keith Williams. I do think it's one of the better parts of the class. It's interesting. I mean, we're going to do a report card on each position group because, like Johnny Nansen should not get credit for Tyler Atkinson. Like, that was a bag drop, and Steve Sarkisian was basically the primary recruiter. Did he help? Did he do what he needed to do? Sure, he did. But, like, I'm not giving him an A+ because he got Tyler Atkinson, and they only ended up at Tyler Atkinson because they missed on everyone else. And they're like, okay, yeah, well, I guess, the consolation prize is having to pay a shit ton for the number one linebacker in the country. Boo-hoo. Like, that's literally how Justice Terry ended up at Texas too. They missed on everyone. All right, let's get it done. Antoine said, when you recruit players who don't play, that's a misevaluation on the player not getting better. Well, I mean, there's a lot of things that can go into it. Who's in front of them, how much money you spent in the classes and cycles on that position in front of them. And then also, if they're not getting better, how much of that is because of the amount of reps they get in practice? How much of that is on, quite frankly, the position coach, in the scheme he's in the strength and conditioning program. Like, there are some guys who get to college and they just can't add weight. Maurice Blackwell, they wanted him as a linebacker. He could not put on the weight, so they tried him at safety, but he was too slow to play safety. So he basically was just this special teamer that was like a fourth-string linebacker. And that was it, because he couldn't put on the weight. So it's a different scenario for each individual player. But, I mean, when a player does not pan out, there are usually several reasons for why they did not pan out. And it revolves around the player not working hard enough, and the coach kind of screwing him up, his development, or, I mean, he's not focused, money gets to his head. That's kind of the first one. Or, scheme, he can't put on weight, injuries, like, there's a lot of things. Each situation is different. So, let's see. David Keith Williams said Jermaine Carlton's listed at 235 on ESPN, 250 on Rivals, and 260 on 24/7. Yeah, we've had him at 260 since the summer because we got him he was 232 at the All-American Bowl in January. And he was like really far below weight because he had been playing basketball. And we previously had got him in the 240s. So we just kept it at 240. But in the summer, when, he was officially visiting Texas and I was talking to people at Temple, some coaches on their staff about the recruitment, I asked, like, hey, how's the offseason going? Because they wanted to get weight up on him. And they're like, yeah, he's 260. And I was like, holy shit, y'all got 260 on him now? And they were like, no, we're not taking credit for that. It's all God-given. Like, God reached down and blessed him. And I'm like, that part is also true. So, yeah, I've not checked in with what he weighed in at Texas. But if he was 280, it would have been listed at 280 on the signing day sheet yesterday. And he was 265. Yeah. Yeah, there you go about Zion Robinson. Monster. I hope James Lott influences his son to ultimately commit to Texas. Yeah, that'd be cool. People forget Chris Henry has a sister hooping at Ohio State right now. He does. His mom also hoops there. Fun fact. Oh yeah, I forgot to talk about Greedy James committed yesterday. 2027 corner out of Manville. He's a 3-star. Decent take. I like it. I think he is a 3-star and is kind of limited in some aspects, but like he's a good commitment to take in December of the following year's class. So I think he's better than Caleb Chester. I think I can say that. Is he Malik Muhammad or Samari Matthews or Hayward Howard? No, not in my eyes, but he's a good floor setter. In Texas, there's going to be some attrition in the room this year. That's what happens when two of the two best players in the room, not named Malik Muhammad, are true freshmen. People are going to get pissed and leave because their spot got took. Texas is probably going to have to sign 3 corners in 27. I think they're well aware of that, and I think that's why they're cool with taking a commitment this early from Greedy James. So, yeah, and looking forward at Manville, they have a 2028 kid named Carter St. Junius. Father played basketball, I believe, at LSU, and his mother ran track at Southern. That kid is a motherfucker, like 6'2", 6'3", 180, basketball background. He might end up as a 5-star one day, Carter St. Junius. And I believe Texas has already offered him. And David Keith Williams said, Jalen Lott flips, Texas would go from number 8 ranked class to 5, and it'd fill a significant need that it would. I did the math yesterday on 24/7. They would have been 4, but I don't know if other classes getting commits has changed that. Chris Henry Jr.'s agent is a Texas grad. That's not true. David Mulugeta is the main guy running Athletes First, which is the agency Chris Henry Jr. signed to. But his agent is not David Mulugeta. He's not the one calling Oregon and Ohio State and Texas right now. It's another Athletes First agent. But Athletes First is the same agency that reps Tyler Atkinson. So, there's been long-term communication there. And it's not like they don't rep Colin Simmons and several other players at Texas already as well. And Nathan, I'm with you. For what the cost difference would be, I think Jalen Watt is a much better ad than Chris Henry. Because as much as Chris Henry gets compared to him, he ain't Jeremiah Smith. He's not Jeremiah Smith. Jeremiah Smith is 1 of 1. I'm going to hit on these in a sec. But, Eric, I want to ask you.
Yeah.
G5 guy, and this will be how we close it, and I guess I'll just finish up the recruiting stuff when we get out of here. But what do you think about some of these coaching hires? Like Golish to Auburn, interesting. Summerall to Florida. Florida really went and hired a G5 Louisiana ball coach. Did not see that coming. I don't know. Any just big picture thoughts from the carousel?
Really quick. So I'll go big picture. First with Florida, I think John Summerall is a really good coach. I got a chance to know him the 2022 Cure Bowl, or it was 2021 when he was with Troy. I got a chance to know him a decent amount because I covered that game. Good dude, good coach. Here's the issue, Jordan. Being a Floridian, I can tell you this. Some schools want to play a certain way, right? I'm talking about the fan base. Florida, that is a byproduct of the Steve Spurrier. Prior to that, I think it was Galen Hall was the coach. They want to score points. John Summerall's a defensive coach. Will Florida be happy if they go 10-3 and they're winning 23-15? Sure. But at the end of the day, they want to win 40-25. Urban Meyer, when it was Swamp Kings and it was, Tim Tebow and Percy Harvin and he who shall not be named a tight end, like they were scoring points, right? Like that's how Florida wants to win. So that one kind of surprised me. Alex Golesh, really think Auburn hit a home run there. I thought when I heard the chatter from him going to Arkansas, I was like, dog, you might as well stay in Tampa if you can go to Fayetteville and think that's going to work. Auburn's a much better job. Not saying that Auburn's like a great job, but it's a much better job than Arkansas in my mind. Real smart offensive mind, was at UCF when UCF was a G5 before they were in the Big 12. I think, what he's going to be able to do, because the reason I'm a fan of G5 coaches selectively is they know how to do more with less, right? Not just saying you can pluck, Billy Napier and put him at Florida, right? It doesn't always work. But I think selectively it can be a good hire. Even with Bob Chesney going to UCLA, right? Like, now granted, he has no ties to the West Coast, but I think for a program that's literally like trying to find money to do shit, I think it's a good hire. So yeah, I was a fan of some of those G5 hires. And I even said it, I think it was with you, or might have been with Corey Mose when I did his show. I think Penn State should give a real look at Casey Keeler, because you have a dude who's older. He's at Temple, right? He's a Pennsylvania native. He's not going to be there 10 years. I'm not saying he's the long-term answer, but he's a dude who's won everywhere. He won at Sam Houston. He won at Delaware. He took Temple that was god-awful with Stan Drayton and has taken them to a bowl game. He's in his earlier mid-60s. So if you say, hey, dog, give us 5 years and stabilize this thing, maybe 3, 4, 5 years and stabilize this, then we can find, kind of that ideal younger coach, I think that could work too.
Can you imagine if you went to Huntsville, Texas, like 3-4 years ago and said, hey, Casey Keeler, you might get the Penn State job.
Be out of your mind.
Yeah. I mean, he was great at Sam Houston, but even then, I have no idea what Penn State is going to do.
Yeah.
Truly. Like, that is a true shit show. They signed one kid yesterday.
Yes.
They signed one kid. And like, they'll be able to sign a few in February, but it ain't a difference maker. They're going to have to hit the portal. They're going to have to overpay their roster to stay there with whatever bum coach they end up hiring because everyone told them no. I think they're going to pray to God Alabama gets blown out in the SEC championship game and they can swoop in and get DeBoer. But even then, I don't know. One thing that I think is interesting, I brought up on this show about a month ago to watch out for Sharon Moore. He might not be there next year. This week, there have been some wild-ass crazy rumors and stuff on Twitter. Now, some of that stuff I know is true. Other stuff there, it's like there's kind of no way this is true, right? Anyways, the entire country was trying to flip Michigan's class by saying, hey, he's getting fired and for cause because he did this. Why would you go here? Like, this is your out, come to us. And that worked for some kids. It worked for Zion Robinson. But for other kids, it did not. Malachi Lee stuck with Michigan. But if Michigan opens, the smart strat was always going to be to sign this class and fire Sharon Moore after the signing period. That was always going to be the best bet. That's still possible, I think. I've heard through several folks, DeBoer would take Michigan. That's the job he wants, is Michigan, apparently. Can you imagine Kalen DeBoer with Bryce Underwood?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, and then Bama's open. Who does Bama get?
You want me to answer that question?
Yeah.
It's that guy with no, you know what, let me not say nothing crazy on here. Lane Kiffin. We all know the job Lane Kiffin wanted is Bama. We know that deep down. That's why I thought Lane Kiffin, when Lane Kiffin went to LSU, I thought he's not going to coach the duration of that contract anyhow. I thought he'd be 3-4 years. He'll wear on Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge will wear on him, and he will get the job he wants, which is David Keith Williams says Alabama gets Coach Saban. No, they'll get the guy that Nick Saban seemingly wants to be the successor, because Nick Saban advocated for him to get that LSU job.
You know, it'd be hilarious. I told Hank this. It'd be hilarious if Pete Golding somehow wins the Natty and then leaves and takes the Bama job. Or takes LSU if Lane Kiffin takes the Bama job. But, dude, if Lane Kiffin somehow took Bama in that scenario, like, would he have half the SEC as public enemy number one? Because Ole Miss would hate him. The Florida fans hate him because he didn't go there. LSU would hate him. Tennessee already hates him. Arkansas hates him. Mississippi State would probably cheer him on at this point. But it's interesting. And it's also interesting. ESPN reported 2 days ago, because, I mean, it's been reported several times that Kiffin was deciding between 4 schools. Everyone knew Ole Miss, Florida, LSU were 3 of them, but no one knew the 4th. Apparently it was Florida State who reached out, did a lot of back channeling with him because that's a job he's always been interested in. But talks just died because Florida State realized we can't afford him. It's kind of nuts how broke Florida State is compared to the other schools that are considered blue bloods alongside them. Like, y'all really can't buy out Norvell right now. I know it's like, what, $80 million? Man, A&M puts together Jimbo's buyout in like an hour.
Right.
You know? Florida boys broke. Smells like broke over here.
Jordan, can I hit on Nathan's comment real quick before I dip?
Yeah.
All right. So he said, did I see the reporter who had Lane come to him about his comments? What do you do as a reporter there? I'm sure everyone knows the story. Quick rehash. A guy who covers Ole Miss. I don't know this person personally. From people who cover Ole Miss have said that this person basically is a fanboy, said on a podcast, a fanboy who has a credential, but a fanboy nevertheless.
Isn't their whole beat fanboys? It's Ole Miss.
That's okay. I didn't. Well, listen, we got to. I can't say a name. We have someone who came. Never mind. I'm going to out that person inadvertently. Anyhow, okay. So those who don't know, that person said, "Hey, you can't turn a hoe into a housewife." Right? What do you do as a reporter there? What do? I would never call another man a hoe. All right, because despite what that dude tried to say, you called him a hoe, right? I wouldn't have went there. But if I was going to go there, you better be ready to stand on it. That dude looked like he's about to shit his pants. Like, oh, later. Like, no, like you got to be, if you're going to say something, then my number one rule, Jordan, in doing this job is anything I say or write, I am willing to stand on and give said coach the opportunity. They want to cuss me out, they can cuss me out, like whatever, but I will show up in person to do so, right? So yeah, as a reporter, if you're going to make that comment, you got to be prepared to stand on it. It's as simple as that. That dude looked like he was ready to piss himself.
Yeah, he did. That was not a good look. And he hopped on a live stream like 20 minutes later. Like, I wasn't scared of Lane Kiffin.
He was talking tough. Yeah.
It's like, brother, we literally have the video in 4K from Outkick of all places too, which is hilarious. But I mean, dude, if I was him, you have to realize when he starts walking towards you, oh shit, he's about to say something. What am I going to say? That's whenever you have to be like, hey, I understand. Kill him with kindness. hey, Coach Kiffin, I understand you're upset. I probably shouldn't have said that. I apologize. But how would you describe the way you've handled this situation? Because it's very hoish. And then if he punches me in the face, boo-hoo, I'm suing the shit out of him. Like, and it's in 4K. And the cops are right there to pull him off me if it really turns that bad. Like, I don't know. It would have been all right. I thought it would have been hilarious. I've thought about it way too much. But if he just, like, dropped his computer and was like, all right, and squared up with Lane Kiffin, you know?
Same, yeah. You got to be like you said, Jordan. Like when you see someone coming at you, and I've been in that scenario where I've seen a coach come at me. I knew they were not happy with me. Like, yeah, you already know. It's not a surprise. You know why they're coming at you. So you got to A, know what you're going to say, and B, be prepared to stand on it. So yeah, that dude was like pissing himself, and then 20 minutes later, I wasn't scared. Yes, you were, dog.
Yeah. CB, I have as good of a shot as Dabo Sweeney as being the Alabama head football coach if DeBoer leaves. They're not hiring that guy. Lane definitely wanted the Florida job over LSU, right? No, I mean he had his pick. Yeah. He chose LSU. I would have done the same thing. LSU's a better job. I definitely fully believe it's a better job, even with the politics and shit. Like this is Lane Kiffin. He's a clown. The people running LSU and the governor and all that, a clown show. He has to out-clown the clowns.
Correct.
He's done it before. He can do it again. And one of the main reasons he chose LSU over Florida is because Florida's like, hey, man, we want you here, but, like, you got to rein it in. We're not doing all this bullshit on Twitter. We're not doing this. And LSU was like, hey, whatever Ole Miss lets you do, you can do it here. We do not care. We just want you. And that's why he's been – tweeting up a storm already, you know? So, and I mean, man, Eric, I'm not going to put the screenshots up here. Have you seen some of the dirty laundry that's been aired out for Lane Kiffin?
Yes.
Slide into college girls' DMs, sorority girls.
I've seen the
using banish mode, not thinking those kids have a friend with a phone right over it. I'm like, geez. And if Ed Orgeron's on that staff, they have the horniest staff of all time. Because this guy that they announced as, I think, QB's coach, an Ole Miss fan who's a woman posted, and I won't lie, she's pretty good looking, posts a photo. It's like, oh, it basically just said what I said. If this guy's on staff with Orgeron and Kiffin, it's the horniest staff ever. Look at what he DM'd me. And it's him sliding in there with some horny stuff. So,
yeah,
it's going to be very interesting. I mean, they have to have a lawyer on call. LSU does. And I mean, what I don't get too is, like, I get it. You're Lane Kiffin, and he clearly probably has he's clearly got problems in some form or fashion. The amount of DMs that have been exposed from him. But it's like, why are you using your main Instagram account? You know, why wouldn't you like do a burner, and if they don't believe you, you send a photo of yourself or something? Like it ain't that. It ain't rocket science. Lane Kiffin isn't a dumb guy.
All right, Jordan, I'm gonna run, bro.
Yeah, you're all good. I'll see you. I'm gonna scroll up and hit on some of these recruiting questions here in a sec. Yeah, Nathan, this is true. It was also reported Florida wanted to have it set up kind of like Oklahoma and Jim Nagy, where the general manager reports directly to the athletic director, not the football coach. Lane Kiffin did not want that. His GM is Billy Glasscock, Texas's former director of player personnel, who followed him to LSU to be the GM. And Kiffin wanted Glasscock as his GM at Florida, and Florida wanted to appoint their own GM. And that also was a way they could kind of try to manage or corral Lane, which you can't corral that dude. It ain't happening. So. But you are correct. Joey Freshwater turns into Frankie Gumbo. Didn't Lane leave the dog in Oxford? Yeah. Okay. So some of these moments like these is when you realize how much power agencies have. Stick with me here. Lane Kiffin has several ex-wives. He kind of is reconciled with one of them that was like on the plane with him, but they're not married. He still refers to as the ex-wife. I mean, I don't fucking know. It's Lane Kiffin. But with Lane Kiffin when he got to Ole Miss from FAU. They were working on shaping his image because, after the whole USC thing took some time off, analyst at Bama, then FAU, then Ole Miss, they had to reshape his image. He does not have a wife. He had very messy endings with his wife. His split custody with the kids. So what did Jimmy Sexton and CAA do to help reshape the image? Let's give him a dog. He can't be a bad guy. He is a dog. You see this beautiful lab retriever? He's a great guy. Lane Kiffin, it's a dog. Juice Kiffin. And Sexton was probably also like, yeah, it'll help with the image. Lane, you can now have an account to shit post from on Twitter. Like, it's a match made in heaven. Seriously. It's all about PR and shaping his image. And he gets the shit post on Juice Kiffin's Twitter account, right? But he leaves this dog because he wasn't taking care of it. It was his dog, technically, but it lived with like a trainer or whoever the hell takes care of these bougie-ass dogs like him and Uga. Like the handlers of them kind of like be those guys, right? And that dog's in Oxford. He didn't bring it to him to LSU because it was never his. It was a PR stunt from CAA. Guess who also is rep by CAA and loves to stick the dog in your face? Like, can't go 5 minutes without doing it. Kirk Herbstreit. What a surprise. Like, I don't know who their next coaching client is that's going to get caught drinking or cheat on his wife, but they probably will have a dog too. It is a CAA strategy through and through. They're sticking the dog in the media's face to reshape the image. So, yeah. Let's see. Let's find the 27 quarterback commit. Shit, I mean, I got nothing there. Ty Knutson from Smithson Valley. They had him visit for the Vandy and Arkansas game, but have not offered him. They're just kind of keeping him warm. I think Luke Babin, who's at Woodville in Southeast Texas, they went to the state championship last year and lost. He's a name to know. He's a Vanderbilt commit as well. They just got Jared Curtis. Like, I don't think Luke Babin sticks with Vanderbilt. I certainly wouldn't if I was advising him. Should Chris Henry just take the Penn State job? I mean, if he ends up at West Virginia or Texas, it's because he's getting paid like the Penn State head coach. So, yeah. Who's the best available portal running back Texas can get? I don't know. There's very few good ones in the portal right now. And, like, no one's actually in the portal. All the announcements, graphics you see, they can't go in the portal until January 2nd, and that closes the 16th. The window does. So all the Hayes Fawcett, Ediboy posts and other posts you see, that's them just sending out the bat signal, hey, I'm going in the portal when it opens, hit up my agent. There's a reason the agent is tagged on all these tweets, well, most of the time. So, yeah. But for best portal running back, I mean, I don't think Jaden Baugh is getting out of Florida. They're going to keep that kid. Maybe Brian Jackson at USC, but Texas didn't really care for him in high school. And with what he is, you have that in Jet Walker at a cheaper price. Antoine said Jeremiah Douglas to Vandy. I don't think he was a take. Like, he was high on Texas, and they liked him. I mean, they went out to see him. But I can't really get around Texas losing a recruiting battle with Vanderbilt. I know he wanted to commit early. And, think about the receivers they have in this cycle. They have Easton Royal committed. Now, are they going to hold on to him? We'll see. But the other guys like Alvin Mosley, Trey Moore, Julian Caldwell, Keyshawn Bowman, Quentin Hale, 2 out-of-state kids, like, they're better prospects than Jeremiah Douglas. Now, could this be something on signing day next year? We look back when Texas whiffed on a lot of receivers and ended up signing a kid or two who isn't as good as Jeremiah Douglas. Could we say it's a mistake then? Yeah, but right now, I mean, it is what it is. Good player. I think it's a great get for Vandy. I really like what they're doing. I like Clark Lee, signed an extension. And, hey, Jared Curtis, we'll see how he looks, I don't know what happened to the Maynard coach. Did he get fired, Kellner? Forced resigned. He was a very good guy. They just couldn't win. And, I mean, all of his best players were playing at LBJ for a long time or elsewhere. So, yeah. And, I mean, they had a really good run there with Quentin Joyner, the Humann Mielen brothers. There's one still there right now, actually. There's 4 of them. Yeah, I did see that, CB. It is funny now that like they're a respectable program. It's like, hey, we're still Vanderbilt, we're still a private school, we still have fuck you money. Like them threatening to sue the NCAA on the CFP or sue the committee because it's corrupt. Like, hey, I can get behind that, but y'all got to open up 2 spots, not just 1. All right, let me go hit on these recruiting questions and then we'll end it. Oh, my bad. I thought Alvarado knocked him out. My bad. Jose said, Jordan, should Texas worry about the small group of O-line and D-line players in the recruiting class? Seems like both those are portal positions besides edge, since edge is the priciest. First off, tremendous edge class. Whether Jermaine Carlton or Kosi Okpala get factored into with Richard Wesley, it doesn't really matter. It's a really good edge class. Major credit to Alan Clark. I mean, I think he probably signed the best position unit out of any Texas coach on staff this cycle. So, I mean, what a job done by Alan Clark. But as far as the O-line, D-line group goes, look, 3 O-linemen is not good. It would have been much better if they kept Max Wright. I get they didn't want to pay what SMU was paying, but you are better off years from now with Max Wright than you are without him. So of the 3 commits, Turntine, I like him a lot. The weight stuff is definitely a concern. I know that's everyone's favorite topic in the Texas recruiting market, but it is a concern. Why was he 300 pounds as a sophomore and going into his junior year? And, sorry, I have notifications on for Oregon's football account so I can see when they post Lots or Henry or how that works. But with the O-line group in Turntine, he can be all right. I think he's a kind of a surefire guard prospect, but he is athletic enough and long enough to play left tackle. And he'll get comped to Kelvin Banks because they're both kind of undersized, 6'4" guys. I need to make it clear. John Turntine ain't Kelvin Banks. That doesn't mean he can't be good. That doesn't mean he can't be great. That doesn't mean he can't be a draft pick and a high one, and it can't work out at left tackle. But, I mean, Kelvin Banks is probably the best player of the Sark era at Texas. Is anyone going to want to fight me on that? I don't think so. Look how well he's done this year for the Saints for a dog shit franchise and setup there. But with Turntine, he has to be ready to play by year 2. And if not, I mean, that's on Flood. And that could also be on Turntine. He has all the tools. He's a well-rounded prospect. And the only really drawback on him is the weight. He's not quite as powerful. He's not, quite as good in the run game because he isn't quite as powerful now. He's lost weight. And that is why he went from being a guard projection back to tackle. Because it's like, are you going to project a 6'4" guy who isn't necessarily strong to play guard? Probably not. So he's going to be very interesting to track. I think he'll be able to figure it out. Smart kid from a good family. And I do like, he took less money to go to Texas. A&M offered him more money. A&M thought they were getting him after the OV because they crushed the OV and offered him a price that they thought was a can't say no to price. But he said no to it when he visited Texas the next week on an OV, and they crushed it even though they offered less money. He wanted to be at Texas. So him being locked in and engaged is going to be important. I think he will be because he's going to need that to get better and be playable at the SEC level. So, yeah, regarding Nick Robertson, I like him. I mean, he obviously needs to lose weight. He looks like Big X the plug right now, and that's fine. He's no lineman. That's a freshman that won't have to play till year 2 or 3 at the very earliest. But played tackle sophomore and junior year, moved to center as a senior. That's what he's going to play at Texas. Can also provide, versatility at guard if center doesn't work out. But, I have a lot of confidence in him eventually starting. Whether that's year 2 or year 3, it doesn't matter. I think he starts. When he does, he's a stronger, more powerful, and better, and will be a better run blocker than anyone Texas has started at center in the Sark era, because it's only been Majors, Hudson, and Robertson. So I think Robertson can be good. Caden Schroer, on the other hand, like my genuine, realistic thoughts on him, I think he's a year away from being a year away. But that's okay. He's a value add. He's a kid who wants to be at Texas, flipped from Stanford, and was going to get a great education there. Obviously, very smart. And you got to remember, he's a late bloomer. He didn't play O-line until he was going into his junior year. Before that, he was a D end or a tight end the whole time. He's still putting it together. He's still adding weight to his frame. He's far from a finished product. He's going to need significant time in the strength and conditioning program. But if he ends up as a starter by year 4, year 3, great. Like really year 3, great. Year 4, good. If you can get him to a starter, because there's a lot of development ahead for him. But I mean, the main thing I go back to with him, Iowa, Stanford, K-State, Indiana, I believe Illinois, Iowa State too. I might have Iowa and Iowa State, but all those programs do a really good job developing offensive linemen. They take these guys usually from the Midwest that have a lot of tools, have the frame, but they need extreme time or a long time in the strength and conditioning program. And if you have an O-line coach and a SAC coach who can figure it out, that player ends up getting drafted. Like Iowa has like 1 or 2 linemen drafted every year, and none of those dudes are ever 4 stars. None. So Schroer has a ceiling, an NFL draft ceiling, but I mean, he's going to need development, and he's gambling on that with Kyle Flood. We'll see what Kyle Flood can do. But yeah, those are kind of the thoughts there. On the D line, James Johnson, tremendous prospect. You want to see more on tape, though. Like, this is a kid with a +6, +7 wing, and he has thrown a shot put like 62 feet. He has the best shot put throw in the entire 2026 class, not named Jackson Cantwell, whose parents were both Olympians, and he will throw the shot put in the Olympics. He was never going to be Cantwell, but he is the second best shot throw behind him. That, with the wingspan, checks so many boxes. It's so easy to project him from that. But the tape, the motor does not run hot. There's so many inconsistencies. He had a really weird injury that I was told came from a car wreck, but I can't get anyone to tell me what the actual injury is. And that happened in September, I believe. So we'll see how he comes back off this injury. There's so much to work with there. But they're going to, how should I say this? They have to figure out a way to get him to play every snap with his head on fire. It's a lot easier in college because of some of these guys only play 15 to 30 snaps instead of high school where he was playing 50. But he's still playing grown-ass men in the SEC. They have to get away from the motor. They have to figure out a way for the motor to consistently run hot and for him to give his best effort. And this is basically an identical situation to Myron Charles, who several times throughout his high school career in games just did not give a fuck and would stand up. A lot of that can get coached out once they get to college and shit gets real and they're the freshmen getting put on their ass in practice. Things can change. So that's the main thing I'm looking for James Johnson, because if it gets figured out between the years, he can be a first-round pick. So, yeah. Other guys, Jamarian Carlton, I really like that get. I mean, he can truly be an edge rusher or an interior D lineman. Now, he's never going to be an A-gapper, but he's 6'4.5" with an 82.5 wing. Like, that is a lot to work with. That's +6. 10+ inch hands, 34+ inch arms, actually 36.5, which is extreme length. He can play or go up against left tackles with that length in the NFL. That's why we're projecting him to a draft pick. Really good initial bounce, and I don't know how to describe this. Just the quick twitchiness for a 6'4.5", 260-70 pounder. Like, he's been Temple's best basketball player 4 years in a row. The amount of putback dunks he's had as a 6'4.5" kid is really impressive. His ability to get vertical that quickly is impressive. The main thing for him being successful, injuries. He's played through a shoulder injury his senior year. And I was told it's a partially torn labrum. He's a tough-ass kid. So many people would have got a surgery, but he's waiting to get to college. So the surgery can get paid for and, done with Texas's doctors compared to whatever it would have been. But those shoulder injuries can linger. Colton Vosick has always had shoulder injuries. They linger. These are point of attack players where they're getting hit in the shoulder every single play. That is something that concerns me a little bit, but he's a tough kid. He's a warrior, comes from nothing kind of. And is really just making it out of Temple. He's busted his ass to get where he's at. I'm not worried about the mental eval. And I do think that the only reason he won't end up being successful is injuries and a lingering shoulder injury, because he has all the tools. He's got the right mindset between the ears. He's going to show up to practice every day and bust his ass. There's kind of that blue collar attitude at Temple. I love him. I really do. And Richard Wesley, on the other hand, really good prospect. There's a reason he was in the top 5 ranked prospects in the country in 2027 before he reclassed to 2026. But, kind of the same deal with a lot of these kids. Motor doesn't run super hot. He plays in some pretty good competition in California, but a lot of his wins as a junior, the pass rush wins, and even in the run game, winning in the run game, was him being bigger, faster, stronger. Not necessarily winning off technique or certain moves. It's because, I'm 6'5", 250 with a +6 wing, and you're not. You can win a lot of those. So he'll need some time. He's enrolling at 16 years old, or is currently 16. I don't think he's turning 17 before next month. But yeah, so I think it's a good group. It's a potent group, at least for the D-line. The O-line, a lot of guys who need time to get better, to work in the strength and conditioning program. But it isn't a bad group. I don't know how I'd compare them. The D-line group is better than anything they signed before. Interior D-line is better than anything they signed before 2025. But really, I guess you could say 24 is a D-line group as a whole, because Colin Simmons is in that 23 group. Or actually, no, he wasn't. He was 24. So, yeah, but O-line, we're going to have to wait and see. It's a lot of what they can be type of prospects. So, and I wouldn't classify Turntine as one, but the other two, yes. Yeah, David Keith Williams. So many people forget this dude exists. Gatlin Bear, crazy track kid. Has been on, I don't know a ton about LDS. I thought it was a mission. I guess a sabbatical. Those are probably the same thing. I'm just a dummy. Apologies. But he's going to be special, man. They beat out BYU. I think they might have flipped him from BYU too. Something like that. The funny thing, Oregon, one of the funny things with Oregon is he did his mission in Dallas, I was told, like in Frisco, and was working out at the facilities in Frisco like every day still. So I don't think there's really going to be a transition period for him coming off the mission. We'll see though. And yeah, what David Keith Williams said here, Gatlin Bear to Corey Moore could be a great duo. And think about it too. Evan Stewart is probably coming back to Eugene next year. That'd be nuts. Yeah, let's see. I think all 3 specialists Texas signed in the 2026 recruiting class could be starting in 2027. I think Jet Walker, Rocky Cummings, Colin Brown, and Yaheem Riley could be within the rotation in 27. Yeah, Lance St. Louis is going to be or not Lance St. Louis. Trot O'Neill will be starting. He's a long snapper. Long snappers can play year one, even in the SEC, because they're long snappers. The other 2, on the other hand, I think they should portal. The last time you rolled a true freshman punter out there, you paid the price every single game. Do not let Mikey Bukauskas punt. Go get a transfer portal punter that's a 1-year rental. Regarding kicking, I feel the same way. Do not leave it up to a true freshman kicker. Texas is going on the road to Tennessee next year. I believe LSU next year. A few others. You don't want an 18-year-old true freshman kicker hitting those kicks. Go get a portal player, an experienced guy that can, come in, plug and play for 1 year, and Collette's the man after. So, yeah. Agree with you, David Keith Williams. He's not close to as physical as Miami. But Yeah, Antoine said the receiver room is the interesting position going into the next season due to not rotating guys at all. Demo in the NFL is a big thing to me. I've kind of referenced this a little bit, but if I'm going to be honest, if I'm Texas, I'm making DeAndre Moore a cap casualty. He's been there a long time, consistently in the right place outside of when he ran out of bounds versus Kentucky. Consistent catcher, has the best completion percentage when thrown to out of any of the main 4 receivers. And he's been there for a long time. He'll be in year 4 next year if he comes back. But you have to ask yourself, Ryan Wingo is a 7-figure player. Is it worth paying him? Probably not. But I don't see Sark in Texas, cutting his salary because that means he probably would go to Mizzou. But you have to cut someone's salary. It won't be Livingston, and it won't be Emmett Mosley. So if it's not Wingo, Emmett Mosley, or Livingston, who is it? It's DeAndre Moore. So I think of the freshmen, they definitely want to keep Khalil Lockett, Michael Terry, Dalen McCutcheon. I don't know if Jamie French is around next year. We'll see. And I mean, same goes for Aaron Butler. So if you were to lose French, Butler, and let's say DeAndre Moore, that's 3 new spots. You have 3 coming in. Chris Stewart and Cohen Brown aren't year 1 contributors in my eyes. Jermaine Bishop can be. But how does that rotation get figured out? They're going to have to rotate guys. I don't think Wingo, he'll play the same snap count he did this year if he's back next year. I fully believe that. But Mosley and Livingston should be rotating. Jermaine Bishop should be playing. If they go to the portal for a guy like Nick Marsh, he's going to play. There's a lot that has to get figured out with offensive skill players. Tight end is the most cut and dry one, even running back. You get to have conversations. I love CJ Baxter, but if he's not the same athlete he was, you can't pay him like he is the same athlete he was. You have to save money and budget it. Be very smart about who you pay and how much you pay. So, yeah, I'm with you, Antoine. It'll be very interesting. All right, let's see. Anything else? Jordan's best work comes after 11. Agreed. Okay. Damn, I got senteled on Vandy suing. Antoine said, now we're waiting on the bowl game announcement, portal exits, and NFL draft declarations. Correct. Yeah, hey, he definitely can. Akpala can. His testing data and measurables are almost identical to what Colin Simmons's were out of high school. So, yeah. Yeah, Jake Bayless, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, hey, for Texas, if you can get Gooseby to come back, it helps the timeline so much on the offensive line and offensive tackle. Because then, if all things go to plan, Turntine could be the man in 27. So, yeah. I agreed. You want to hear something that's kind of ridiculous? Texas dropped Dylan Berryman. They pulled his shit. They pulled his scholarship. Now, Rodney Cleveland, they wanted to keep, but eventually the number got so high, it's all right, get out of here. But they wanted to keep Corey Wells. But now that you lost Corey Wells, Rodney Cleveland, and the only guy you signed is James Johnson, who barely played as a senior because he got in a car wreck, and the only reason you got him is because you paid the most. What does that look like in the future, It's going to be interesting. Jermaine Carlton almost has to work an interior D-line now, But with Berryman, he was dropped. He still has not signed. I think he was going to go to LSU, but I don't think the Kiffin staff wants him. And we heard very interesting things. The main thing from the Texas staff, apparently he's playing through an injury. They wanted him to get an MRI. He would not get one. And he's played through the injury. His team's currently in the 4th round of the playoffs in Louisiana for the first time since 2021. He wasn't going to get an MRI and then sit out and get surgery and miss the playoffs. Is that what, is that actually what happened? I'm not sure. I struggle, he didn't have any leverage. It's not like he would have been really stupid to try to get a bigger rev share NIL number from Texas that late in the cycle because he had no leverage. So maybe that was it, but I don't know. Regardless, it's really hard to make sense of it because Berryman's an A-gapper. Those dudes don't grow on trees. James Johnson can be one, but he's not like a pure A gapper like Behrman is. So, yeah, Kamori House is in the portal. Man, I feel bad for that kid. He went through some bullshit at UNC. Maybe Texas is interested, maybe not. I don't know. They liked him out of high school enough to OB him. But the first day of the OB, they sat him down and said, hey, man, we like you, but we're not taking you. At least right now. We won't take you right now. But if we miss on some guys, we will take you. But, yeah, don't try to commit on this visit. Like Texas literally told him that whenever he got off the plane, drove in the car to Texas's campus, he sat down with Jeff Choate and Sark, and they told him that. Like, yeah, we're not good enough. You're not good enough to commit here, but we whiff on some guys maybe. Why would anyone ever want to go to a school that tells them that? You know, not good. Colton Vosik is the next Ethan Burke. Unfortunately, I do not agree with you. I think the injuries have lingered too long there. Jared Curtis is doing a mission in Orlando. Jared Curtis ain't Mormon. You might be thinking of Ryder Lyons. But hey, we're going to get out of here. Wags has to close it. And honestly, I shouldn't have gone this late back-to-back days. But everyone who tuned in today, I appreciate you. Hey, Jake Bayless, it's going to come out soon. Bill Belichick and Mike Lombardi are doing some inside corrupt shit with the police department. Just saying. It's going to come out soon. I fully believe it will. Of the 47 speeding tickets, he's been pulled over by the same cop like half the times. Guess what that cop does game day mornings? He's Bill Belichick's bodyguard. Oh, well. All right. I'll see you all tomorrow. You have a great one. Happy Thursday. And, hey, hopefully we get some fireworks soon. Jalen Locke, Chris Henry, they're fighting for them. We'll see what it turns out to be. Up next, this week's episode of the Horns 24/7 flagship podcast from Chip Brown and Eric Henry. Go check that out. All right, y'all. I'm actually out here now. Peace.